Chapter 492. Looking at Huang Guanglia, the corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth arched slightly. The backer you found in the world beyond worlds, the eight extremities world, is like a temporary cave manor in their eyes. What they need is an obedient and capable guardian, acting as their spokesperson and helping them to manage this world. Because your Sacred Sun clan has established contact with them, you have gained the initiative. They will not be stingy in giving you some benefits. However, if you are not up to par, unable to hold up the wall, they would not mind changing to a more capable representative. At the end of the day, it is not important who the representative is. What is important is that their interests in the eight extremities world can be guaranteed. Of course, it is better to use someone familiar than the raw. If your potential and strength are similar, they would naturally be more inclined towards you. Still, you have to prove that you are worthy of their attention and support. Yan Zhaoge spread his palms apart, smiling. My guess might not be completely correct, but it should not be too far off, right? Hearing Yan Zhaoge mention the world beyond worlds, Huang Guanglia's expression changed slightly. So you also know of the existence of the world beyond worlds? His expression quickly returned to normal, his gaze indifferently sweeping over Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di. You father and son are indeed geniuses. This old man previously felt that this great battle with the Flame Devils and the 9 underworlds might be a massive fortuitous encounter. However, before you transcend mortality and enter sainthood, before your broad Creed Mountain displays such a powerful battle formation, I must say that this old man really did not think that this fortuitous encounter would actually be the final one. While I do not want to admit it, if I do not take care of you along with the Flame Devils this time, my Sacred Sun clan will be in great danger. Huang Guanglia's calm gaze finally fell on Yan Zhaoge. I will take care of you first, lest there be no end of trouble in the future. At this point in time, your rate of growth is even faster than Yan Di's. Everything that is detrimental to my Sacred Sun clan has your shadow behind it all. You cannot be left alive. As he said this, Huang Guanglia raised his palm, golden light obscuring the heavens and covering the earth as it enveloped over towards Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change as he said leisurely, Huang Guanglia, your cultivation base of the 2nd level of the martial saint realm is high, and you are also rather insightful in the Tao of martial arts. However, do you think that my Tai Imperial breaking formation can be so easily comprehended by you? Yan Zhaoge laughed lightly. Why can't you understand? Since he dared to give you part of the formation, he must have a way to deal with you. Before he finished speaking, the Tai Imperial breaking array rumbled and shook. The golden phantom that had replaced Huang Guanglia's position at the eye of the array was gradually invaded by the white light. The originally golden silhouette quickly turned white. Seeing Yan Zhaoge's composed expression, an intense feeling of unease arose within Huang Guanglia's heart. But before he could make his next move, he discovered that his body was also covered by a layer of white light. With a thought, Huang Guanglia wanted to forcefully break free from the Tai Imperial breaking array and rush out of it. But as the white light flashed, his body shifted, and he was dragged back to the core hub of the formation. The figure that had already turned white merged with Huang Guanglia's body. White chains wrapped around his body, pulling him along with the world of white light towards the entrance of the domain passageway at the center of the sea of fire below. Huang Guanglia roared. Golden sunlight shone around him, but under the effect of the formation, the golden light turned into white light, becoming a part of the formation's power. Yan Di's expression had been calm throughout as he said mildly, Huang Guanglia, do not forget that I am the one in charge of this formation. Looking at Huang Guanglia, Yan Zhaoge's smile turned cold. We can slowly settle our debts in the future. Now, as you said, focus wholeheartedly on dealing with the Flame Devils. Huang Guanglia glanced deeply at Yan Zhaoge, seemingly wanting to imprint his appearance into his very bones. Old Man Mo and Song Wuliang both had rather complex expressions on their faces. Old Man Mo appeared slightly out of sorts while Song Wuliang's expression changed unceasingly, his mental state having suffered a great blow. His expression was rather strange. If it is as you surnamed Huang says, those of the world beyond worlds will not tolerate the 9 underworlds and the Flame Devils destroying this 8 extremities world unbridledly, and things having reached an irreversible point, they might make a move? Huang Guanglia remained silent. Song Wuliang's mouth was astringent, first not mentioning how they might make a move. If they really could do it, what meaning would there be in all that we are doing now, all those sacrifices? Yin Zhaoge said mildly. There would naturally be meaning. What the other side cares about is that this world is not destroyed because of the 9 underworld's true devils and the flame devils. However, they might not care about who dies during this period of time. It is still that old adage. Against the Sacred Sun clan, they might lend a helping hand in passing, but against others, that might not necessarily be the case. The other side might hope to obtain some talents from the 8 extremities world, having them take them in to strengthen themselves, hoping to recruit some experts of the 8 extremities world who possess great potential, breaking through to the 3rd level of the Martial Saint realm and joining them, increasing their strength. However, such people are extremely rare at the end of the day. Still, for us, there are many people we do not wish to lose. Hearing his words, Song Wuliang nodded silently. His Jade Sea city was situated between the Earth domain and the Outer East Sea, being most directly threatened by the 9 underworlds and the flame devils. Now that the shock from the world beyond worlds had subsided, Song Wuliang's mental state had already stabilized once more, as he very naturally thought that living in this world, one ultimately had to rely on themselves. As a martial practitioner of his cultivation base, his mental state had always been firm. His mental state having been shaken by the news of the world beyond worlds, he rarely felt weak and dependent. Now that his mental state had stabilized once more, such thoughts from earlier no longer existed. Yin Zhaoge raised his head and looked up into the sky. Huang Guanglia was dragged back into the formation. Beneath the circulation of the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation, the spiritual light formed of the golden lamp above his head was extinguished as well. That seemingly unknown land within the sky vanished along with it. However, not long after this spiritual light had vanished, the sky suddenly shook as yet another streak of light actually shot into the sky. Yin Zhaoge's pupils dilated as he discovered that somewhere outside of the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation, another golden lamp that was exactly the same actually flew up. The golden light actually passed through the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation, transforming into a spiritual light that enveloped Huang Guanglia once more. The pillar of light shot into the heavens, breaking through the sky once more. The unknown lands, as well as the figure between the 2 worlds, appeared once again. Enveloped by the radiance, Huang Guanglia roared, making use of this chance to attack. Now, however, he suddenly felt the sky above his head darken. As he raised his head, he saw Yin Zhaoge appear beside that spiritual light before he held a small black incense burner in his hand, directly extending his hand into the spiritual light. That vast, ethereal spiritual light that was infinitely profound actually resembled 100 rivers entering the sea at this moment as it rapidly surged into that small black incense burner. Yin Zhaoge lowered his head, looking down at Huang Guanglia from above as he smiled. I said I'll treat you and I'll treat you. Just stay here obediently. Chapter 493. The Tai Imperial Breaking Formation circulated to the maximum, the world of white light enveloping the surrounding area. Outside the formation, and Qinglin and the others were obstructed by the white light as they were unable to see what was happening within. They could only see the surrounding dimensions of the heavens and earth roiling amidst the surging white light as space itself appeared distorted. A massive force that could overturn space expanded unceasingly into the surroundings. Those outside the formation could only retreat unceasingly into the distance, lest they be swept into the increasingly distorted space. The Tai Imperial Breaking Formation was currently forming a massive sealing force, suppressing and imprisoning the group of Flame Devil Kings, as well as the dimensional passageway entrance to the Flame Devil world. The space here distorted unceasingly, gradually transforming into a formless cage, separating the heavens and the earth from the outside. While everyone was unable to clearly see what was happening within the formation, they all saw a profound spiritual light suddenly penetrate through the world of white light, heading straight for the heavens and breaking through the heavens. The heavens split open, infinite scenes seemingly surfacing within. Sadly, they were obstructed by the world of white light down below, causing those outside the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation to be unable to see it clearly. Just as everyone was feeling puzzled, that spiritual light suddenly gradually faded, the hole in the heavens beginning to close up once more. While others did not know what that spiritual light was, the chief of the Sacred Sun clan, Huang Su, understood it clearly. Seeing the spiritual light begin to fade not long after it had appeared, Huang Su could not help but knit his brows tightly. He rejoiced incomparably now that he had specially prepared an additional divine lamp. Huangsu flipped his palm, a golden lantern appearing before hovering in midair, traversing the dense white light as it entered the Tai Imperial breaking formation. Seeing this, the martial practitioners of the other sects all discussed spiritedly, guessing within their hearts. The next moment, a spiritual light shot into the skies once more, shooting straight into the clouds. However, before Huang Su could heave a sigh of relief, that spiritual light actually showed signs of extinguishing once more. Within that Tai Imperial breaking formation, there seemed to be a black hole which unceasingly devoured the golden lantern light and the radiance of the spiritual light. Huang Su's gaze was heavy as he stared fixedly at the world of white light. The world of white light descending into the crimson sea of flames down below. The collision between the two sides had reached its peak at this moment, causing the surrounding space to distort greatly. The space of the entire region of sea was unceasingly rippling, overlapping, stretching and overturning. It was not just the eight extremities world. Even the space of the Flame Devil world on the other side of the dimensional passageway was affected as well, bright at times whilst dim at others. Above the outer East Sea, with the world of white light and the domain passageway entrance as the center, surging formless waves madly swept towards the surroundings. The destructive waves swept everything in the surroundings in a terrifying manner. Those below the martial sacred realm would not be able to resist it. Protected by their sacred artifacts, Mengwan, Infinite Boundless Mountain's longtime elder as well as the martial saint in Qinglin, while they wouldn't be killed, didn't have the heart to forcibly resist it as they all retreated. However, when the martial artists on the periphery saw the apocalyptic scene in front of them, they were shocked to the core and excited at the same time. If everything went according to plan, the Flame Devils would be sealed, unable to threaten the Eight Extremities world for a very long time. There were only the Sacred Sun Clan's Huang Su and a few others who, looking at that second spiritual light that had been extinguished, felt unspeakably bitter within their hearts, as the situation was completely different from what they had expected. At this moment, within the Tai Imperial breaking array, Huang Guanglia was not in a good mood. The white light flowed along his body from bottom to top, starting from his feet and spreading upwards. The light became more and more intense, causing his legs to look like statues flashing with white light. This trend continued to extend upwards. The seal of the Tai Imperial breaking formation was about to be officially established. It was the same for Yan Di, Old Man Imo and Song Wuliang. As Yan Zhaoga devoured the spiritual light formed of the golden fire with the earth-devouring burner, currently within the Tai Imperial breaking formation, he could also feel the world of white light moving towards its final collapse. In that moment when the grand formation finally collapsed, transforming into the seal, the destructive power it would create would be even more powerful than the spatial distortions in the outside world. Huang Guanglia raised his head, looking expressionlessly at Yan Zhaoga. Destroying this old man's ritual, you will not be able to retreat from this Tai Imperial breaking formation in time. At that time, the grand formation will completely collapse. However supreme a genius you are, if you are not a martial saint and do not have a sacred artifact to protect you, you will still be hard-pressed to escape death. If you want to escape, this old man will similarly have a chance to do so. Otherwise, this old man will just wait and see how you die. If you don't leave, then leave your life behind. At most, this old man will just admit defeat this time and guard this seal. His gaze swept indifferently across Yan Di. This time, your father won't be able to protect you. Yan Zhaoga held the earth-devouring burner in the form of a small black incense burner, extending it into the spiritual light and devouring it. Lowering his head to look at Huang Guanglia, Yan Zhaoga said mildly, "As for you, obediently complete the seal here. Don't waste your time thinking about those useless things. As for what happens to me, you don't have to worry about it." Saying thus, a mirror suddenly appeared in Yan Zhaoga's other hand. Seeing this, Yan Di instantly smiled, recognizing that it was the lofty prestige mirror. Yan Zhaoga infused his true essence within, numerous patterns of light appearing on the surface of the mirror, coming together to form a small, intricate spirit formation. Where the mirror light passed, a path seemed to appear before Yan Zhaoga. This path extended into the distance, twisting amidst distorted space as it led somewhere unknown. Gazing over carefully, Huang Guanglia saw that the mirror light seemed to have opened a door to space. You. Huang Guanglia glared at Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge said indifferently, "What about me?" Huang Guanglia, "I'll tell you plainly that this matter today is not over. Your Sacred Sun clan loves to stir up trouble. When you're free later we'll have a proper talk." The Tai Imperial breaking formation enveloped by the white light began to formally collapse, the chaotic phenomena outside the grand formation growing more intense. The white light on the bodies of Yen Di, Huang Guanglia and the other two gradually enveloped them completely. That spiritual light that connected to the heavens and the earth vanished completely as well. Yin Zhaoge kept the earth-devouring burner, preparing to step into the spatial door formed of the lofty prestige mirror's mirror light, stepping into this spatial passageway that had been temporarily established through traversing techniques. Suddenly his expression changed slightly. Swiveling his head, he saw a figure flying amidst the chaotic flows of space at the periphery of the grand formation that had already collapsed. That was someone who had been swept into the formless ripples of the formation outside. Gazing over carefully, Yin Zhaoge saw that it was a famed Grand Elder of the Sacred Sun clan, his cultivation base having shockingly already reached the peak of the transcending mortality stage, only a step away from the martial saint realm. However, facing such terrifying, frenzied tides, his true martial avatar having been ripped apart, his life hanging by a thread. In another direction there was also someone present. What shocked Yin Zhaoge was that it was clearly Fu Enshu. How tyrannical and ferocious were the formless frenzied tides that those who had not entered the martial saint realm would be hard-pressed to withstand. While Fu Enshu had recently broken through to the 9th level of the martial grandmaster realm, the late essence talisman stage, she was still unable to withstand such frenzied tides as she had already been heavily injured. The chaotic flows of space formed by the frenzied tides even looked like they were about to rip her body apart. Yin Zhaoge frowned, the mirror light of the lofty prestige mirror circulating, temporarily stabilizing the chaotic space before he flew forward, catching Fu Enshu. Already heavily injured, seeing Yin Zhaoge, Fu Enshu was first shocked before she revealed a reassured expression. Her mind relaxing, Fu Enshu instantly lost consciousness. Yin Zhaoge had no time to think about it. The formation collapsed, the seal formed, this region of the heavens and earth was about to collapse. Keeping Fu Enshu's body within the shadow-shrinking pouch, Yin Zhaoge stepped into the passageway formed of the mirror light, his figure vanishing from the 8 extremities world. Meanwhile, the body of that Grand Elder of the Sacred Sun clan was completely shattered by the collapsing space. Where he had been, above the outer East Sea, at the entrance of the dimensional passageway that had originally led to the Flame Devil world, space was chaotic to the extreme before it abruptly fell strangely silent. A mountain peak that flickered with white light fell into the Great Sea, suppressing the seabed, its peak high above the sea's surface. In the air above the mountain peak, a vast, boundless sigil flickered with a gentle radiance. While the heavens and earth had still been overturned just a moment ago, everything was calm and peaceful now. Chapter 494. This was also Yin Zhaoge's first time using the mirror dimensional traversing art. Making use of this secret art, Yin Zhaoge strode amidst chaotic space, avoiding the final collapse of the Tai Imperial breaking formation on the outer East Sea of the 8 extremities world. Still, having stepped into that temporary dimensional passageway, he had already left the 8 extremities world, the mirror light having the effect of teleportation. Within the mirror light, Yin Zhaoge did not need to exert any force at all as the mechanism directly sent him forward. The space before him displayed an indiscernible, bizarre and incomprehensible state, causing Yin Zhaoge to recall the scenes of him heading to the floating life world through the 10-character heavenly rainbow earlier. Now he was about to head to a new world. Yin Zhaoge lowered his head to look at the lofty prestige mirror in his hand. A profound rune surfaced on the surface of the mirror, faint traces of blood gradually appearing amidst the rune. As these traces of blood merged with the mirror light, they did not have the feeling of old filth as they instead shone brightly like crystals. The mirror light merged with the blood-red light, vaguely guiding Yin Zhaoge in the right direction. A moment later, the scenes before him suddenly changed as Yin Zhaoge's figure halted as well. Sunlight illuminated the area before him, the sky clear for thousands of li gazing down. It was a jade sea, causing one to feel as though they were still on the surface of the 8 extremities world's East Sea. However, feeling the spiritual chi flow of this world that was different from that of the 8 extremities world, Yin Zhaoge knew that while it was still an ocean before him, he had already left the Eight Extremities world, arriving in a whole new world. The mirror light that enveloped Yin Zhaoge vanished. Gazing back, that temporary dimensional passageway behind him had already vanished without a trace. Lowering his head to look at the lofty prestige mirror in his hand whose mirror light had dimmed once more, Yin Zhaoge knew that this treasured mirror would have to undergo a period of recuperation before it could be used again. Before the lofty prestige mirror recovered, he would have to remain in this world. I can only hope that the technique is correct. This is the vast ocean world. That way, I can still look for senior apprentice brother Su and little Jun in passing. Yin Zhaoge muttered to himself, keeping the lofty prestige mirror. Before he had parted with Su Fei earlier, Yin Zhaoge had specially kept his essence blood so that he could attempt to find the vast ocean world in the future. The Eight Extremities world and the vast ocean world did not have a dimensional passageway that directly connected them. If the mirror dimension traversing technique wanted to locate them, it would require something to rely on. After having returned to the Eight Extremities world from the floating life world, other than cultivating and preparing to deal with the chaos of the earth domain and the flame devils, Yin Zhaoge had been thinking of a way to bring back Su Fei and Shijun. Still, with the situation in the Eight Extremities world on the verge of erupting at any moment back then, Yin Zhaoge had been unable to spare any attention to it. Now, however, he had managed to kill two birds with one stone. However, this was also Yin Zhaoge's first time using such a secret technique. Whether or not it worked still had to be tested. If he could confirm that this was the vast ocean world, things would be much easier to handle. What Yin Zhaoge felt rather regretful about was that while his Grand Master, Yuan Zhengfeng, had severed his left arm back then, sending his second apprentice uncle Feng Zhuan and the clear qi robe to escape to the heavens, his essence blood had sadly been completely depleted amidst the chaotic flows of space. At that time he didn't have the time to leave any clues. Now, he could only hope that the old man was blessed by the heavens. As Yin Zhaoge thought about this, his expression turned grave as he took out his accompanying shadow shrinking pouch. After releasing Fu Enshu from the shadow shrinking pouch, Yin Zhaoge inhaled deeply, supporting Fu Enshu's body with his true essence before unceasingly infusing it into the various major acupoints of Fu Enshu's body. A few golden needles landed on Yin Zhaoge once more, rapidly descending. As the golden needles pierced into the vital acupoints of Fu Enshu's body, light gradually lit up at their tips, the blue flames resembling candles as they flickered unceasingly. Yin Zhaoge extended his palm, making a grabbing motion towards those golden needles within the air, the blue flames instantly growing brighter. After a long time, the blue flames at the tips of the golden needles gradually grew weaker before finally being extinguished. However, after the blue flames had been extinguished, the golden light of fire gradually lit up. Seeing the golden light at the tips of the golden needles, Yin Zhaoge's gaze gradually turned gloomy. It is indeed the Sacred Sun clan. Fu Enshu's injuries were not light, the heaviest naturally coming from the aftershocks of the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation sealing the East Sea back then. Other than that, a small portion of her injuries had been caused by the Sacred Sun clan's martial arts, and from the looks of it, they had been inflicted somewhat earlier than the power of the seal. Thinking of that transcending mortality martial grandmaster of the Sacred Sun clan, who had been trapped alongside Fu Enshu within the chaotic flows, Yin Zhaoge gradually came to an understanding. It was most likely that the two sides had clashed, having been affected by the aftershocks of that frenzied tide and swept within. In the final moments of the seal, the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation had already collapsed. Those outside could enter the formation, but there were few who could withstand that terrifying power of the seal. Beneath the power of the seal, space distorted and folded, everything collapsing and congregating at the very center as Fu Enshu and Yin Yanan were swept all the way to the central region. Yin Zhaoge flicked his finger lightly, his true essence circulating as streams of icy cold qi shot out from his finger, landing on the golden needles and entering Fu Enshu's body through them. The golden light at the tips of the golden needles also began to gradually extinguish. While Fu Enshu had yet to regain consciousness, her breathing had already begun to stabilize as the color of blood had also returned to her face. Seeing that Fu Enshu's condition had already stabilized and was no longer in danger, Yin Zhaoge nodded slightly. However, he did not relax in the least. Normally speaking, It had been Fu Enshu who had personally brought Feng Yunsheng and Yin Luhua over to the East Sea this time. Now that Fu Enshu had been attacked, he did not know how they were doing. Fu Enshu's opponent was a longtime martial grandmaster of the Sacred Sun clan, of the same generation as Huang Guanglia and Pan Buetai. As a grand elder of the Sacred Sun clan, he had already been a transcending mortality martial grandmaster for quite some time. While Fu Enshu had successfully stepped into the 9th level of the martial grandmaster realm, the late essence talisman stage, facing such an opponent, the situation was still not optimistic. Under such circumstances, it would be very hard for her to protect the safety of Feng Yunsheng and Yin Luhua. Yin Zhaoge had already sensed that there was no one hidden within Fu Enshu's shadow-shrinking pouch. In other words, the three of them had been separated. Whether it was the attack of a transcending mortality martial grandmaster or that terrifying power of the seal, they were both not things that Feng Yunsheng and the others could withstand. Lightly rubbing his temples, Yin Zhaoge let out a long breath. As for the specifics, we can only wait for senior apprentice Aunt Fu to awaken before we can know. Sacred Sun Clan, heh? Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits, a cold light shooting out from within. He retracted his thoughts, sending the slumbering Fu Enshu back into the shadow-shrinking pouch before speeding along above the sea's surface. As he traveled, he also felt and adapted to the spiritual chi flow of this world that he was currently in. After carefully feeling it, a smile gradually appeared at the corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth. While the spiritual chi flow of this world was different from that of the Eight Extremities world, it was also extremely suitable for chi cultivators to cultivate in, being much more friendly than that of the floating life world. While he had not personally entered the vast ocean world, after having interacted with the martial practitioners of Chongli Mountain and the Blood Dragon sect, Yin Zhaoge could confirm that the level of the chi cultivators of the vast ocean world was not low. The spiritual chi channels of the vast ocean world were definitely very suitable for chi cultivators to cultivate in. This was especially so for the Jade Sea down below. Yin Zhaoge could feel the abundant water vapor within. Combining it with his previous experience of interacting with the people of Jade Sea City, the water domain's sacred ground of the Eight Extremities world. Roughly estimating the tides, he could vaguely feel that the sea here might be even vaster than that of the Eight Extremities world. While he was unable to verify this, such geographical characteristics still caused Yin Zhaoge to feel slightly invigorated. While this is my first time using a traversing technique, the results still seem pretty good. Chapter 495. As Yin Zhaoge flew above the sea's surface, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Halting in midair, Yin Zhaoge gazed into the distance, vaguely feeling that there seemed to be an existence like a barrier up ahead, blocking his path. Yin Zhaoge flicked his finger, a streak of light flying out from his fingertip and shooting into the distance. Just as the streak of light was about to vanish into the distant horizon, it suddenly exploded in midair. Accompanied by the scattering of the light, space could clearly be seen shaking slightly where the sea and the sky intersected, resembling a stone falling into water as numerous ripples spread out. Space surged like water, numerous ripples spreading into the distance, even passing by Yin Zhaoge's head. Swiveling his head, Yin Zhaoge saw that the ripples did not dissipate for a long time. I actually just happened to land within a barrier? Yin Zhaoge did not know whether to laugh or to cry. Having brought him to this world with the mirror-dimensional traversing technique, it was still uncertain where exactly he would land. Even with Xue Fei's essence blood as a guide, he would not land near Xue Fei. Instead, he would land in the world where the void realms were the weakest. Or perhaps someone was using a similar method to shake the realm barrier. Then, with the two sides working together, he would land there. Landing within a large-scale barrier, Yin Zhaoge did not know whether to laugh or to cry. Nearing the boundary of the barrier, Yin Zhaoge felt that it was not low. The person who had set up this barrier must have been rather powerful. The lofty prestige mirror had fallen into slumber, and the mirror-dimensional traversing technique would not be able to be used for a period of time. While Yin Zhaoge was worried about Feng Yunqing's situation in the Eight Extremities world, he knew that there was no use in being anxious. Therefore, he could only calm his thoughts for now. If it were any other time, the audacious Yin Zhaoge would very much be interested in turning in the opposite direction, entering deep within the barrier to see what exactly was hidden here. However, Yin Zhaoge urgently wanted to know whether this world he was in was the vast ocean world. If it was, where were Su Fei and his disciple now, and how were they doing? Arriving at the boundary of the barrier, looking at the barrier before him, Yin Zhaoge took out his blood devil plate. This thing was a consumable that had to be refined and replenished from time to time. Many of the treasures required came from the Sacred Sun Clan's fire domain, and were also extremely rare. Fortunately, in having interacted with the Sacred Sun Clan these past few years, Broad Creed Mountain and Yin Zhaoge had mostly been taking advantage of them, having gone to the fire domain to obtain many spoils of war. A crystal container was opened, and streams of sinister and ruthless crimson light soared into the sky and landed on the spirit formation barrier before them. The barrier was so powerful that even the sanguine light found it difficult to corrode it. The wave-like light screen was dyed the color of blood. It looked extremely filthy, but surprisingly it didn't shatter. Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change as he extended a finger and tapped lightly on that screen of light. A gap finally appeared at the center of the barrier that had been tainted by the blood-red light, which then expanded unceasingly in all directions. Accompanied by the unceasing infusing of Yin Zhaoge's true essence within, the barrier also broke apart unceasingly, finally forming a circular gap of around 3 meters in diameter. Just as Yin Zhaoge was about to leave through this gap, he suddenly saw that outside the barrier, someone had shockingly arrived nearby as well. There were both men and women. The older ones were in their 40s while the younger ones were only in their 20s. There were Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters, Spirit Vessel Martial Grandmasters, and even martial scholars. They had originally been in high spirits, talking and laughing amongst themselves. Some of them were even holding a small flag in their hands, seemingly eager to do something. Without exception, all of their gazes contained a certain emotion called anticipation. One of them, a girl, while her cultivation base was on the lower side, still only a martial scholar, was the happiest. Fang Min was currently filled with anticipation. Having coincidentally obtained a fortuitous encounter, she had first obtained the exact location of this barrier, then obtained the Zhongyuan spirit flag that could break through it. While she still didn't know what exactly was within the barrier, just looking at its scale, she knew that it was most likely concealing good things. While she was young and her cultivation base was on the lower side, with her senior apprentice uncle and senior apprentice brother of the same clan coming to help her, and with her unique identity, her fellow disciples wouldn't go to the extent of swallowing up her things. Even if there wasn't a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter, at the very least, she wouldn't return empty-handed. There should be sufficient treasures to share with her senior apprentice uncle and senior apprentice brother, so that they wouldn't have made a wasted trip. When Fang Min saw that a hole had actually opened up in the barrier as soon as they arrived, she couldn't help but feel shocked whilst also overjoyed. However, seeing Yin Zhaoge's figure appear before the hole in the barrier, Fang Min and the others were instantly taken aback, wanting to speak yet seeming to choke on their words. Someone beat us to it? This was the first thought that popped up within the minds of Fang Min and the others. Yin Zhaoge had not thought that they would meet someone head-on. Appraising them slightly, they saw that after their initial moment of shock, the other party had quickly regained their wits as they looked warily at Yin Zhaoge. Meeting their gaze, Yin Zhaoge pondered for a moment. Looking at the barrier around them, he understood what they were thinking as he didn't know whether to laugh or to cry for a time. The two sides just stood there, separated by the barrier that resembled a city wall yet had already opened up, staring at each other as no one moved. The person with the highest cultivation base amongst them was a late Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster, a middle-aged man at the 6th level of the Martial Grandmaster realm. He strode forward, asking solemnly, "Spirit Rhino Island's Yang Chu Fan. I wonder how I should address you?" Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge instantly felt completely at ease. It was precisely the same voice as Chongli Mountains by Jingkong and his wife back then, as well as the Blood Dragon Sex Haijingjie and the others. This was precisely the vast ocean world. He had not been mistaken in using the mirror-dimensional traversing technique. "I am Yin Zhaoge, a loose practitioner of the Beyond the Seas. Greetings, everyone," Yin Zhaoge said casually. He used the language of pre-Great Calamity times. The language of the vast ocean world was extremely similar to this ancient language. Conversing in this language, the other party would basically be able to understand what he meant. While the language of the vast ocean world was similar to the ancient language of pre-Great Calamity times, Having not interacted much with Bai Jingkong and his wife before, it would be very difficult for Yan Zhaoge to completely learn the language. Fortunately, the ancient language of pre-Great Calamity times was already sufficient. Seeing Yan Zhaoge's extraordinary bearing and leisurely expression, Yang Chufan could not make up his mind for a time. It was instead Fang Min and the other Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners who were looking at Yan Zhaoge and the barrier before them. Anxious looks vaguely appeared on the faces of the people within the barrier. Yan Zhaoge was neither hurried nor slow as he said smilingly, "To tell you the truth, having come from beyond the seas, I am still not familiar with the situation here. I have come here this time to look for an old friend, having entered this barrier by accident. Not being familiar with the people and the place, I am indeed incomparably happy to have met you all here. I would like to ask for directions. I wonder if you all know how to get to Chongli Mountain." The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners were doubtful. Just as Yang Chufan was about to answer, his expression suddenly changed slightly. On the great sea behind them, numerous streams of ferocious black qi shot through the air, shooting over in the direction of the barrier. The black qi transformed into sabers that were ferocious to the extreme, filled with killing intent. Chapter 496. The all-encompassing black qi transformed into countless sabers, obscuring the heavens and covering the earth as they hacked over towards those in the vicinity of the barrier. While Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change, the eyelids of Fang Min, Yang Chufan and the others twitched abruptly, people of the evil shifting sect. The faces of those of Spirit Rhino Island all looked rather bitter, because that all-encompassing saber qi clearly indicated that there were at least 2 late essence spirit martial practitioners on the other side. It was clear that the people of the evil shifting sect had specifically followed them here to take advantage of the situation, waiting for them to find the barrier, waiting for them to break it, then making use of the situation to kill them and plunder their treasures. While Fang Min and the others felt indignant, they still did not feel too much fear. However, Yang Chufan was more experienced and thought more. The other side's attacks were filled with killing intent, actually seeming like they wanted to leave all of them here. Making a move under such circumstances, they most likely had absolute confidence in taking down all of their Spirit Rhino Island present. The 2 late essence spirit martial practitioners might not even be at their full strength. At this point, Yang Chufan's heart suddenly jolted slightly as he glanced at Yan Zhaoge from the corner of his eye. With time being short, he had not had the time to probe Yan Zhaoge's strength. While the other party looked young, he felt that he was not someone easy to deal with. Their group actually faced the danger of being attacked from 2 sides. Yang Chufan asked, "Are you friend or foe of Chongli Mountain?" Yan Zhaoge appraised the saber qi assaulting from the distance through the hole in the barrier rather interestedly, saying casually, "Most likely friend, though I can't be sure." His casual tone caused Yang Chufan to choke as he pointed at the black saber qi that had already arrived before them, saying anxiously, "These are people of the evil shifting sect. The evil shifting sect is one of the 6 evil sects, a sworn enemy of Chongli Mountain of the 7 pillars of good." Yan Zhaoge laughed, "I have no interest in the evil shifting sect. I just want to ask, how is the relationship between your Spirit Rhino Island and Chongli Mountain?" Yang Chufan wanted to answer, but it was already too late. With a stern roar he shot into the skies, brandishing his palms as streams of light flickered. Carefully observing, Yan Zhaoge saw a jade-green streak of light on Yang Chufan's palm, nimble and graceful as it traversed the horizon. That jade-green light seemed weak, yet was exceptionally agile as it specifically sought the flaws of the other party's saber arts, dispelling their ferocious attacks into formlessness. Wherever the green light went, it seized every opportunity. Not only did it neutralize the other party's attack, but it also went against the flow, trying to find the flaws in the other party's saber technique to counterattack. There were even a few times where it felt like the evil shifting sect martial practitioner was intentionally giving way to his opponent, allowing him to reveal his flaws as he wished. Or perhaps the 2 of them were familiar with each other, and had a tacit understanding of each other. They were performing an orderly deduction with perfect coordination. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly, having an idea of what was going on. The level of Spirit Rhino Island's martial arts was similar to that of the evil shifting sect before him, as well as Chongli Mountain and the Blood Dragon sect which he had previously seen, possessing some intricate aspects. The rejuvenation of the martial arts of this vast ocean world was indeed not weak. When the two evil shifting sect cultivators worked together but could not do anything to Yang Chu-fan, they immediately became enraged. Their saber chi suddenly became even sharper. At this moment the black saber chi had turned blood red. At this moment the blood-red sky solidified into a real sea of blood. The sea of blood was filled with white bones, piling up into two mountains of white bones. The mountains of bones and the sea of blood pressured down from above just like that, heavy and brutal to the extreme. The saber chi was like an iron plate at this moment, seemingly having no flaws at all. Even executing Spirit Rhino Island's supreme martial art, the Spirit Rhino Palm, Yang Chu-fan was unable to break through the saber chi before him. Streams of light rose from Yang Chu-fan's body as the mid-grade spirit artifact that he carried with him played a role. However, the other party had mid-grade spirit artifacts as well, and two of them at that. Beneath the powerful pressure, the streams of jade light brought about by Yang Chu-fan's palm were gradually buried by the mountains of bones, devoured by the sea of blood. Fong Min and the other Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners hurriedly came forward to assist him. However, other martial practitioners of the evil shifting sect had arrived as well, their numbers indeed greater. Surrounded and attacked by the evil shifting sect experts, the people of Spirit Rhino Island instantly fell into dire straits. Fong Min grit her teeth, clapping down on her left wrist with her right palm. A jade bracelet shattered, streams of light surging to form a barrier that enveloped her and her fellow disciples. However, as the two mountains of bones that towered above the sea of blood pressed down together, Yang Chu-fan, Fong Min and the others were instantly rendered unable to move. Yang Chu-fan clenched his teeth, glancing at Yan Zhaoge before roaring. The evil shifting sect and Chongli Mountain are mortal enemies. You won't be able to get any news out of them. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, his expression as per usual as he turned to look at the evil shifting sect martial practitioners above the mountains of bones and the sea of blood. With those two late essence spirit martial grandmasters at their head, the evil shifting sect martial practitioners all frowned as they looked at Yan Zhaoge who was within the barrier. However, none of them moved as they still attacked the people of Spirit Rhino Island aggressively, seemingly not worried that Yan Zhaoge would cause trouble. Paying attention to Yan Zhaoge, the other party was still somewhat distracted. At this moment the people of Spirit Rhino Island rampantly exerted force, the light created by Fong Min's jade bracelet suddenly focusing on a single point, separating the two mountains of bones. Meanwhile, jade light flickered within Yang Chu-fan's pupils as his entire person flickered, seemingly vanishing amidst the air. A jade light that was as thin as a needle shot upwards unceasingly, traversing the sea of blood and piercing through the mountains of bones. While it looked as tiny as a speck of light, there seemed to be nothing that could trap it as it shockingly broke through the mountains of bones and the sea of blood. After repelling an opponent, Yang Chu-fan was about to attempt to lead Fong Min and the others away. With the situation being stronger than they were and the other party being stronger, they could only temporarily retreat now before finding a chance to exact their revenge. However, right at this moment, a black saber chi suddenly descended from the sky. Yang Chu-fan struck out with the Spirit Rhino Palm, jade green light shooting upwards. Who knew that ordinary-looking black saber chi actually seemed to exert a suction force as it sucked the green light into its blade. From the looks of it, it was like a green rope was entangled around the black saber. As the black saber descended, the jade green rope was instantly broken into several pieces. Yang Chu-fan's face turned pale. Chu Xiong. He could sense that the other party was also a late Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster, not an Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster. But for an Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster to be able to cultivate the evil shifting sect's profound dark saber chi to such a level, there could only be a single person, Dark Evil Jiang Xiong. The black saber chi condensed into a true black saber, its hilt held in the hands of a person who looked to be around 40 years of age. His lips were slightly pursed, his eyes clearly bloodshot. Jiang Xiong's lips carried a hint of a mocking smile as he stared at the people of Spirit Rhino Island with bloodshot eyes, an extremely dangerous light within them. Seeing him, Yang Chu-fan's heart instantly sunk to the very bottom. No wonder the other two late Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters of the evil shifting sect had not paid any attention to those who were not from Spirit Rhino Island. No wonder the evil shifting sect seemed to want to keep them here forever. The other party indeed had the ability to completely devour them. Thank you for leading the way, Jiang Xiong said nonchalantly. After cutting off the path of Yang Chufan and the others, those evil shifting sect martial practitioners attacked once more. Jiang Xiong pointed at Feng Min. I want old man Feng's granddaughter alive. Everyone else, kill them all. After saying thus, he walked towards that gap in the barrier. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, you want to find people of Chongli Mountain? Yin Zhaoge nodded. That's right. Jiang Xiong asked, are they friend or foe of Chongli Mountain? Chapter 497. After having seen the conflict between Chongli Mountain and the Blood Dragon sect, Yin Zhaoge already had a general understanding of the relationship between the so-called 7 pillars of good and the 6 evil sects of the vast ocean world. Righteous and evil were relatively opposed to each other, but different sects of the same camp also had their own conflicts and grudges in private. From time to time they would fight. However, when the two camps collided, the forces of the same camp would mostly put aside their former enmity and work together. While Yang Chufan and the others had not explicitly said it, Yin Zhaoge was still able to guess a thing or two about it. Spirit Rhino Island was most likely also one of the 7 pillars of good, on par with the Blood Dragon sect and Chongli Mountain, being enemies of the evil shifting sect of the 6 evil sects. However, the relationship between Spirit Rhino Island and Chongli Mountain might not be all that harmonious amongst the 7 pillars of good. As Jiang Xiong walked towards the gap in the barrier, he gazed at Yin Zhaoge. His question was similar to Yang Chufan's earlier. Yin Zhaoge's answer did not change as he said casually, me and Chongli Mountain? They're most likely friends, but I can't say for sure. I'll have to wait until I meet the people of Chongli Mountain first. Jiang Xiong's face was expressionless as he continued walking forward. What's inside the barrier? Glancing at Jiang Xiong, Yin Zhaoge smiled, spreading his hands apart. If I said that I was only passing by, not knowing what was inside, also not having obtained anything from this barrier, would anyone here believe me? Jiang Xiong was taken aback as the other evil shifting sect martial practitioners all looked unkindly at Yin Zhaoge. While Yang Chufan and the other Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners were currently being surrounded and attacked by the evil shifting sect martial practitioners, their appraising gazes towards Yin Zhaoge were also filled with doubt. Everyone present clearly had one sentence written on their faces. It would be weird if I believed you. Jiang Xiong said indifferently, the barrier is still there, which means that the core treasure should not have been touched, but I can't be sure about the other things. Yin Zhaoge clapped his hands, laughing lightly. In this current world, no one would believe the truth. At this time Jiang Xiong had already arrived at the gap in the barrier, just a single step away from Yin Zhaoge. Staring fixedly at Yin Zhaoge with his bloodshot eyes, he suddenly bared his teeth in a smile. Whether it's the truth or not is no longer important. Before his words had landed, Jiang Xiong suddenly attacked, a blood-red saber light suddenly appearing as he hacked towards Yin Zhaoge. A shadow flickered above Jiang Xiong's head, presenting a fiendish scene. A black wind howled, a sea of blood and a mountain of bones. On top of the white mountain of bones stood a figure. He held a saber in his hand, and wherever the saber pointed, it slaughtered the common people. It was no longer the dark black saber chi that he had used before, but the evil shifting sect's blood sea saber chi, which was even more profound. At this moment, the vast sea of blood seemed to compress into a streak of blood light, condensed to the extreme. Wherever the saber light passed, the void seemed to be split into two by a bloody line. It doesn't matter if you really don't care or you're pretending to be calm. The fact that you're able to remain calm after seeing me make a move shows that you have some ability. Jiang Xiong sneered and said, but your grandpa bear didn't use much strength to beat a waste like Yang Chufan just now. The distance between the two of them was already very close, and the blood-red saber light arrived in an instant. Seeing this, Yang Chufan, Feng Min and the other Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners all felt a chill run down their spines. The martial arts of the evil shifting sect were big and bold, powerful and ferocious. However, the baleful aura was too heavy, and when it attacked and retreated, it was not as smooth and fast. However, if the evil shifting sect martial practitioners were allowed to get close and gain the initiative to forcibly attack, it would be extremely hard for their opponents to deal with. Amidst his words, Jiang Xiong arrived at the gap in the barrier in a few steps before suddenly erupting, wanting to catch Yin Zhaoge unawares. Yang Chu-fan and the others wanted to warn Yin Zhaoge, but were beaten to the point of being unable to catch their breath by the fierce attacks of the other evil shifting sect martial grandmasters. Seeing Jiang Xiong not even using his dark black saber qi now, instead directly unleashing his blood sea saber qi, the hearts of the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners sunk. Dark Evil Jiang Xiong, an elite of the evil shifting sect's senior generation, the strongest existence amongst the Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters, the strongest as well as youngest late Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster. In the vast ocean world, it was customary to list the 10 strongest martial practitioners of each major cultivation level. The evil shifting sect's Dark Evil Jiang Xiong was ranked 3rd amongst the current top 10 Essence Spirit experts. This ranking did not look at one's background or cultivation level. There was only one criterion, and that was one's personal strength. It depended on whether one could fight or not. The reason why Jiang Xiong could be ranked 3rd was because of his outstanding strength and glorious battle achievements. Having risen to fame at a young age, having traversed through trials and tribulations for more than 20 years, stepping on the corpses of countless enemies to get where he was now, his strength could not be doubted. Born of the 6 evil sects, other than being vicious and merciless, he was also unscrupulous, only looking at results. In order to obtain the greatest chance of victory, he did not mind first pretending to chat with Yin Zhaoge, immediately turning hostile and making a move after closing the distance between them. Whether Yin Zhaoge was friend or foe of Chongli Mountain, foe of Spirit Rhino Island, from the moment he had seen Yin Zhaoge appear within the barrier, Jiang Xiong had already resolved on killing him. What he was scheming was merely how he could kill this opponent of his. Facing the sudden appearance of the blood-red saber light, Yin Zhaoge smiled nonchalantly. Amidst his words, Yin Zhaoge formed a sword with his index and middle fingers, tapping out towards the blood-red light. The green sword light suddenly lit up, emitting a long roar that resembled the roar of a dragon. The sword light instantly transformed into the form of a green dragon, meeting Jiang Xiong's saber light head-on. As the two sides clashed in midair, that line of blood-red light instantly expanded mightily, transforming into a sea of blood once more. The green dragon was fearless as it entered the sea of blood, riding the winds and breaking through the waves as it advanced, mightily splitting the sea of blood apart. Jiang Xiong's expression did not change as the ferocity within his bloodshot eyes intensified, a cruel smile even appearing on his face. "I was just waiting for you." Within the sea of blood, a mountain of white bones suddenly arose, breaking through the surface of the sea and blocking before the green dragon. Jiang Xiong opened his palm, a white bone saber suddenly appearing within it, overflowing with baleful qi. It was shockingly an extremely high-quality mid-grade spirit artifact. He raised his saber and descended, sweeping along the mountain of bones and the sea of blood as it chopped down towards the green dragon formed of Yin Zhaoge's swordlight. The green dragon formed of Yin Zhaoge's swordlight did not halt in the slightest as it continued shooting towards Jiang Xiong. As the green dragon collided with the mountain of bones, the sea of blood roiled unceasingly, the mountain of bones shaking intensely as white bones shattered and fell to the ground. However, the green dragon was also sent flying backwards, light exploding as it seemed about to disperse. Jiang Xiong laughed savagely. "Hand over all the treasures within the barrier and Grandpa Xiong will leave you a complete corpse." However, before his words had landed, Yin Zhaoge's swordlight had already transformed into another green dragon, continuing to collide with the mountain of bones and the sea of blood. Then, a third, a fourth. Jiang Xiong was stunned as he looked at this opponent before him. It was as though he did not need to return his qi at all as his tyrannical attacks rained down like a tempest, his sword striking out in rapid succession. The numerous dragons linked together like a frenzied tide, ripping apart the sea of blood, smashing apart the mountain of bones. Of course, I know that the move you exchanged with those Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners just now was just a light touch. Not having used your full strength, the sea of blood dissipated as Yin Zhaoge strolled out of the barrier, laughing lightly. "Still, even if you used your full strength, it's still nothing much. On the other hand, why don't you take a guess? How much effort do I need to put in to fight a piece of trash like you?" Chapter 498. Yin Zhaoge executed the coiling dragon sleeve with finger-flicking shocking thunder, his sword light resembling a dragon, thunders interlocking as it enveloped the heavens and covered the earth as it attacked towards Zhang Xiong with the momentum of numerous dragons emerging from the sea. The evil shifting sect's martial arts were bold and unrestrained, fierce and vicious. They were adept at fighting head-on attacks. However, if he encountered an opponent that was even fiercer and mightier than him, then it was very easy for him to fall into a disadvantageous position. He would be restrained at every turn, and he would have the feeling that he wouldn't be able to turn the tables no matter how he fought. Each sword of Yin Zhaoge's was faster than the previous, the power within each sword condensed and vigorous to the extreme, with no gaps between them at all, as though there was no need for him to return his qi at all. This caused Zhang Xiong to have the misconception of being simultaneously attacked by multiple Yin Zhaoges at the same time. The ominous glint in his bloodshot eyes grew stronger and stronger, and the expression on his face became more and more serious. The other evil shifting sect martial practitioners as well as Yang Chufan, Fang Min and the other Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners were similarly taken aback. Amidst their extreme shock, the battle between them was no longer as intense as before. Everyone diverted a considerable portion of their attention as they watched Yin Zhaoge beat Zhang Xiong into constant retreat. All of them were rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Fang Min asked blankly, "Martial Uncle Yang, he seems to be fighting bare-handed against Zhang Xiong, who is already controlling a spirit weapon?" Yang Chufan was equally stunned. That's right, however shocked the onlookers were. They could not compare to Zhang Xiong, who was directly facing Yin Zhaoge's sharpness. He clenched his teeth and suddenly held his saber with both hands. The grayish-white bone blade in his hand suddenly shone with a strange light. As Zhang Xiong raised the saber high above his head, a thick murderous aura gathered on the blade and his body. Zhang Xiong's true yuan and baleful qi fused together with his martial Dao saber intent, turning illusory into real, forming a set of bone armor on his body. The bone saber in his hand also became extremely huge, as if it could split the heavens. Black wind and scarlet blood were absorbed into the white bone, causing the white bone's baleful aura to become even more intense. Zhang Xiong let out a muffled roar, his saber chopping down towards Yin Zhaoge once more. The supreme martial art of the evil shifting sect, the gloomy sifting white bone saber, which was superior to the profound dark saber qi and the blood sea saber qi. The ferocious saber move and the baleful aura caused heaven and earth to wail. Looking at this saber, Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change in the slightest as he extended a hand, spreading his fingers wide. The sword light transformed into numerous azure dragons that coiled around each other at this moment. It was as if the muscles and tendons of a human body were intertwined to form a huge palm. The shining giant hand directly grabbed Zhang Xiong's bone saber with the momentum of holding up the sky. The baleful aura of the saber wildly destroyed this huge palm, but it was all in vain. The moment the bone saber was grabbed by the giant hand, it was instantly immobilized. It was completely fixed in the air. No matter how hard Zhang Xiong tried, he could not move it at all. Not to mention continuing forward. It was wishful thinking to even withdraw his saber and retreat. Yin Zhaoge's palm that was vast as the heavens and the earth constricted at this moment. As though the heavens and the earth had transformed into a cage, Zhang Xiong was completely unable to extricate himself. Amidst the deep roar, light flashed above Zhang Xiong's head. The 8 spirit flowers shone brightly, as if they were communicating with heaven and earth. His concept was unleashed to the maximum, but he was still like an ant trying to shake a tree, unable to advance or retreat. The evil shifting sect martial practitioners were all greatly shocked. One of the 2 late essence spirit martial grandmasters who were attacking the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners hurriedly separated, chopping towards Yin Zhaoge with his saber, wanting to help Zhang Xiong escape. While the other evil shifting sect martial practitioners were still clashing with Yang Chufan, Fang Min and the others, their minds were already in a state of chaos at this moment. Yang Chufan and the others did not make use of this chance to counterattack, as they too looked stunned at the scene before them. It is rumored that when the dark evil Zhang Xiong was in the mid-essence spirit stage, his spirit sprout sprouted, obtaining 9 spirit leaves. When he stepped into the late essence spirit stage afterwards, the 9 leaves blossomed into 8 flowers, being a powerful foundation inferior only to the 9 leaves blossoming 9 flowers. Therefore, he possesses such great strength. The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners exchanged looks. From what we have seen today, we know that the rumors are not false. The third of the 10 strongest Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters is well deserved. However, even such a powerful Zhang Xiong, accompanied by a spirit artifact and one with the saber, executing the supreme martial art of the evil shifting sect, the dim shifting white bone saber, was still unable to stand against Yin Zhaoge. Yang Chufan felt bitter. While also at the late Essence Spirit stage, me and those 2 evil shifting sect martial grandmasters joining forces might not be Zhang Xiong's match. Where exactly did this youth pop out from? The question within their hearts was currently also the question within the hearts of all the evil shifting sect martial practitioners. Yin Zhaoge completely ignored that late Essence Spirit martial grandmaster of the evil shifting sect who was assaulting him as he appraised the illusory scene of light above Zhang Xiong's head rather interestedly, looking at those 8 spirit flowers. Right, also at the 8 flowers just a little stronger than that Haijingjia. Yin Zhaoge laughed. This means that this person should be 9 leaves blossoming 8 flowers, while that Haijingjia is 8 leaves blossoming 8 flowers. Yin Zhaoge locked onto Zhang Xiong's dim shifting white bone saber with the heavenly broad creed palm, casually striking out with his other hand, scattering the blood sea saber chi of that evil shifting sect martial grandmaster. I wonder what cultivation base your sect's #1 expert possesses? Is it a martial saint? Yin Zhaoge asked casually. I wonder if he has a sacred artifact? Zhang Xiong's face was covered in sweat, unable to speak. Fang Min now called out. The chief of the evil shifting sect is not a martial saint, and they also don't have a sacred artifact. The group of evil shifting sect martial practitioners roared furiously in unison. That evil shifting sect martial grandmaster staring at Yin Zhaoge, saying in a muffled tone, so what? Our chief is ranked 4th amongst the top 10 transcending mortality experts, our sect possessing as many experts as there are clouds. We admit that we have underestimated you, underestimating you. However, if you think that you or the power behind you can do anything to our sect, feel free to come at us. If you have the guts, leave us all here today. Yin Zhaoge laughed. You misunderstand. Hearing his words, the faces of Yang Chufan, Fang Min and the others abruptly turned pale, while the evil shifting sect martial practitioners all heaved a sigh of relief, their faces regaining their proud, confident expressions as they felt that their sect's power had intimidated this solitary martial practitioner who had sprung out of nowhere. The more a solitary martial practitioner faced a major sect, the more it would appear that he was alone. While he might not be at a disadvantage here, in order to avoid enraging the seniors and experts of the other side's sects, he would often be helpless. It was just that these evil shifting sect martial practitioners did not dare to relax completely. The Spirit Rhino Island that Yang Chufan, Fang Min and the others hailed from was a massive entity that was not inferior to their evil shifting sect in the least. If Spirit Rhino Island protected him, perhaps this youth before them would dare to take the risk out of desperation. Yang Chufan, Fang Min and the others all had the same thought as they wanted to speak up in support of Yin Zhaoge, boosting his courage. However, they heard Yin Zhaoge continue. I asked if your sect has a martial saint and a sacred artifact in order to gain a better understanding of you, so that if I were to face your sect in the future, I would be prepared. It has nothing to do with whether or not I kill you now. Yin Zhaoge shook his head. Don't think too much. Whether or not your sect has a martial saint, you are already dead men. Saying thus, Yin Zhaoge retracted his palm, that massive palm that had condensed swordlight, and grabbed onto Zhang Xiong's saber, retracting as well, dragging Zhang Xiong over. Unable to resist, Zhang Xiong's figure shifted. Yin Zhaoge raised his other palm high into the air, slamming down with it, resembling the collapse of the heavens. Chapter 499. Whether or not your evil shifting sect has a martial saint, a sacred artifact or not, you are all dead for sure today. If you have a martial saint, I won't even be merciful in killing you. Much less transcending mortality martial grandmasters and essence talisman martial grandmasters. Yin Zhaoge's expression was calm, his tone seemingly casual as it carried no killing intent at all. Still, his palm descended, directly shattering the bone armor on Zhang Xiong's body. Zhang Xiong wanted to struggle, but Yin Zhaoge struck out with another palm, directly smashing his skull apart, white and red everywhere. All the evil shifting sect martial practitioners instantly felt their entire bodies turn icy cold. Not daring to say anything else, they directly turned and fled in all directions. After slaying Jiang Xiong, Yin Zhaoge substituted a sword with his finger, stabbing into the air from afar. Streak after streak of swordlight shot out, resembling the stars of the sky, illuminating the north. Swordlights that resembled the rain of a starry river descended from the sky, piercing through one evil shifting sect martial practitioner after another. Corpses fell into the sea one after another, blood spraying into the sky as the surface of the sea down below was quickly dyed dark red. Yin Zhaoge strode forward, instantly arriving beside a late essence spirit martial grandmaster of the evil shifting sect. The other party's cultivation base was not just a level lower than Jiang Xiong's. Yin Zhaoge's swordlight transformed into numerous green dragons, easily slaying him. Gazing back, he saw another late essence spirit martial grandmaster fleeing in the opposite direction. After all, he was a late essence spirit martial grandmaster, moving extremely quickly as he had already fled virtually without a trace. Yin Zhaoge's expression was leisurely as he did not give chase as he drew back Heaven Shocker, his true essence transforming into a sharp arrow. The sound of thunder resounded, a purple light shooting out before exploding in the distance. That late essence spirit martial grandmaster of the evil shifting sect instantly perished. Keeping Heaven Shocker, Yin Zhaoge now turned to look at Yang Chufan and the others who were still rather taken aback as he smiled. Let us continue our earlier topic. Can you tell me how to get to Chongli Mountain? Yang Chufan, Fong Min and the others were shocked as they looked at Yin Zhaoge before them, feeling rather speechless for a time. Where we are now is the bewildering Maze Sea. We need to head south, passing through the Spirit Rhino Sea where our sect is located before arriving at the directionless sea where Chongli Mountain is located. Yang Chufan was the first to react as he answered straightforwardly. While the three seas are adjacent, there is still quite some distance between them. As one of the 6 evil sects, the evil shifting sect was a massive entity just like Spirit Rhino Island of the 7 Pillars of Good. However, Yin Zhaoge had killed the core figure of the evil shifting sect, the rising star of the senior generation, the dark evil Jiang Xiong, just like that. Shifting sect martial shifting sect martial practitioners that numbered several dozens had not, but Yin Yen had killed them all. Yang Chufan now knew that the young man in front of him was an extremely ruthless person. It was best for him and his group to adapt to the circumstances. There was no lack of lawless desperados in any place. If you were stronger than him, there was naturally no need to say anything. But if you couldn't do anything to him, then it was better to make peace. After all, if you fought, the other party wouldn't care about the sect behind you. The dead could not be revived. If they clashed with this vicious person, even if their sect could avenge them afterwards, they would definitely be at a disadvantage now. Hearing Yang Chufan's words, Yin Zhaoge nodded slightly before continuing. My family and I are often overseas, being rather ignorant of the current experts of this world. I have only heard of the 7 Pillars of Good and the 6 evil sects, but I do not know which sects and which experts are there. The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners exchanged looks. This was not some secret. Any random martial practitioner of the vast ocean world would be able to tell them a thing or two. Finally, it was still Yang Chufan who answered. The 7 Pillars of Good are Water Crystal Palace, Chongli Mountain, the Blood Dragon Sect, Myriad Sword Pool, the Spirit Returning Sect and the Blazing Wind Sect. Our Spirit Rhino Island lineage is also amongst them. The 6 evil sects are the Sacred Evil Sect, the Dragon Slayer Sect, the Brilliant Thunder Sect, Green Snake Island, Soul Shocking Island and the Evil Shifting Sect just now. Amongst them, Water Crystal Palace, the Sacred Evil Sect and the Dragon Slayer Sect all have martial saints, while the Blood Dragon Sect, Myriad Sword Pool and Soul Shocking Island respectively possess the sacred artifacts, the 9 dragon fingers, the floating sinking sword and the soul shocking box. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. Water Crystal Palace? Yang Chufan nodded. That's right. There were some things that he did not say, because it would be putting down his sect's might. While they stood on equal footing with the Blood Dragon Sect and Myriad Sword Pool, comparatively speaking, Water Crystal Palace was the most powerful of the 7 Pillars of Good. Yin Zhaoge looked like he was smiling whilst also not as he pursed his lips. not continuing on this topic as he instead asked, "Your sex seems to be rather familiar with Chongli Mountain. I wonder if Chongli Mountain has produced any new experts in recent years?" He did not directly state Xue Fei's name, only seeming to ask very casually. However, Yang Chufan nodded. If it is Chongli Mountain itself, there isn't. However, there is a youth surnamed Shijun, nicknamed the Big Dipper Sword. He is the most famous rising star of the vast ocean world in recent years, hard-pressed to be defeated amongst those of the same age. He is the disciple of a guest elder of Chongli Mountain, and it is said that he grew up in Chongli Mountain. While Yin Zhaoge did not reveal it on his face, he was rather puzzled within. The person he had actually wanted to ask about was Xue Fei. While he knew that little Shijun possessed shocking talent, it had only been over a year since they had last met. How could such a great change have occurred? Yin Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly as he thought of a possibility, smiling nonchalantly. Hard-pressed to be defeated amongst those of the same age? How old is he? Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Yang Chufan pulled back the corners of his mouth. While he is a little younger than you, even if he is of the same age, he would definitely not be able to compare to you. I heard that Shijun 20 this year is already an outer aura martial scholar. Yin Zhaoge did not say anything, thinking that it was indeed so. The flow of time in this vast ocean world was different from that of the Eight Extremities world. Thanks to the eye of the Thunder Emperor and an instant's thunder, with his current cultivation base, he was already able to grasp some of the changes in the flow of time. However, wanting to compare the difference in the flow of time between the two worlds, he would have to spend a long time adapting to the environment of the new world before he could slowly make a comparison. And now, hearing Yang Chufan's words, after making some estimations, Yin Zhaoge came to a general understanding that the flow of time in the vast ocean world was roughly 5 times that of the Eight Extremities world. In other words, a year in the Eight Extremities world would be roughly 5 years here. Thinking of this, Yin Zhaoge sighed inwardly. To him, to those of Broad Creed Mountain, it had only been over a year since he had parted with Xue Fei and Shijun. However, to Xue Fei and his disciple, they had already been drifting in this foreign world for many years. Still, hearing Yang Chufan's words, Yin Zhaoge could be considered to have completely set his mind at ease regarding Xue Fei and the others. At the very least, they were all still alive, no accidents having happened to them. Also, from the looks of it, they were living pretty well in Chongli Mountain. With that, there was no need for him to be anxious. Looking at the people of Spirit Rhino Island before turning to look at the barrier behind him, Yin Zhaoge suddenly laughed. Previously, I was busy searching for Chongli Mountain. In the end, I passed by a treasure mountain but did not enter, coming out empty-handed. I wonder what exactly is here. Hearing his words, the hearts of Yang Chufan, Feng Min and the others instantly thumped, bitterness appearing on their faces. Chapter 500. Yin Zhaoge was all smiles as he looked at Yang Chufan and the others. Yang Chufan smiled bitterly. We also coincidentally obtained news of the location of the barrier. It was rumored that there were treasures here, so we came to try our luck. We are also not clear on what exactly is here. Seeing you emerge from the barrier, we had still thought that you would be able to tell us a thing or two. Yin Zhaoge spread his hands apart, smiling. You also don't believe that I would emerge from the barrier empty-handed, right? Yang Chufan and the others smiled awkwardly, while Yin Zhaoge nodded nonchalantly. Alright, if it were me, I wouldn't believe it either. Since that is so, let's really take a look around. Anyway, I already know how to get to Chongli Mountain. Yin Zhaoge leisurely turned, strolling back into the barrier as the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners exchanged looks, smiling bitterly without end. Feng Min smiled bitterly. Forget it. If not for this young Master Yan, we would probably already have perished at the hands of Zhang Xiong and the others. We should be the ones thanking him for saving our lives. Other than her being the granddaughter of Spirit Rhino Island's chief and having been captured alive by Zhang Xiong due to her unique status, the others would have been hard-pressed to survive. Yang Chufan nodded. I don't know how this person entered, but he was originally within the barrier. Whether or not he found any treasures earlier, he was already here before us, not really taking advantage of us. After a pause, Yang Chufan continued. Most importantly, we are also unable to stop him. The other Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners beside him all had rather helpless expressions on their faces. Now that he has returned, what do we do? Even if we enter, we won't be able to snatch any treasures from him. Yang Chufan said. This barrier is vast, covering such a vast area. Its depths are hard to predict. Alone he might not be able to take care of everything. If we enter, we might be able to obtain some fortune. A Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioner beside him asked hesitantly. This person is very domineering, also vicious and merciless. If we obtain a fortune, will he snatch it from us? Feng Min said, we have to try. If we obtain it, it is our fate. If we don't, it is our fortune. At the very least, it is better than dying at the hands of the evil shifting sects Zhang Xiong and the others. Yang Chufan said, since it's a fortuitous encounter, it's often not decided by strength alone. If we can fight for it, we will naturally fight for it. He glanced at Feng Min and said, Junior Marshal Brother Feng is nearby. Previously he was trapped by Zhang Xiong and the others and couldn't be contacted. Now that he's here, we won't have to worry about this Yen guy forcing himself on us. At the end of the day, this person has helped us. Our Spirit Rhino Island clearly distinguishes between gratitude and enmity. We just have to repay him later on. However, there's no need for us to avoid him every time we see him, or even hide from him when searching for treasures. Hearing his words, the other Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners all nodded. That is how it should be. Feng Min asked curiously. Second uncle also came to the bewildering maze sea? Yang Chufan said, that's right. He sent a signal and left a message. Let's also enter the barrier. Currently within the barrier, Yin Zhaoge strode amidst the air atop the sea. Temporarily not considering the matter of the Eight Extremities world and also not having to worry about Shijun and Su Fei, Yin Zhaoge now placed all his attention on the barrier before him, gradually having a different feeling about it. Oh, interesting. This enchantment is not ordinary. It covers such a vast area, but it is usually deep and reserved, making it hard for people to detect. It is grand yet subtle. This kind of method is not something a great grandmaster can do. Seeing it, Yin Zhaoge clicked his tongue in wonder. It feels a little like when I entered the old residence of the glacial dragon martial saint back then. Perhaps this is yet another legacy site of a martial saint? Yes, and also a martial saint expert who is proficient in the Tao of barriers and seals. Yin Zhaoge thought as he advanced unceasingly. He would occasionally send out a streak of sword light, shooting straight into the skies. The sword light seemed to vanish into the horizon, but very quickly, ripples that resembled water would appear above the seemingly empty sky. Feeling the changes occurring to this barrier as it was shaken, Yin Zhaoge unceasingly adjusted his direction. The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners entered the barrier after him, Yin Zhaoge not stopping them. As they tried to follow behind him, Yin Zhaoge smiled, seemingly not minding it at all. However, while his speed seemed leisurely, the more he walked, the more Yang Chufan and the others were unable to keep up with his speed, being left behind by him to the point where they could no longer be seen. After a long period of searching, Yin Zhaoge suddenly halted. Standing within the sky and gazing downwards, there was nothing in the air above the boundless sea, no islands to be seen. After gazing at the surface of the sea down below for a moment, Yin Zhaoge suddenly raised his palm, striking downwards. His true essence condensed into a single line, breaking through the seawater and heading downwards, unceasingly descending before his palm finally landed at the bottom of the sea. Yin Zhaoge could clearly feel an intense rebounding force emanating from the depths of the sea, even causing him to feel a chill in his heart. With this force, it can't be wrong. This is the seal left behind by a martial saint. Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly, looking at the sea down below that had been split apart by his palm force. The seawater dispersed into the surroundings, revealing a massive spirit formation that flickered with radiance at the bottom of the sea. Streams of light circulated on the spirit formation, a powerful force beginning to expand unceasingly into the surroundings, stirring the seawater as a massive whirlpool was gradually formed. With the spirit formation as its center, the whirlpool rotated unceasingly, the seawater within a radius of thousands of kilometers being stirred together, a rather majestic sight to behold. Yin Zhaoge descended, landing within the whirlpool, heading towards the spirit formation at the bottom of the sea. The center of the whirlpool merged with the spirit formation, seemingly piercing through space as a door was formed. As Yin Zhaoge strode through the door, before him was a foreign dimension. This space gave off a feeling of barrenness. As Yin Zhaoge gazed over, all he saw was a blurry scene. He could not feel much abundant spiritual qi, nor did he feel any shocking power, just feeling heavy and heavy. Yin Zhaoge closed his eyes, his entire body's true essence circulating as streams of clear qi, seemed to flow out of his acupoints, next drifting indistinctly as they expanded towards this foreign dimension. Where the clear qi passed, it was like it was one with space as the situation here was displayed to Yin Zhaoge in its entirety. Even with his sensory abilities raised to the maximum, Yin Zhaoge still felt that this place was completely empty, causing him to wonder if he had been a step too late. Even if there were treasures here, they had already been taken away by someone else. Yin Zhaoge's mind jolted slightly as he felt a stream of clear qi seemingly vanishing into the sea, actually losing its connection with him. Not shocked, Yin Zhaoge was instead overjoyed, a hint of a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth as he immediately set off in that direction. A moment later, a stone statue appeared before Yin Zhaoge. The stone statue depicted a thin old man seated in the meditative position, alone within this foreign dimension. His surroundings were dark and gloomy with no vegetation, no soil at all. Looking at this stone statue, Yin Zhaoge fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, outside of this foreign dimension, within the region of sea that was enveloped by a barrier, Yang Chufan and the others were currently walking on the Great Sea. Suddenly, joyous expressions appeared on their faces. Swiveling their heads, they saw a figure traversing through the air in pursuit of them. His majestic power shook the heavens and the earth, his martial true intent being of Spirit Rhino Island's direct lineage, his cultivation base clearly being that of an Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster. Feng Min called out happily, "Second uncle." Chapter 501. That figure came to a halt before the people of Spirit Rhino Island. It was a middle-aged man in his 40s with an authoritative bearing. Feng Zhaohong, the youngest son of Spirit Rhino Island's chief Feng Can, Feng Min's uncle. Seeing Feng Zhaohong appear here, the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners, Yang Chufan included, all heaved a sigh of relief. Amongst the newer experts of Spirit Rhino Island's senior generation, Feng Zhaohong was the indisputable number one. He had been a genius whose name had shaken the vast ocean world in the past, now also an elite amongst martial practitioners of the same cultivation level. As compared to his cultivation base, he was still young, but his potential was still limitless. He was slightly older than Jiang Xiong of the Evil Shifting Sect and Hai Xingjie of the Blood Dragon Sect. Back when he had been an Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster, he had been one of the top 10 Essence Spirit experts, ranking even higher than Jiang Xiong and Hai Xingjie. After he had stepped into the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster realm, the rankings of Jiang Xiong and the others had advanced. Feng Zhaohong nodded slightly towards Feng Min before looking at Yang Chufan. "Senior apprentice brother Yang, what exactly happened? The information you transmitted was too simple." Yang Chufan hurriedly explained the situation. A Spirit Rhino Island disciple finally said, "Senior apprentice Uncle Feng, that person surnamed Yen has returned, entering the barrier once more. We do not know where he is now." "What exactly?" Feng Zhaohong said slowly. "If there is a treasure, we definitely cannot let him get it. And now it is not a matter of treasure. We have to be careful of this person's schemes. If we can capture him, we will. Otherwise, we can also kill him on the spot." Feng Min was rather taken aback. "Second uncle, he saved us. Otherwise, facing dark evil Jiang Xiong, we wouldn't even have been able to ask you for help. Little Min, you are still too inexperienced." Feng Zhaohong shook his head, gazing at Yang Chufan, Feng Min and the others. "Just now, you said that the gap in the barrier was not opened by you using the Zhongyuan spirit flag, but by that Yin Zhaoge. Is that correct?" The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners exchanged looks before nodding in unison. Feng Zhaohong asked again, "Then, do you know what he used to open the barrier?" They shook their heads in unison, Feng Zhaohong snorting. It was the Blood Ghost Heavenly Talisman. The younger Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners had yet to react when Yang Chufan involuntarily exclaimed, Blood Ghost Heavenly Talisman? Feng Xiaohong nodded with a solemn face. When I came in through the gap, I felt that something was wrong, so I stopped to study it. The remnant aura and traces were the Holy Evil Sect's Blood Ghost Heavenly Talisman. It's rumored that the Blood Ghost Heavenly Talisman is a treasure that the Sacred Evil Sect obtained from unearthing the Great Calamity ruins. Its quantity is limited, and one used means one less. Yang Chu-fan muttered to himself. After all, he was a veteran of Jianghu. Although he could not distinguish the Blood Ghost Heavenly Talisman, he had heard of its existence and use. Feng Xiaohong said, "That's right. After so many years, logically speaking, the Holy Evil Sect shouldn't have much left, but such a rare and precious treasure has appeared in this person's hands, which shows that his intentions are not small, and we must guard against him." Yang Chu-fan mumbled. The martial art that person used was very unfamiliar. Feng Xiaohong swept a glance at him. The Sacred Evil Sect has always been mysterious and unfathomable. No one has been able to clearly find out its roots. Feng Min said rather hesitantly. He killed someone of the Evil Shifting Sect at the end of the day, and not just any random disciple at that. It was Dark Evil Jiang Xiong, the Evil Shifting Sect's senior generation expert with the greatest potential. The 6 evil sects often have internal strife, with even those of the same sect killing each other from time to time, much less those of different sections. Feng Xiaohong looked solemnly at Feng Min. The other party clearly wants to gain your trust by injuring himself in order to harm our Spirit Rhino Island. Feng Xiaohong looked at Feng Min, pausing for a moment before secretly sending via sound transmission. I especially suspect that he has specifically come for you, wanting to use you to accomplish his evil deeds. Little Min, you are still too inexperienced. Do not be easily deceived and used by others. Hearing his words, Feng Min's face reddened slightly as she lowered her head. Second uncle. He did not even look at me once. Feng Xiaohong snorted. It is just a small trick. Otherwise, why would he still remain within this barrier? The treasures have long since been looted. Returning and entering the barrier means that he definitely has a follow-up plan. Looking at his niece, his expression eased slightly. Little Min, you have already grown up. Still, you must know that the pugilistic world is dangerous. While our Spirit Rhino Island does not have a martial saint presiding over it, even a martial saint would not dare to lightly step onto our Spirit Rhino Island. In order to destroy our foundations, the enemy will use all sorts of methods. The disciples of our sect must be vigilant at all times. Feng Xiaohong's gaze swept the surrounding region of sea. His expression rather dark. This kid is truly sinister and crafty. Sadly, he made a mistake, not knowing that I once saw the traces of the Blood Ghost Heavenly Talisman being used elsewhere, thus giving himself away. Yang Chu-fan asked, "What do we do now?" Feng Xiaohong said, "The Sacred Evil Sect's intentions are not small, wanting to harm our Spirit Rhino Island. We naturally cannot just sit here and wait for death. It would be best if we could capture this person alive and figure out his plot. If that is not possible, we will strike first and kill him. Evil and crooked, everyone has the right to slay them. As you say, this kid possessing such a cultivation base at such a young age is truly terrifying. Given a little more time, he will definitely be another sacred evil in the future. He definitely cannot be left alive." Thinking that his scheme has succeeded in deceiving your trust, just as he is feeling pleased with himself, his wariness will instead drop. This would be a great time to slay him. Standing in midair, Feng Xiaohong closed his eyes and carefully felt the spiritual qi flow of the surrounding region of sea. Oh, there is a vortex that has not dissipated for a long time? He opened his eyes. It is very likely to be there. Saying thus, he transformed into a streak of light, shooting into the distance. Within the foreign dimension, Yin Zhaoge was currently seated in the meditative position, facing that stone statue. Streams of clear qi emanated from his body before coiling and landing on that stone statue. The clear qi connected Yin Zhaoge with the stone statue. The acupoints of Yin Zhaoge's entire body shuddered together, causing specks of light to light up on the corresponding acupoints of that stone statue. The specks of light resembled the numerous stars of the universe. As the light lit up, a vigorous feeling of power gradually emanated from the stone statue. That power was extremely terrifying, as even the current Yin Zhaoge felt shocked. Still he felt even more joy. This really is a good thing. A hint of a smile appeared at the corners of Yan Zhaoga's mouth. Still, Yan Zhaoga quickly felt that someone else had entered this foreign dimension. His gaze turned cold slightly as the clear qi connected to the stone statue was instantly severed, being retracted within his body as the flickering specks of light on the stone statue dimmed as well. Turning and gazing over, Yan Zhaoga saw a few figures enter the foreign dimension. Their leader was a middle-aged man at the 7th level of the martial grandmaster realm, the early essence talisman stage. Beside that middle-aged man was Yang Chu-fan. Seeing Yan Zhaoga, Yang Chu-fan hurriedly said to the middle-aged man beside him, "Junior apprentice brother Fang, this is that young master Yan Zhaoga who saved us earlier." The middle-aged man nodded, first bowing towards Yan Zhaoga. "Spirit Rhino Island's Fang Zhaohong thanks this friend for saving my fellow disciples." Chapter 502. Looking at this middle-aged man of the early essence talisman stage before him, Yan Zhaoga nodded slightly, "Greetings," as the gazes of those of Spirit Rhino Island fell on the stone statue behind Yan Zhaoga. They were all rather taken aback. Fang Zhaohong's gaze swept past the stone statue, not remaining on it as he turned and said to Yan Zhaoga, "If you are free, why not come to my Spirit Rhino Island for a visit, allowing us to express our gratitude?" Yan Zhaoga smiled, shaking his head. "I intend to make a trip to Chongli Mountain next. If I have the time in the future, I might be able to trouble your clan." Fang Zhaohong said, "Our sect welcomes you with open arms." Looking at the stone statue beside him, Yan Zhaoga smiled. "To tell you the truth, in this foreign dimension, I only found this thing. I am ashamed to say that I still have not completely understood it. It should be something good, but it's obvious that it can't be divided. What does your sect say?" Fang Zhaohong raised his hand and made a pleased gesture. He slowly said, "If it were someone else, our sect would still fight for it. Treasures without an owner should belong to the most capable. There's no such thing as first come, first served. However, Your Excellency has just saved many of our fellow disciples from the hands of the evil shifting sect, and we are grateful for Your Excellency's kindness. Since Your Excellency has arrived first and discovered this treasure first, we have no face to compete with you." As he said this, he retreated, indicating that he would not compete with Yan Zhaoga, Yang Chu-fan and the other Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners who had accompanied him and retreated as well. It looked as if it wanted to leave the foreign dimension. Fang Zhaohong said, "We will wait outside. If Sir wishes to head for the directionless sea where Chongli Mountain is located, the shortest route would be through our sect's Spirit Rhino Sea. We can travel together. You possess such shocking cultivation at such a young age. Please guide the youths of my Spirit Rhino Island." Yan Zhaoga smiled slightly. "You are too polite." Seeing the figures of Fang Zhaohong and the others vanish before his eyes, Yan Zhaoga did not continue communicating with the stone statue. Instead, he grabbed it with his power, preparing to first collect this mysterious treasure before leaving this place. As his true essence swept along the stone statue, it just shook a little as Yan Zhaoga wasn't even able to move it with his first strike. With Yan Zhaoga's current cultivation base, even a mountain could be broken apart and uprooted from the ground. However, when he moved the stone statue, he felt as if he was shaking the entire foreign dimension. This feeling was even heavier than when he had taken the true dragon's body at the former residence of the glacial dragon martial saint. Yan Zhaoga's expression didn't change as he exerted even more force. At the same time, streams of clear qi emanating from his body, infusing into the acupoints of that stone statue. The entire foreign space trembled slightly, but that heavy stone statue finally left the ground. Yan Zhaoga opened his shadow-shrinking pouch, wanting to keep it within, yet found it extremely difficult. Using the same old method, the pillar of the divine palace once again displayed its effect, suppressing the stone statue. The stone statue actually felt much lighter. But just at this time, light suddenly flickered above Yan Zhaoga's head. Streams of light intertwined, forming a round mirror. In the light of the mirror, a figure appeared. It was Fang Zhaohong who had just left. Fang Zhaohong appeared just inches away from Yan Zhaoga, then struck out towards him with both his palms. Spirit Rhino Island's supreme martial art, spiritual light flash. Borrowing the martial intent that he had secretly left behind, Fang Xiaohong's sneak attack this time had traveled 1,000 miles in an instant, catching everyone off guard. He returned, his palms descending together. Jade light flickered as a massive true martial talisman appeared, profound and indiscernible. However, darkness suddenly obstructed the space between him and Yin Zhaoge. With this, the distance of mere inches became the distance between the heavens and the earth. Fang Xiaohong's heart sank as he changed his stance, streams of jade light circulating as he advanced amidst the darkness. However, the sound of thunder suddenly resounded amidst the boundless darkness. The next moment, the strange white light of thunder filled the air, shooting towards Fang Xiaohong like a tidal wave. Fang Xiaohong was slightly shocked as he hurriedly retracted his palm and retreated, his entire person seeming to transform into a streak of jade light as he shifted within the air. Enveloped by the thunder of eternal night, Yin Zhaoge's figure was indistinctly visible. Oh, Spirit Rhino Island's martial arts also have their unique aspects. Fang Xiaohong knit his brows, striking out towards Yin Zhaoge with one palm, while beckoning towards the distant air with his other palm. A mirror light flickered within the air. It was a high-grade spirit artifact. Amidst the surging radiance, Fang Xiaohong's figure flickered as he arrived before Yin Zhaoge once more. Yin Zhaoge placed one hand on the shoulder of the stone statue as he flicked his sleeve with the other, the roar of a dragon resounding as green light flickered within his sleeve. Wielded by Yin Zhaoge, the high-grade spirit artifact, the Green Abyss Sword, transformed into a green dragon, shooting viciously towards Fang Xiaohong's jade light mirror. An Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster has a high-grade spirit artifact? Fang Xiaohong's heart sunk once more as he completely calmed his mind, unleashing Spirit Rhino Island's supreme martial art, the Spirit Rhino Palm to the maximum. Executed by Fang Xiaohong, this supreme martial art was incomparably far from Yang Chufan's as compared to the heavens and the earth. Jade light flickered within Fang Xiaohong's eyes, resembling two round mirrors as Yin Zhaoge's sword was reflected within them, as well as the possible variations that might follow. As the true martial talisman circulated, streams of profound aura connected to the surrounding area. Fang Xiaohong transformed into a jade light, evading Yin Zhaoge's sword. Jade light flickered continuously as he analyzed the variations of Yin Zhaoge's sword, whilst also looking for its weak points, attempting to counterattack. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge laughed lightly, telepathy suppressing the enemy first? His sword stance did not change, his gaze suddenly becoming as deep as the sea. Fang Xiaohong's mind wavered slightly as it was as though a massive spirit turtle had appeared before his eyes, unmoving and unmoving as it lay within the depths of the sea. It was also like the sea's surface was completely still, without any wind or waves at all, without any ripples at all. His high-grade spirit artifact, the Jade Light Mirror, was perfectly compatible with Spirit Rhino Island's supreme martial art, the Spirit Rhino Palm. Unleashing their effects together, it predicted the enemy first, suppressing the enemy and obtaining victory. However, at this moment, his mind was completely empty as he was completely unable to extrapolate Yin Zhaoge's following moves. As Yin Zhaoge executed the coiling dragon sleeve, he also executed the mantra of the stabilizing ocean spirit fist of the 6 spirit demonic fists, instantly leaving Fang Xiaohong helpless. I don't know why you want to fight with me. Yin Zhaoge said mildly. Still, I actually don't care about the reason. Don't tell me that it's a misunderstanding or whatever. Before his words had landed, Yin Zhaoge's sword stance changed once more. As the azure dragon flew, it abruptly opened its mouth, roaring. A river of stars tilted as specks of starlight filled the air, enveloping Fang Xiaohong. Yin Zhaoge was no longer using the stabilizing ocean spirit fist now. A spiritual light flickered within Fang Xiaohong's mind, as he was able to extrapolate the variations of his sword once more. However, as Yin Zhaoge's sword struck over at this moment, myriad variations seemed to exist within as Fang Xiaohong was completely unable to extrapolate them all. In an instant, Fang Xiaohong was struck by a number of swords. His injuries were not serious. As compared to his body's injuries, what made Fang Xiaohong feel even worse was that he felt as though countless things had been forcibly stuffed into his head, as though they were about to explode. That uncomfortable feeling left Fang Xiaohong wishing that he could retract his cultivation, not daring to use the Spirit Rhino Palm again. Aren't you very good at extrapolating? You can't take it anymore. Yin Zhaoge smiled, having already completely kept the stone statue now. Without the stone statue holding him back, Yin Zhaoge's power erupted mightily, no longer using nimble fighting techniques as he instead directly concentrated his power and launched a frenzied head-on attack. You can't do complicated things. Let's do something simpler then. Saying thus, Yin Zhaoge slashed through the air, chopping towards Feng Zhaohong with the momentum of splitting the heavens. Chapter 503. Thank you to the first encounter with Qin Alliance for tipping and updating the first chapter. Please subscribe to the official version, thank you. As Yin Zhaoge slashed out with his sword, the myriad starlights were retracted, seemingly merging into one. As the azure dragon roared, it merged with the starry river. 7 spots of light appeared on the surface of its body, looking like the Big Dipper hanging in the sky. The first move, dragon riding the 7 stars, turned the endless sword light into one, and headed straight for Feng Zhaohong. Feng Zhaohong's mind relaxed slightly. The thousands of changes had all disappeared, leaving only one. His Spirit Rhino Island's Spirit Rhino Palm was about projecting variations and analyzing his opponent's next thoughts, unceasingly dispelling the false and retaining the true, obtaining the one or more that were most likely to occur, from which he would consider how to deal with them. Previously, with Yin Zhaoge's myriad swordlights, innumerable possibilities had surged into Feng Zhaohong's mind at the same time. Every single one of them had seemed so realistic, making it hard for him to predict and choose. Now it was much simpler. There was only one type of transformation. It should be said that this sword of Yin Zhaoge's did not intend to change at all. On the other hand, it was precisely this unchanging sword strike that seemed to have transformed the ordinary into the miraculous, and it converged the complicated into the simplest, causing Feng Zhaohong to be unable to deal with it. A powerful force was condensed in the sword, completely breaking through Feng Zhaohong's palm attack. Then the sword stabbed forward, sealing off even his path of retreat. At this moment, Feng Zhaohong felt that he couldn't retreat even if he wanted to. He could only take this sword head-on. Faced with Yin Zhaoge's all-conquering sword, the essence talisman condensed of his martial true intent and his true essence began to crack apart inch by inch, seemingly about to shatter. The movement of the sword was clear, but he just couldn't block it. Feng Zhaohong was greatly alarmed. With a fierce roar, his figure abruptly turned, transforming into a ray of light as he charged into the high-grade jade light mirror. At the critical moment, Feng Zhaohong executed the supreme martial art of Spirit Rhino Island once more, spiritual light flashing. The jade light mirror remained where it was, having become Feng Zhaohong's substitute puppet as it shook intensely as it was pressured by Yin Zhaoge's swordlight. Feng Zhaohong, however, couldn't care less about that now. I can't leave. Yin Zhaoge's expression was indifferent as he wielded the green abyss sword with his right hand, his left hand having long since been prepared. He spread his fingers, then clenched them into a fist. Within Yin Zhaoge's palm, there seemed to exist a clump of chaos. As he spread his fingers, streams of chaotic air currents spread out and filled the void. When Yin Zhaoge clenched his fist, that region of chaos seemed to have transformed into a black hole. Everything in the surrounding void, whether tangible or intangible, seemed to be pulled by a boundless, immense force as they all flew towards Yin Zhaoge's left palm. In the space in front of him, the jade light mirror shook even more violently. Large amounts of light shot out from the air, shining for no reason. A wisp of jade light was forcibly sucked out of the jade light mirror, revealing Feng Zhaohong's figure once more. That terrifying sword light was already in front of Feng Zhaohong. Feng Zhaohong summoned the jade light mirror to protect himself, but with the sharpness of Yin Zhaoge's sword. Where light flickered, fresh blood spurted madly from Feng Zhaohong's body. The sword light that had transformed into an azure dragon shattered Feng Zhaohong's talisman and pierced through his body. The sharp and tyrannical quintessential essence continued to wreak havoc in his body. Feng Zhaohong gritted his teeth and struggled to survive. Now that he already knew that he was not Yin Zhaoge's match, he only wished to be able to flee this place. Feng Min and the other Spirit Rhino Island disciples with lower cultivation bases had already been sent out of the barrier by him, returning to the Spirit Rhino Sea to seek reinforcements. As long as he did not die here, he would have a chance of escaping with his life. However, that sword light that had transformed into an azure dragon did not dissipate after having pierced through his body. Instead, it meandered about, coiling around Fang Xiaohong's body. The dragon scales stood erect, resembling infinite swordlight that surged explosively at the same time, unceasingly blasting towards Fang Xiaohong. Yin Zhaoge's left hand did not cease in its movements. As he clenched his fist, a massive suction force dragged Fang Xiaohong before him. Then, Yin Zhaoge's left hand transformed into a bright glazed color, flickering with a golden light as it resembled Vajra. Feeling the terrifying power within Yin Zhaoge's left fist, the shadow of death loomed over Fang Xiaohong's heart. At the same time that Fang Xiaohong appeared to attack Yin Zhaoge, Yang Chufan and the other two Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners also appeared at the entrance to the foreign dimension before rushing over in Yin Zhaoge's direction. However, as they neared, they saw a shocking scene. While they had witnessed how Yin Zhaoge had slain Zhang Xiong, they had still not thought that even the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster Fang Xiaohong would actually not be Yin Zhaoge's match at all. Why don't you guess? How much strength do I need to use to beat trash like you? Yin Zhaoge's joking words from back then surfaced in their minds as a chill involuntarily shot up from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. Yang Chufan and the others all felt bitter within their hearts. Only now did they know that Yin Zhaoge had not been joking back then. Slaying dark evil Zhang Xiong, who was bolstered by a mid-grade spirit artifact barehanded, Yin Zhaoge had not used his full strength at all. Currently, facing Yin Zhaoge, the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster Fang Xiaohong had also been beaten to the point of being completely unable to retaliate. Yin Zhaoge glanced at Yang Chufan and the other two from the corner of his eye. He saw that they were currently rushing over towards him, 6 palms and 3 streaks of jade light attacking towards his back. Clearly, they wanted to coordinate with Fang Xiaohong. Sadly, they had not thought that Fang Xiaohong would be defeated so quickly. Go! With just a thought from Yin Zhaoge, the Eternal Night Thunder Sword surged with boundless darkness once more, blocking before his opponents. Yang Chufan and the others had not thought that the situation would actually turn out like this. Of course, they could not even think about escaping. White thunderbolts exploded, instantly blasting Yang Chufan and the other two into disarray. Just struggling to stabilize themselves, they saw Yin Zhaoge execute the Vajra body, his left fist bright as Vajra. Yang Chufan hurriedly called out, "Please show mercy. There must be a misunderstanding here." Before his words had landed, Yin Zhaoge's fist had already descended. Fang Xiaohong's eyeballs seemed on the verge of imploding as a boom resounded, blood splattering everywhere. Seeing the blood spurting madly before them, Yang Chufan and the other two stared blankly, their mouths agape and tongue-tied as though someone had grabbed them by the neck. Yin Zhaoge now swiveled his head to look at the trio, saying nonchalantly, "Misunderstanding? Speaking of misunderstanding now, what were you doing just now?" A Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioner was somewhat unable to control his emotions as he roared sorrowfully, "You killed senior apprentice brother Fang, forming a blood enmity with my Spirit Rhino Island." Yang Chufan shook his head repeatedly, an expression of absurd disbelief on his face. "How did the Sacred Evil Sect produce someone like you? You first killed Zhang Xiong and then junior apprentice brother Fang. Even if the Sacred Evil Sect is protecting you, the Evil Shifting Sect and our sect will not let you off." Yin Zhaoge smiled. "While I don't know who this person surnamed Fang is, it looks like his position in your Spirit Rhino Island should not be low. I have already offended the Evil Shifting Sect. If I offend you guys as well, it would undoubtedly be adding hail to snow. Let alone the fact that I want to go to the directionless sea where Chongli Mountain is located. I will also have to pass through the Spirit Rhino Sea that your Spirit Rhino Island occupies. You want to say this, don't you?" Yang Chufan looked dazedly at Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge's expression was calm as he brandished the sword within his hand. "Your logic is not wrong, but this does not mean that I have to endure it when you come to provoke me. Since you like to court death, I'll grant your wish then." Where his sword passed, the light of blood was everywhere. Chapter 504. Thank you to Chin Chin First Encounter for tipping and updating the second chapter. Thank you to other friends who tipped, subscribed, voted for this book and recommended this book. Thank you all. Having slain Fang Xiaohong and the others, Yin Zhaoge's expression was calm as he smacked his lips. Sacred Evil Sect? How strange. Having already kept the stone statue and checked that there were no other treasures within the foreign dimension, Yin Zhaoge collected the weapons of Feng Zhaohong and the others before leaving this foreign dimension in a calm and unhurried manner. Having arrived on the great sea outside, Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. Raising his head, he felt that the barrier that enveloped this region of sea was in the midst of gradually dissipating. Yin Zhaoge nodded slightly. The source of power that created this barrier, supporting its existence all this while, is precisely that stone statue. No other Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners could be seen at the entrance of the foreign dimension. Yin Zhaoge knew that other than Yang Chufan and the other two who had been brought along by Feng Zhaohong to assist him, the other Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners with lower cultivation bases seemed to have already left. From this, it could be seen that the other party had decided to besiege him from the very beginning. The training of the younger generation disciples was cancelled to avoid being affected. They left immediately. If he did not leave them here to receive him, he would most likely have gone to contact the other experts of Spirit Rhino Island. Now that he had killed all those from the evil shifting sect, the news would not have leaked out. Since Spirit Rhino Island was unable to contact Feng Zhaohong and the others, they should have already guessed what had happened. In this way, even though the forces of good and evil were at odds with each other, they could still leak information to the evil shifting sect. Being unfamiliar with this place, moving in such a foreign environment, he should be as careful as possible. Having killed those of the evil shifting sect, he should avoid news of it leaking out. Still, Yin Zhaoge would still find it very hard to silence them for no reason at all. However, Feng Zhaohong, Yang Chufan, and the others took the initiative to harm him. That was another matter altogether. Yin Zhaoge had no qualms about sending them to hell. As for the possible consequences, weighing that shadow shrinking pouch containing the stone statue, Yin Zhaoge seemed to be deep in thought. This thing is interesting. While I am already aware of the current overall situation of the vast ocean world, I am still unclear on many of the details. The bewildering maze sea was a danger ground of the vast ocean world. Its situation somewhat similar to the marsh of illusory sea of the Eight Extremities world. The difference was that even though the marsh of illusory sea had the word sea in its name, it was actually a swamp on a continent, whereas the bewildering maze sea was a vast ocean that was filled with illusions, and it was difficult to determine one's direction, causing one to easily get lost within it. Still, there were still various treasures within the bewildering maze sea that attracted the martial practitioners of the vast ocean world to enter and seek them. Yin Zhaoge also encountered some seafarers and martial practitioners within, asking for directions from time to time. Walking and halting, going in circles, Yin Zhaoge had gone in quite a few circles as well, finally gradually exiting the bewildering maze sea. During this period of time, although Fu Enshu's injuries had not yet healed, she was slowly waking up. After giving Fu Enshu a general introduction of the reason for their arrival and the current environment, Yin Zhaoge asked the question that had always been on his mind. Senior apprentice Aunt Fu, what happened back then? How are junior sister Feng and the others? While Fu Enshu's injuries had yet to heal, she could still walk on her own, naturally not having to continue staying within Yin Zhaoge's shadow shrinking pouch. The Grand Elder of the Sacred Sun Clan, Meng Feng, launched a sneak attack on us, and I was separated from Yunsheng and Lu Hua. Recalling this, Fu Enshu was also rather resentful. In the process of clashing, I was at a disadvantage, being forced to push Meng Feng along as we were swept into the frenzied tides caused by the Tai Imperial breaking formation sealing the Flame Devils, being heavily injured by them. Meng Feng was a longtime elder of the Sacred Sun Clan of the same generation as Huang Guanglia and Pan Buatai, the Dawn Lord of the first generation of the Seven Reigning Suns. After stepping into the transcending mortality martial grandmaster realm, Meng Feng had entered secluded cultivation as a grand elder, no longer caring about the daily affairs of the clan as the name of the Dawn Lord had also been passed down to others. Unlike Pan Buatai, who was so high profile, Meng Feng usually spent most of his time either cultivating in seclusion at the Sacred Sun Clan's world illuminating peak or in the southern underground palace, not casually leaving the clan. With the East Sea and the Earth domain having simultaneously changed this time, his sudden appearance had not aroused any suspicions. However, the Sacred Sun Clan's schemes were not small. This sudden attack had caused Fu Enshu to suffer a loss. While Fu Enshu had stepped into the late Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster realm, facing the transcending mortality Meng Feng, she was still inevitably not his match. However, Fu Enchu's personality was unyielding and resolute, as she had been determined to perish together with her enemy, dragging Meng Feng along as they were engulfed by those frenzied tides that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. Martial saints not appearing, transcending mortality was king. In the end, Fu Enchu had been saved by Yin Zhaoge, while Meng Feng had been ripped apart by that terrifying force. A peak martial grandmaster, an expert of the transcending mortality stage, having perished just like that, one could only sigh helplessly. Yin Zhaoge's brows were knit tightly. Other than Meng Feng, were there any other people of the Sacred Sun clan? Could junior apprentice Sister Feng and the others have also been swept into the frenzied tides caused by the power of the seal? Fu Enchu was currently also deeply worried. I am unable to confirm Yunshang and Liuhua's situation. Logically speaking, the place where I got separated from them was still some distance away from the boundary of the frenzied tides. If they had retreated to the outskirts in time, they should not have been swept within. Yin Zhaoge was silent, letting out a long breath. The Sacred Sun clan was aiming for junior apprentice Sister Feng and the others. Fu Enchu nodded. That's right, I think so too. That is why I went all out in restraining Meng Feng. Yin Zhaoge asked, Senior apprentice Aunt Fu, did you meet Meng Feng by chance? If it was not by chance, how would the people of the Sacred Sun clan have sensed your movements and locked onto your position? The Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler was sent into the 9 underworlds by us, and Huang Guanglia is within the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation. While Meng Feng is a transcending mortality martial grandmaster, unless he is near to a certain extent, he should not have been able to discover you. Yin Zhaoge rubbed his temples. Because of the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation seal at the time, the surrounding spiritual qi had completely collapsed, the heavens and the earth having been thrown into chaos. Even if you were very close, Meng Feng probably would not have been able to find you. Even if he could find you, how could he be sure that it was you and not someone else? Yin Zhaoge looked at Fu Enchu. If nothing unexpected happens, the other party should not know at all that our clan's 2 maidens of extreme yin have come to the East Sea. Junior apprentice Sister Yin's existence should still be kept a secret. Was it junior apprentice Sister Feng who exposed her? Fu Enchu sighed. Luhua unintentionally encountered people of the Sacred Sun clan before. For some reason, it seems like they discovered her identity as a maiden of extreme yin. As for afterwards, Fu Enchu shook her head slightly. The heavens and earth changed greatly, and in the great battle with the Flame Devils, Luhua was separated from Yunshang and me for a while. She was saved by a solitary practitioner of the East Sea, and with his help, she found Yunshang and me. In order to keep it a secret, I originally wanted to detain that solitary practitioner first. However, the environment was chaotic at the time, with the Flame Devils also attacking from the side. He managed to escape. Not long after that, the people of the Sacred Sun clan came looking for us. After a great battle, I was separated from Yunshang and Lu Hua. Fu Enchu's gaze turned cold. Thinking back on it now, I'm afraid that the problem lies with that solitary practitioner. Yin Zhaoge raised his head slightly. Our clan has been growing stronger and stronger in recent years, already gradually returning to the #1 sacred ground. That solitary practitioner should not have been bought over at the last moment, instead having been a spy of the Sacred Sun clan since a long time ago. Junior apprentice Sister Yin's experience is too shallow. She cannot be entirely blamed for this. Fu Enchu's expression was a little gloomy. What I'm only worried about now is that other than Meng Feng, there were also other Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners in the vicinity at the time, acting against Yunshang and Lu Hua. Yin Zhaoge closed his eyes, Yunsheng's bright smile appearing within his mind. Chapter 505. Fu Enchu asked Zhaoge, how much longer will it take for us to return to the 8 extremities world? Yin Zhaoge said, we will have to wait for the lofty prestige mirror to recover before we have any hope of returning to the 8 extremities world. Still, our chances are very high. He exhaled slowly, saying in a relaxed tone, the time flow of the vast ocean world is not much more than 5 times that of the 8 extremities world. Even if we wait a little longer here, not too much time will actually have passed before we return to the 8 extremities world. Fu Enchu nodded slightly. I will do my best to recuperate and recover as soon as possible. Yin Zhaoge's gaze was cold. When we return this time, There are some debts that I will have to properly settle with the Sacred Sun clan. Fu Enshu said, right, you only spoke about the matter of the East Sea and this vast ocean world earlier. How are things in the 8 extremities world, the Earth domain and the 9 underworlds? How are Master, the other senior apprentice uncles and second apprentice brother? Hearing Fu Enshu ask this, Yin Zhaoge's gaze dimmed slightly. After informing Fu Enshu of the situation of Yuan Zhengfeng, Feng Zhuan and the others who had gone to the Earth domain, Fu Enshu could not help but feel a little dazed. Master, Yin Zhaoge sighed, Grand Master has experienced many great storms and waves in his life. He will definitely be blessed by the heavens. Fu Enshu nodded slowly, but the worry within her gaze could not be concealed. She and Yuan Zhengfeng were like father and daughter, their relationship even surpassing that of ordinary master and disciple. Having been raised by Yuan Zhengfeng since young, hearing of his situation now, while she consoled herself time and time again, she was still unable to set her mind at ease. As she thought about it, fury and hatred surged within Fu Enshu's gaze. Shunli really deserves to be killed. Her fury instead caused her to sober up from her grief for Yuan Zhengfeng, her thoughts also becoming clear. Frowning, Fu Enshu looked at Yin Zhaoge. Master has been lost amidst the chaotic flows of space. It is unknown when he will be able to return. Junior apprentice brother Yen is temporarily unable to leave sealing the flame devils on the East Sea. Our clan's 2 martial saints are basically no longer here. Also, as you say, the clear chi robe needs to protect senior apprentice brother Feng, and is temporarily unable to use it. While the Sacred Sun clan's East Huang is also trapped within the seal of the East Sea, that scum Shenli having fled in the face of battle, he instead obtained his freedom. We have to be wary of him causing trouble. Yin Zhaoge said, at the final moment when the seal of the East Sea was completed, in order to avoid being crushed to death by the power of the seal, we entered the dimensional passageway together and came to the vast ocean world. The situation over at the 8 extremities world after that is uncertain. However, other than the Heavenly Thunder Hall Shanli, Turbid Wave Pavilion's Pavilion Lord and Qinglin was similarly spared. While Turbid Wave Pavilion has always been strictly neutral, if the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall go too far, Pavilion Lorden will most likely intervene. After all, a situation where a single power dominates is definitely not something that Turbid Wave Pavilion would like to see. The Extreme Crown is still in the hands of the Sacred Sun clan, but Infinite Boundless Mountain also has the Heaven Cleaving Axe. While the Heaven Cleaving Axe has been heavily damaged, as long as it can survive this, it is a force that cannot be overlooked. Moreover, from what I know, Mengwan seems to have been injured as well. Yin Zhaoge said slowly. Finally, with Grand Master not appearing for a long period of time, the news of his disappearance will probably not be able to be concealed. However, with the clear chi robe returning to the mountain, it will be able to intimidate the weak. While the clear chi robe will have to look after second apprentice uncle, while the higher echelon experts of our clan know of this matter, the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall will not know of it. They will also have some reservations. This way, while Grandmaster, the Painting Saint, Father, Huang Guanglian, Jade Sea City Lord Song are temporarily unable to appear in this world, the overall situation of the 8 extremities world, barring any major incidents, is still stable. Yin Zhaoge's tone was resolute and decisive, let alone Mengwan being injured, even if she is safe and sound, as long as junior apprentice Sister Feng is fine. In the 7th extreme bout, Mengwan will not be able to stop junior apprentice Sister Feng from ascending to the top. Fu Enshu said, you said just now that a major incident. Yin Zhaoge's gaze hardened slightly as he said, there are 3 possible major incidents. Firstly, as mentioned earlier, the Sacred Sun clan may have established a connection with the world beyond worlds. In this great tribulation they lost Huang Guanglia, suffering a great blow to their vitality. If not for the Extreme Crown in their hands, even the Heavenly Thunder Hall would be able to climb over their heads. Yin Zhaoge analyzed, under such circumstances, whether their backer in the world beyond worlds would feel disappointed in them or change his attitude of not interfering all along and lend them a hand is still uncertain now. Fu Enshu nodded, that's right. We have to guard against it. Yin Zhaoge continued, secondly, it is Infinite Boundless Mountain's Heaven-Cleaving Axe. Previously, when Jade Sea City's Jade Sea Pill Heartsword was forged and the chaos in the East Sea and Hell had yet to occur, the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall joined hands to attack Jade Sea City. I was already worried that the other side would openly attack Jade Sea City, while secretly plotting against the Heaven-Cleaving Axe. Fu Manchu nodded. I also specifically reminded Infinite Boundless Mountain earlier that Master and Junior Apprentice Brother Yen were also wary of being diverted by the other side. Yen Zhaoge spread his palms apart. Afterwards, because of the chaos in hell, the two sides temporarily stopped fighting and made peace. However, in the East Sea this time, Infinite Boundless Mountain's #1 expert, Chu Yan, was heavily injured and returned to the mountain in advance, leaving the Heaven-Cleaving Axe in the East Sea. While it is also controlled by Infinite Boundless Mountain's transcending mortality martial grandmasters, with this sacred artifact having been heavily damaged at the end of the day, the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall might be able to make use of it. If the Heaven-Cleaving Axe falls into the hands of the other side, with 1+1-, the balance of the situation might be broken. Fu Manchu sighed. This is also something that can't be helped. After all, having to concentrate as much power as possible on dealing with the Flame Devils earlier, the only fear was that there might not be enough experts. Yen Zhaoge chuckled. The Sacred Sun Clan really has their own little schemes in mind. The third thing that we have to guard against is a change in the mindset of Turbid Wave Pavilion. At this point, Yen Zhaoge put his hand to his forehead. After Father transcended mortality and entered sainthood, he is truly invincible in the Eight Extremities world, even being able to challenge the combined forces of others alone. Adding on Grandmaster and the clear Chi robe, our clan is virtually about to return to the peak era of the exalted Heaven Shaker. Now, even if Grandmaster is temporarily missing, as long as Father is here, our clan is indisputably the #1 sacred ground of the Eight Extremities world. Fu Manchu's expression was also a little strange now. Junior Apprentice Brother Yen still has the possibility of improving. At that time, he will be able to sweep through the entire world single-handedly. Exchanging glances, the two didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Under such circumstances, while Yen Di was currently temporarily unable to extricate himself from the seal of the East Sea, it was really hard to predict what Turbid Wave Pavilion would think of this. Yen Zhaoge said, if we want to return to the Eight Extremities world, we still need time. Thinking about this now is also useless. We can only hope that the situation in the Eight Extremities world is stable, and that Junior Apprentice Sister Feng and the others are safe. As long as there are no internal problems, we should be able to get through this peacefully. Fu Manchu looked at Yen Zhaoge. That's right. Thinking about this now is also useless. Still, you said earlier that Shuefei and Shijun are both here. Let's go see them, trying to bring them back to the Eight Extremities world together. However, according to what you said, having offended these two local bullies, would it be disadvantageous to Shuefei and the others? Chapter 506. Due to various reasons, the young Fu Manchu had been a true little devil king, a broad creed mountain disciple who caused the most headaches amongst her peers. At that time, the person she had feared the most had not been Yuan Zhengfeng, who was like her master and father. Instead, it had been her eldest apprentice brother Shi Tai. It was only in front of the strict and serious Shi Tai that Fu Manchu would restrain herself greatly. However, Fu Manchu did not feel any resentment towards Shi Tai. On the contrary, he was one of the closest to her amongst her fellow disciples. Fu Manchu was both respectful and fearful of this eldest apprentice brother of hers. In the great tribulation of Broad Creed Mountain, Shi Tai had perished for the clan, causing Fu Manchu to feel incomparably sad. Fu Manchu had been worried about Su Fei and Shijun's whereabouts in the vast ocean world previously. Now that she knew that she and Yen Zhaoge were currently in the vast ocean world, Fu Manchu was naturally very concerned about their situation. Yen Zhaoge said, "You can rest easy, senior apprentice aunt. Over this period of time, I have also interacted quite a bit with the martial practitioners of the vast ocean world, understanding some things. While Chongli Mountain is not one of the top existences amongst the 7 pillars of good, they are not to be taken lightly. Their strength is not inferior to that of Spirit Rhino Island or the Evil Shifting Sect." Yen Zhaoge said slowly, "Of the 7 pillars of good, Water Crystal Palace is the strongest. However, the Blood Dragon Sect and Myriad Sword Pool both have the ability to contend with them. These 3 powers are in a tripartite balance. Because the other 4 sects do not have martial saints or sacred artifacts, they are comparatively weaker. Still, they all possess considerable strength and foundation. Hearing his words, Fu Henshu nodded. It is more or less the same as the situation over in our Eight Extremities world. Yin Zhaoge continued, even as the three powers of Water Crystal Palace keep each other in check. They are also fighting to rope in Chongli Mountain, Spirit Rhino Island, the Spirit Returning Sect and the Blazing Wind Sect. While maintaining their independence, Chongli Mountain and the other three powers are more or less biased towards one another. Amongst them, Spirit Rhino Island is biased towards Myriad Swordpool. The Blazing Wind Sect is biased towards the Blood Dragon Sect, while Chongli Mountain and the Spirit Returning Sect are both biased towards Water Crystal Palace. The loose alliance formed by these three forces is the strongest. While the other two forces are guarding against each other, they seem to be working together to fight 4 against 3. No one can do anything to the other. As Yin Zhaoge said this, he spread his hands apart. There are still the 6 evil sects outside. Therefore, under normal circumstances, these 7 pillars of good would not cause too much of a commotion. Of course, there is also disharmony amongst the evil sects, with the conflict even more intense. I heard that senior apprentice brother Su and little June, Er's current situation at Chongli Mountain is still all right. When I came into contact with those from Spirit Rhino Island earlier, I only said that I was heading towards Chongli Mountain. They probably wouldn't suspect senior apprentice brother Su and the others. Yin Zhaoge paused for a moment before continuing, however, through comparing our martial arts, the other party might be able to see the similarities. Fu Henshu said, if it's Tai Ching Qigong, unless it leaves an obvious mark in someone else's body, it's not so easy to compare. Other than the basic martial arts, among the more advanced martial arts in our sect, you don't know the Great Heaven and Earth sword style, and the other martial arts that you cultivate, Shui Fei and the others don't know. The only similarity is the 7-star sword. Yin Zhaoge recalled for a moment before smiling. Coincidentally, I used the 7-star sword once, not leaving anyone alive at the scene. Fu Henshu waved her hands. It's fine then. Yin Zhaoge said, Spirit Rhino Island cannot control Chongli Mountain, but that Yang Chufan and the others seem to have slandered me as a member of the Sacred Evil Sect, even saying so with such certainty. I wonder where their confidence comes from. The Sacred Evil Sect is one of the 6 evil sects, involving the conflict between good and evil. Spirit Rhino Island and Myriad Swordpool would have an excuse to make a fuss. Fu Henshu gazed at the distant Great Sea. Whatever the case, let's first hurry to Chongli Mountain. I heard you mention just now that the fastest direct route to Chongli Mountain is through the territory of Spirit Rhino Island? Yin Zhaoge nodded. That's right. The directionless sea where Chongli Mountain is located is precisely separated from the bewildering Maze Sea by the Spirit Rhino Sea. If we do not go through the Spirit Rhino Sea, we will have to make a detour through the Flying Turtle Sea. Fu Henshu's brows were knit tightly. You said just now that the chief of Spirit Rhino Island is a transcending mortality martial grandmaster? If he is a transcending mortality martial grandmaster, it would be very difficult. The one you killed was his son, and he would definitely want to put his life on the line. Currently, the Spirit Rhino Sea should already be under lockdown, with Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners everywhere. While she was a competitive person, Fu Henshu was able to clearly recognize the situation and the strength of both sides. Yin Zhaoge smiled. If I really had to say, I heard that Spirit Rhino Island has 2 transcending mortality martial grandmasters. Chief Fang Qin is ranked 7th amongst the top 10 transcending mortality martial grandmasters of this vast ocean world. Hearing his words, Fu Henshu's brows were knit even more tightly. However, carefully looking at Yin Zhaoge's expression, her heart suddenly jolted. I just broke through into the late Essence Talisman stage not long ago, and it is impossible for me to break through into the transcending mortality martial grandmaster realm within a short period of time. Moreover, my injuries have yet to recover, affecting my strength as well. If you have a way, just say it. Yin Zhaoge spread his palms apart, smiling. To tell you the truth, I currently also don't have a very good way. Still, I might have one in a couple of days. Fu Henshu asked curiously, you are about to break through into the Essence Talisman martial grandmaster realm? I know that you are like Yin Di, a heaven-defying genius with shocking strength at the same cultivation level. Even at such a high cultivation level, you still possess abilities that far surpass those of the same generation. However, You are already able to stand against a transcending mortality martial grandmaster at the early essence talisman stage? Or is it that you are able to consecutively jump several cultivation levels within a short period of time? Yan Zhaoge chuckled. Speaking of which, I have to thank the people of Spirit Rhino Island. I obtained a good thing in this bewildering maze sea. However, if I want to be of use, I still have to go to a place and make some preparations. Yan Zhaoge pointed into the distance. The direction we are currently heading in is precisely that place. We are not heading directly towards Chongli Mountain, instead deviating slightly from that direction. However, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of chopping firewood. Now that there are fewer detours, it will be a flat stretch of land afterwards. Fu Wenchu's gaze flickered. Oh, what place? Yan Zhaoge answered. The place where the Spirit Rhino Sea, the Flying Turtle Sea and the Bewildering Maze Sea intersect is known as the Deep Abyss Corridor. I asked about it from the vast ocean world martial practitioners who are traversing this bewildering maze sea. There is something I want there which can be considered a pleasant surprise. Fu Wenchu said. This matter cannot be delayed then. Let's speed up. The two were currently already not far from the deep sea corridor. As they sped forward, Yan Zhaoge estimated the distance and felt that it should be in the vicinity. Let's go. As Yan Zhaoge said this, he led the way into the depths of the sea. Fu Wenchu naturally had no objections as she let Yan Zhaoge lead the way. As the two dived downwards, they could vaguely see a trench at the bottom of the sea. In this place there were endless turbid currents coming from three directions and converging here. Huh. Yan Zhaoge and Fu Wenchu exchanged glances, discovering that other than them, there were already quite a few martial practitioners gathered here. There were Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners amongst them, but their cultivation bases were not very high. At the very least, it would be impossible for them to surround and capture Yan Zhaoge. Also, other than Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners, there were also people of other sections. With everyone gathered here, it was as though they were all participating in a grand event. Chapter 507. The Deep Sea Corridor was located at the intersection of the Spirit Rhino Sea, Flying Turtle Sea, and Bewildering Maze Sea. Three completely different tidal vortexes stirred up the strange miasma in the deep sea and gathered here, forming a unique polluted undercurrent. The vast ocean world was formed from a small amount of land and a great deal of oceans. In other places there were also places where the three seas intersected. However, this polluted undercurrent could only be found at the intersection of the Spirit Rhino, Flying Turtle, and Bewildering Maze Seas. It was a unique landform. However, this deep filthy undercurrent was extremely filthy. To a martial artist there was no benefit to it. Therefore, most of the time, even if a martial artist entered the sea, they would not be willing to approach this place. Now that so many people had gathered, Yan Zhaoge felt rather puzzled. Could it be that the rumors were wrong? The polluted undercurrent formed a huge whirlpool. At the center of the whirlpool there was no seawater, forming a large vacuum zone. At this moment, everyone gathered in the open space, discussing spiritedly. He Li Sheng finally couldn't hold it in any longer and wants to challenge Zhang Haoqing. A battle between the top two of the Essence Spirit top 10 powerhouses has not been seen for a long time. Water Crystal Palace and the Dragon Slayer sect, the two leaders of good and evil, are finally going to clash head-on. I wonder, will the Blue Dragon Zhang Haoqing truly be number 1? Or will the previous number 2, Heaven-slaying Pillar Li Sheng, prevail? Don't underestimate Li Sheng. Although he's bloodthirsty, he's not a reckless person. He might have reached the final bottleneck by challenging Zhang Haoqing this time, and wants to make use of this to break through to the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster realm. Who would dare to underestimate him just because he has 9 leaves and 9 flowers? Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge gradually understood that a battle was about to commence here. The two parties to the arranged battle were the two peak Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters of the current vast ocean world. Just like Water Crystal Palace's position amongst the 7 pillars of good, the Dragon Slayer sect had always been recognized as the number 1 sect amongst the 6 evil sects. The name of this sect simultaneously offended Water Crystal Palace and the Blood Dragon sect. They could virtually be considered to be mortal enemies. In the ranking of the top 10 martial artists, it was inevitable that some of them had not fought against each other before. The ranking was based on their past comprehensive battle records and the strength they had displayed in actual combat. There would definitely be people who wouldn't accept this. The loser would not accept the outcome of the battle and would train hard for many years in order to wash away the humiliation. Not to mention the fact that they had never fought before, yet they were suppressed by someone else. How many martial artists could endure this? A fierce battle was about to unfold in front of them. Yan Zhaoge blinked, not paying too much attention to it as he just found it interesting that Zhang Xiong of the evil shifting sect whom I killed seemed to be ranked third, right? He smiled and shook his head. He passed through the vortex and arrived above the clearing. On one side is the Spirit Rhino Sea, and on the other is the Flying Turtle Sea. Both are our righteous path's territory. That Li Shang sure is courageous. He actually dared to challenge us here. Behind him is the bewildering Maze Sea. If an Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster wants to kill him, he can just retreat into the bewildering Maze Sea. The Dragon Slayer sect will definitely send experts over as well. The cause of this matter was that a young disciple of the Dragon Slayer sect had a conflict with a young disciple of Water Crystal Palace nearby in the first place, suffering some losses. Knowing that Zhang Haoqing was here, Li Shang immediately came looking for trouble. As they spoke, they noticed that Yan Zhaoge and Fu Enshu had appeared. At first, they had not paid much attention to it. After all, there were many solitary martial practitioners, and no one would be able to recognize all of them. However, thinking about it carefully, they all felt that Yan Zhaoge looked familiar. This was especially so for the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners who abruptly stared. "It's you?" Yan Zhaoge's image of light had naturally been preserved by those who had returned to Spirit Rhino Island back then. With no news of Fang Xiaohong, Yang Chufan and the others at all, those of Spirit Rhino Island felt that they had most likely already met with a mishap. Over the past few days, Spirit Rhino Island had been searching for Yan Zhaoge everywhere, with the Spirit Rhino Sea being completely under lockdown. Seeing Yan Zhaoge now, they instantly recognized him. Seeing the reactions of the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners, the others gradually realized, could it be that person who killed Dark Evil Zhang Xiong? Hearing their discussions, Yan Zhaoge's expression remained leisurely as he just glanced at those of Spirit Rhino Island, seemingly smiling whilst also not. The other party had indeed not intended to keep it a secret. Having spread the news that he had slaughtered those of the evil shifting sect, the evil shifting sect must have already begun searching for him. As for the matter of Fang Xiaohong and the others, in order to avoid losing face, there was no need to announce it so early on. After all, Spirit Rhino Island still had a bit of hope as they had yet to see their corpses. Seeing Yan Zhaoge's calm expression, the others were instantly unable to remain calm. That was the Dark Evil Zhang Xiong, a Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster of the vast ocean world. Someone who was likely inferior only to the Blue Dragon Zhang Haoqing and the Heaven-slaying Pillared Li Shang. Without a martial saint or a sacred artifact, the evil shifting sect's reputation could not compare to the Dragon Slayer sect, the sacred evil sect and soul-shocking island of the 6 evil sects, nor could it compare to Water Crystal Palace, Myriad Sword Pool, and the Blood Dragon sect of the 7 Pillars of Good. But Dark Fiend Zhang Xiong was ranked 3rd among the 10 strongest Essence Spirit martial artists. Moreover, he was extremely young, and had great potential to be unearthed. The entire evil shifting sect had high hopes for him. Yet, news from Spirit Rhino Island had spread that such an expert of the senior generation had perished in the hands of a youth. How would this not cause the evil shifting sect to go mad, causing the entire vast ocean world to look over? Especially shocking was the fact that, according to the words of Spirit Rhino Island, this youth was a descendant of the sacred evil sect. Of the 7 pillars of good and the 6 evil sects, the most mysterious was the sacred evil sect. They were few in number, but whenever someone appeared, it would shake the heavens and the earth. Their chief, the sacred evil sect, was one of the few martial saint experts of the vast ocean world, being especially mysterious. The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners exchanged glances, all feeling their scalps turn numb. Someone secretly sent a sound transmission to the martial practitioners of other sects beside them. He is very likely the new sacred son of the sacred evil sect. Good and evil are irreconcilable. Let's join forces and slay him. Possessing such a powerful cultivation base at such a young age is simply unheard of. Even the sacred evil sect is probably inferior to him. If he is allowed to grow, the consequences in the future would be unimaginable. Due to its geographical location, other than the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners, most of the people here were those of the Spirit Returning sect who ruled over the Flying Turtle Sea. The Spirit Returning sect martial practitioners frowned as they looked at Yin Zhaoge. Are you sure that he used the Blood Ghost Heavenly Talisman? The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioner said anxiously. The barrier has already vanished, but it definitely cannot be wrong. Also, while the Blood Ghost Heavenly Talisman is limited with his cultivation base, his position in the Sacred Evil sect is definitely second only to that of the Sacred Evil sect. He definitely has more on him. The Spirit Returning sect martial practitioner smiled bitterly. We originally only came to watch the show, not having the ability to take him down. He glanced lightly at Fu Enshu from the corner of his eye. Moreover, that person beside him, the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioner said, later Water Crystal Palace will definitely send people to suppress Zhang Haoqing. While the Dragon Slayer sect might also come, it is likely that they will not help either side. We have already sent word back that their chief will be arriving very soon. You should also contact the experts of your sect, lest this fella hides back into the bewildering maze sea. Hearing that the chief of Spirit Rhino Island, Fong Can, was coming personally, the expression of this Spirit Returning sect martial practitioner changed slightly as he began considering this seriously. Their exchange of glances fell into the eyes of Yin Zhaoge and Fu Enshu, who asked mildly, "Clear the area?" Yin Zhaoge shrugged, "No need. Anyway, there will still be people from Water Crystal Palace and the Dragon Slayer sect coming over later. And whatever I want to do, they won't be able to stop me. Whether they stay or chase them away, there is no difference at all." Chapter 508. Fu Enshu looked at the surrounding polluted undercurrents and then at Yin Zhaoge, not understanding what Yin Zhaoge wanted to do. Yin Zhaoge smiled, flying into the air as he approached the polluted undercurrents. He extended a palm forward, streams of true essence agglomerating to form a massive vortex. The earth-devouring burner was enveloped by this vortex, merging within the polluted undercurrents which instantly began to fluctuate slightly. Yin Zhaoge did not stop after sending his true essence into the polluted undercurrents. Instead, he shifted the earth-devouring burner with a unique rhythm. Accompanied by his movements, the frequency of the movements of the polluted undercurrents gradually turned from irregular to traceable, nearing that of Yin Zhaoge's shifting of the earth-devouring burner. Seeing this, the surrounding vast ocean world martial practitioners all felt shocked. How is he able to control the polluted undercurrents? Amidst their shock, they all felt perplexed. What exactly is this person doing? Due to the fame of Yin Zhaoge having slain dark evil Jiang Xiong, no one here dared to approach now as they could only watch from the side with uncomprehending expressions on their faces. The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners looked first at Yin Zhaoge and then at Fu Enshu, similarly not daring to speak as they even began to retreat stealthily, attempting to leave this place. Fu Enshu's cultivation base was much higher than theirs. Even injured, the vast ocean world martial practitioners present were also very hard-pressed to determine her exact cultivation base. However, she did not conceal her aura at all. They could more or less tell that she was already an Essence Talisman martial grandmaster expert. Seeing Fu Enshu, the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners felt like they had found the reason why Feng Zhaohong had never returned. They wanted to retreat, but were also curious about Yin Zhaoge's current actions. Gazing carefully, they saw that the massive vortex formed of the polluted undercurrents was growing more and more unstable as it shook intensely within the Great Sea, resembling a tall building on the verge of collapse. The surrounding seawater was also roiling unceasingly, the undercurrents surging beneath the surface of the sea as great waves rose and fell on the surface of the sea. Looking down from above the sea, one would be able to see that the area where the three seas intersected, which had already not been peaceful in the first place, was currently surging with turbid waves that surged to the heavens. Beneath the sea, Yin Zhaoge's expression was calm, but his gaze was very focused as he observed the changes of the polluted undercurrents before him, whilst recalling the special technique within his mind. True essence swept up the earth-devouring burner, moving in and out of the polluted undercurrent. Even now, this thing was still extremely mysterious. Yin Zhaoge was still unable to wield it of his own accord. As Yin Zhaoge's cultivation increased day by day, unceasingly analyzing and researching this treasure, he discovered that this thing was very likely incomplete, actually being a portion of a complete treasure that had been split apart. However, this earth-devouring burner was still marvelous. When some kind of power attacked it, it would unleash that marvelous devouring power. Things were dead while people were alive. While the power of the earth-devouring burner was very passive, Yin Zhaoge had always been attempting to turn it into an active one. The polluted undercurrents converged, continuously crashing into the people and objects that entered. When the earth-devouring burner entered, it would be attacked by the deep pollution undercurrent. At that time, the power of the deep pollution undercurrent would be devoured by the earth-devouring burner. Yin Zhaoge sent the earth-devouring burner in for a moment before retrieving it and sending it in again. The polluted undercurrents, which were already unstable to begin with, were constantly changing in strength. Gradually, through controlling the frequency at which the earth-devouring burner entered, Yin Zhaoge began grasping the frequency at which the polluted undercurrents fluctuated in strength. Yin Zhaoge calmed himself down, persisting in this. As time passed, the changes in the polluted undercurrents also gradually expanded from a rather small area before him to encompass the entire region of the vast region of sea, until finally, the vast polluted undercurrents in the vicinity were all undergoing the same changes. Watching this from the side, Fu Enshu's gaze flickered slightly. The undercurrents of the three seas are all congregated here, pressing and merging together to form this polluted undercurrent. Wanting to change the rhythm of its pulsation, just relying on strength alone would require twice the effort for half the result. Zhaoge's movements have their own unique rhythm within, thus achieving twice the result with half the effort. The rhythm of the entire polluted undercurrent has changed. It is just that with such a change, what would be the result of its current rhythm? As Fu Enshu was thinking, her eyes suddenly lit up. At the bottom of the polluted whirlpool formed of the undercurrents of the three seas, light was actually gradually lighting up. That light was gentle yet not blazing, bright yet not piercing to the eyes, as it instead caused one to feel joyful and tranquil upon seeing it. Gradually, amidst this gentle light, droplets that resembled raindrops formed, landing in the surrounding seawater and sprinkling about, not merging with the surrounding seawater as they looked exceptionally distinct, resembling oil dripping into water. Those droplets that resembled raindrops were clear and bright, clear and gentle. While they were small, they were exceptionally eye-catching amidst the dim darkness of the sea. The surrounding vast ocean world martial practitioners discovered this strange change as well, all feeling greatly astonished. Some closed their eyes, carefully feeling the spiritual qi contained within those droplets. Sniffing lightly, they could even smell a faint fragrance that caused their hearts to relax and their spirits to be refreshed. Everyone exchanged looks, only feeling that it was not just the whirlpool formed of the polluted undercurrents up above. Even the surrounding seawater that was not polluted seemed unclean in comparison to these water droplets as well. Those water droplets seemed to be the cleanest existence in this world, as all other streams of water appeared turbid and dirty before them. Fu Enshu was rather taken aback. Sweet pouring raindrops? Yin Zhaoge smiled. Compared to true sweet pouring raindrops, it is still quite lacking. Still, with our current conditions, it is already very hard to come by. Looking at those clean and clear water droplets as well, Fu Enshu clicked her tongue in wonder. Sweet pouring raindrops were treasures that had existed before the Great Calamity. Fu Enshu did not know whether they existed elsewhere after the Great Calamity, but they did not exist in the Eight Extremities world, as they had already become legendary objects recorded in ancient texts. The purest sweet pouring raindrops of legend were the bane of all filthy and evil things, being able to cleanse all filthy and filthy things under the heavens, even having a suppressive effect on the 9 underworld's devils. Other than that, it was rumored that the sweet pouring raindrops had other unique, miraculous uses that were worthy of praise. It was just that Fu Enshu had not thought that she would actually see them here today. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Even before the Great Calamity, sweet pouring raindrops were also extremely rare. With too many wolves and not enough meat, what could be done then? Some experts researched out a method to turn something rotten into something miraculous, creating peace amidst the filth as they used the polluted undercurrents to create the sweet pouring raindrop. While there was some difference in quality, it was still a great feat. When I saw it earlier, I only took it to be the work of an eccentric person, not taking it to heart. After all, not just the sweet pouring raindrops, even the polluted undercurrents could not be seen. Never would I have thought that there would actually be a polluted undercurrent in this vast ocean world. Hearing this news in the bewildering maze sea, I immediately rushed over here. Amidst his words, those sweet pouring raindrops increased in quantity, unceasingly congregating, condensing yet not dispersing as a thin, clear stream actually gradually formed at the bottom of the sea. Looking at that clear stream that resembled a white line at the bottom of the sea, Fu Wenchu sighed in admiration as she asked, "Still, what do you intend to do with this thing?" Chapter 509. Yin Zhaoge was similarly gazing at that clear stream of water. Hearing Fu Wenchu's question, Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly. "For the things I obtained in the bewildering may see to be of use as soon as possible. It will all depend on these sweet pouring raindrops." As he said this, Yin Zhaoge's movements did not cease as he was still unceasingly stirring up the undercurrents of the deep sea. In the end, the dirty flow gradually receded, and the undercurrents of the three seas converged and merged into a faint glowing whirlpool. At the bottom of the whirlpool, the sweet pouring raindrops turned into a gurgling stream that flowed quietly on the seabed, extending into the distance. Even though Yin Zhaoge had kept the earth-devouring burner, no longer stirring the great sea, this water vein still continued to flow. Fu Wenchu stared at the water vein formed by the sweet pouring raindrops, and her heart jolted slightly. The direction of the flow of this water vein seems to be stuck at the boundary between the Spirit Rhino Sea and the Flying Turtle Sea. Looking first at the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners and then at the Spirit Returning Sect martial practitioners on the other side, she asked Yin Zhaoge, "You scoundrel, setting a trap for someone else again?" Yin Zhaoge's expression turned serious. "Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu, what are you saying? I have a use for this water vein now, but it will be fine after I am done with it. This is formed due to the geography and environment of this place, and I can't take it with me. Leaving it here can also be considered as benefiting others, not having come to this vast ocean world in vain." Fu Wenchu shot him a sidelong glance as Yin Zhaoge chuckled, saying that I am a descendant of some sacred evil sect. That Spirit Rhino Island is just saying it. This water vein is actually here. Would the Spirit Returning Sect give it to Spirit Rhino Island? Yin Zhaoge said, "From what I know, the mainstream artifact forging technique of the vast ocean world is the quenching of refined copper. This sweet pouring rain dew is very beneficial to it. However, the water veins that originate from the confluence of the three seas cannot be separated. If one wishes to draw water from within, a special container would be required. Otherwise, they would not be able to bring it away even if they wanted to. I have previously inquired about it, and there is no such thing in the vast ocean world. The people here can only come to the water vein if they want to use it." Fu Wenchu frowned slightly. "The two families can also reach an agreement to share a water vein. According to your words, this sweet pouring raindrops can raise the artifact forging standards of Spirit Rhino Island and the Spirit Returning Sect. This will allow them to gradually grow stronger, which will instead be beneficial to Spirit Rhino Island." Yin Zhaoge nodded. "While that is true, the actual situation might not be so ideal. It's common for two villages to fight over a water source in the countryside. No one would easily let go of a resource that's stuck at the border. A win-win situation is a better choice, but as long as there is a chance, people will always want to monopolize it." The corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth arched slightly. "Moreover, when I enter the water later, a great amount of its essence will be consumed. After I use it, the remaining part will gradually lose its power. Unless I do it again after a certain period of time, the clear stream will gradually dry up and degenerate back into the dirty stream. However, that period of time was already sufficient for the Spirit Rhino Island and the Spirit Returning Sect to clash. Even if the remaining portion of that period of time fell into the hands of the Spirit Rhino Island, it would still not be enough for them to make a huge leap forward." Fu Wenchu shook her head and laughed. "You're full of evil tricks." Yin Zhaoge coughed dryly. "Senior Apprentice Aunt, I am a righteous person." Looking at that clear stream, the nearby vast ocean world martial practitioners were all somewhat spellbound for a time. Whether it was the 7 pillars of good or the 6 evil sects, they were all great sects with long histories and legacies. like Broad Creed Mountain, Infinite Boundless Mountain and the Sacred Sun Clan of the Eight Extremities world, they had all unearthed the legacies of their predecessors from before the Great Calamity, combining it with their own comprehensions to finally open up a new path. These great sects all possessed extraordinary knowledge and experience as they diligently unearthed the legacies of their predecessors, gathering all sorts of information on before the Great Calamity. While they had not personally seen the sweet pouring raindrops before, the various sects of the vast ocean world had more or less heard of their unique characteristics and miraculous uses. Seeing Yin Zhaoge actually turn the sea into sweet pouring raindrops at this moment, everyone felt greatly shocked. Meanwhile, after carefully seeing the direction of the water vein, the people of Spirit Rhino Island and the Spirit Returning sect were all shocked. Their thoughts inevitably surged. If they could possess this water vein for a long period of time, the increase in their strength would be obvious. Generally speaking, the closer the various sects were to each other, the more conflicts there would be. Being neighbors, it was easier for conflicts to arise. Of the 7 pillars of good, it was not without reason that Spirit Rhino Island was close to Myriad Sword Pool, and the Spirit Returning sect was close to Water Crystal Palace. The Spirit Rhino Sea and the Flying Turtle Sea were neighbors, and the relationship between Spirit Rhino Island and the Spirit Returning sect had never been very harmonious. It could even be said that these two powers had enmity with each other. When there was no longer the threat of the 6 evil sects, there was no lack of conflict between them. Now that such a water vein had appeared on the border of the 2 seas, it was inevitable that many thoughts would arise between the 2 sides. Exchanging glances, they seemed to be able to see the same thing in each other's gazes. This could very well be a scheme of the sacred evil sect sowing discord. Let's not let the evil devils see us as a joke. The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioner laughed towards the heavens. The Spirit Returning sect martial practitioner laughed dryly. That is only natural. It was just that only they themselves knew what they were thinking. This was especially so for those of the Spirit Returning sect. Looking first at Yin Zhaoge and Fu Enshu, then looking at those of Spirit Rhino Island, they could not help but mutter to themselves. Whether or not Yin Zhaoge and the others were descendants of the sacred evil sect of the 6 evil sects was still something that could not be completely confirmed. This was just Spirit Rhino Island's side of the story. Perhaps they were experts from beyond the seas who Spirit Rhino Island had a grudge with but wanted to drag others along with them. The Spirit Returning sect martial practitioners gradually came up with a plan. With Yin Zhaoge and the others clashing with Spirit Rhino Island, the other side just happened to not have the strength to contend for the sweet pouring rain-dew water vein with them. Seeing the flickering gazes of the Spirit Returning sect martial practitioners, the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners could not help but curse inwardly. However, they also had their own wishful thinking. Their island chief Fong Can, having immediately rushed over upon receiving the news, he would definitely arrive faster than the unprepared chief of the Spirit Returning sect. At that time, after taking care of Yin Zhaoge and Fu Enshu, their Spirit Rhino Island would also gain the initiative here at the sweet pouring rain-dew water vein. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, they thought hatefully, "I'll let you be arrogant for a while." Yin Zhaoge was currently not concerned about what the Spirit Returning sect and Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners were thinking as he nodded towards Fu Enshu. "Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu, please wait a moment." Fu Enshu said, "Go ahead and do it. Although I am injured, I can still protect you." Yin Zhaoge smiled. "It's fine. I won't need long." Saying thus, Yin Zhaoge's figure flickered, his entire person seeming to transform into a streak of light as he merged within that clear stream of water that was clearly divided within the seawater. Entering the water, with the sweet pouring raindrops on his body, Yin Zhaoge also felt refreshed. Releasing the shadow shrinking pouch, he moved the pillar of the divine palace away. The stone statue he had obtained from the bewildering maze sea's barrier instantly flew out. Streams of clear qi flew out from the acupoints of Yin Zhaoge's entire body, infusing into the various corresponding acupoints on the body of that stone statue. At the same time, the sweet pouring raindrops were also enveloped within the clear qi, flowing into the stone statue together. The stone statue trembled slightly. As time passed, the surface of the stone statue gradually cracked, revealing a jade-like luster. Chapter 510. Everyone, please subscribe to the original version. Thank you. Yin Zhaoge transformed into a streak of light, merging within the clear current formed of the sweet pouring raindrops, instantly vanishing without a trace. Everyone present was taken aback. The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners had initially thought that Yin Zhaoge had made use of the power of the water vein to sneak away. However, seeing Fu Enshu remain unmoving where she was, they denied their earlier guess. Carefully observing that clear current, they could vaguely see two figures within. Two figures? The group of people looked at each other in dismay, and were somewhat puzzled. The water formed of the sweet pouring raindrops was clear and transparent, incomparably clean. However, those two figures seemed to have completely transformed into streaks of light, as only their outlines could be seen amidst the water, not their exact features. Looking at the sweet pouring raindrops, the vast ocean world martial practitioners were greatly tempted, yet dared not approach. Let alone Yin Zhaoge's situation being unclear within the water, they were also helpless against Fu Enshu, who stood by the side, not daring to act rashly. As time passed, the vortex that flickered with radiance up above still unceasingly formed the sweet pouring raindrops, while the two figures within the water vein grew increasingly blurry. After who knew how long, before the vast ocean world martial practitioners could react, Fu Enshu's eyes first twitched slightly. She gazed into the distance, feeling the spiritual qi flow of the sea over there. After a long time, the vast ocean world martial practitioners who were waiting here all felt the changes in that direction as well. The spirit returning sect martial practitioners were the first to reveal looks of joy. While the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners were less joyful, they all revealed looks of relief on their faces as well. The martial practitioners of the other powers and those of the forces of good all revealed looks of joy on their faces, while those who were close to the forces of evil had obscure expressions on their faces. The solitary martial practitioners were all excited, because the show that they had all been anticipating was finally about to officially begin. In the distance, the seawater surged, undercurrents surging and waves roiling as a few massive beings could vaguely be seen approaching. When they could clearly be seen, they were several massive scaly dragons, their scales either black or blue. As their scales pulsed, an extremely vigorous, majestic power of qi and blood emanated from their bodies. At the head of the group was a crimson flood dragon. Its body seemed to glow with fire, and as it leaped about in the depths of the sea, it was a dazzling sight. What caused the vast ocean world martial practitioners who had come to spectate the battle to feel pressured was that these massive scaly dragons were all equivalent to martial experts, and experts who had reached the level of essence spirit martial grandmasters at that. The other party did not need to send many people. Just this group of flood dragons was a force to be reckoned with. 1 red, 4 black and 4 blue, the 9 flood dragons lined up and advanced side by side. They broke through the waves and arrived at the deep sea corridor. Not looking at anything else, just looking at those 9 massive flood dragons, all the vast ocean world martial practitioners present knew the identity of the newcomer. One of the 7 pillars of good, Water Crystal Palace. On the backs of the 9 flood dragons sat cultivators dressed in ocean blue robes. There were both men and women. Fu Enshu's gaze did not look at anyone else, only looking at an old man on the back of that scarlet serpent. That old man was the Grand Elder of Water Crystal Palace who was leading the team this time, a veteran martial grandmaster expert. The old man stood there like a blue ocean. It was as if he was boundless and immeasurable, making it difficult to fathom his depth. Seeing this old man, many of the spectators bowed towards him. "Greetings, Elder Dong." Elder Dong nodded slightly, seeming to sense something as he gazed towards Fu Enshu as well. Feeling that she looked very unfamiliar, he could not help but knit his brows slightly. Fu Enshu then looked at the blue-robed man beside that Elder Dong. His long hair was completely ocean blue as well, his expression calm. This person was naturally one of the contenders for today's battle, the blue dragon Zhang Haoqing, who hailed from Water Crystal Palace and was currently ranked first amongst the top 10 essence spirit experts of the vast ocean world. On the backs of the other scaly dragons were other Water Crystal Palace martial practitioners. Amongst them were youngsters with comparatively lower cultivation bases who had been brought along by their seniors to broaden their horizons. With Fu Enshu's cultivation base, she too appraised Zhang Haoqing carefully. Late essence spirit stage 9 leaves blossoming 9 flowers. Even in the 8 extremities world, such figures were few and far between. The number of manifested spirit flowers displayed a martial practitioner's current strength to a certain extent, at the same time also displaying their future potential. Of course, their current strength and hidden potential did not mean that they would definitely be superior to others in the future. Still, as compared to martial practitioners with 8 leaves blossoming 8 flowers or 9 leaves blossoming 8 flowers, Zhang Haoqing with 9 leaves blossoming 9 flowers had a higher starting point, his chances of success being greater. Him currently occupying the throne of first amongst the top 10 essence spirit experts was already proof of this. Fu Enshu appraised Zhang Haoqing for a moment before retracting her gaze, looking in the direction of the bewildering maze sea. That water crystal palace's elder Dong looked curiously at the sweet pouring raindrops and Fu Enshu before also gazing in the direction of the bewildering maze sea. After a moment, a piercing killing intent emanated from the direction of the bewildering maze sea. The formless saber intent broke apart the seawater, a crevice directly splitting open within the great sea as the seawater parted to the sides, a path appearing in the middle. A group of black-clothed martial practitioners walked over from the distance, their terrifying auras seemingly transforming into a formless, massive blade that opened up a path before them. Only after they had passed did the seawater close up once more, regaining its original state. The people of the Dragon Slayer sect have come as well. The people of Good Present all felt solemn, while the devil martial practitioners felt exhilarated. The leader of the black-clothed group was a black-clothed middle-aged man who had a long beard and a saber by his waist, his aura not any weaker than that of Water Crystal Palace's elder Dong in the slightest. Beside him was a tall black-clothed martial practitioner. Seeing this person, Zhang Haoqing nodded mildly. Li Shang. The tall black-clothed martial practitioner was the heaven-slaying pillar Li Shang who had challenged Zhang Haoqing to a battle today, the current second-ranked figure amongst the top 10 essence spirit experts of the vast ocean world. Beside Li Shang were similarly many Dragon Slayer sect martial practitioners. While there were conflicts between good and evil in the vast ocean world from time to time, the current situation was relatively mild. However, a battle between experts on the level of Zhang Haoqing and Li Shang was not something to be trifled with. Water Crystal Palace and the Dragon Slayer sect both viewed it with great importance, their respective longtime experts holding down the fort. The gazes of the Dragon Slayer sect martial practitioners that looked at Li Shang were filled with confidence. Led by their clan's longtime elder, the group of Dragon Slayer sect martial practitioners halted, while Li Shang continued to advance, surpassing them. As Li Shang advanced, numerous black saber lights surged around him, flickering amidst space. Wherever the saber lights passed, the scenes at the bottom of the sea seemed to shatter, appearing exceptionally terrifying. Boundless killing intent and viciousness caused everyone present to feel like they were about to suffocate. Looking at that terrifying saber light, everyone simultaneously inhaled a breath of cold air. No wonder he challenged Zhang Haoqing. So he has already mastered the 6th saber of the 7 Seas dragon-slaying saber, the Shattering Annihilation saber. The supreme martial art of the Dragon Slayer sect, the 7 Seas dragon-slaying saber, was rumored to have a total of 7 sabers, the final one of which could only be mastered by martial saints. It was with this final saber that the chief of the Dragon Slayer sect had rampaged the 7 seas, slaughtering all life forms. In the great battle that year, he had even relied on this saber to suppress the Palace Lord of Water Crystal Palace, being acclaimed as the #1 expert of the vast ocean world. Other than this final saber, the strongest saber of the 7 Seas dragon-slaying saber was the 6th saber. It had always been believed that only Essence Talisman martial grandmasters could master it. However, Li Shang, who was clearly still at the late Essence Spirit stage, had mastered this saber, virtually cheating in a battle against those below the Essence Talisman stage. Everyone could not help but feel shocked. Looking at Li Shang, Zhang Haoqing took out an item. Seeing this, Li Shang's pupils instantly dilated slightly. Chapter 511. Seeing that Li Shang had successfully mastered the 6th saber of the 7 Seas dragon-slaying saber, the Shattering Annihilation saber, even the expression of Water Crystal Palace's elder Dong turned solemn and serious. Both sides could be considered to have come to know each other's strength. The people of Water Crystal Palace were well aware of what this saber entailed. The Water Crystal Palace martial practitioners who had followed Zhang Haoqing here, elder Dong included, when they were at the late Essence Spirit stage, felt that they would be doomed if they were to face the current Li Shang. While he was still at the late Essence Spirit stage, he was a truly powerful opponent. Let alone the current top 10 Essence Spirit experts. Even if it had been the top 10 Essence Spirit experts of any era of the vast ocean world, the current Li Shang would be a strong contender for first place. Still, while the people of Water Crystal Palace were shocked, they were not worried. Facing Li Shang, Zhang Haoqing slowly took out an item. Everyone present who knew the origin of the item immediately paled. It was not forbidden for weapons and treasures to be used in battle. Therefore, if Zhang Haoqing were to take out a powerful treasure now, no one would actually be too surprised. At most, they would say that he was lacking in confidence when facing Li Shang. However, what Zhang Haoqing had taken out now was a sword. Everyone knew that Water Crystal Palace did not cultivate in the Tao of the sword. It was not that Zhang Haoqing had secretly learnt some supreme sword art through a fortuitous encounter. He indeed did not use the sword. This sword was his spoil of battle. A mid-grade spirit artifact was not especially precious to major sects like the 7 Pillars of Good and the 6 Evil sects. However, those who recognized this spirit artifact all knew that the original owner of the sword, the Psi-flipping owl Lung Kuan, was a rather famous expert amongst solitary practitioners, an early Essence Talisman martial grandmaster. There were lawless fugitives everywhere who did not care about their opponent's background, only seeking to enjoy themselves before them. Lung Kuan was one of the best amongst them. To a martial practitioner like Lung Kuan, as long as the sword was, so was the person. And now that his accompanying weapon had fallen into Zhang Haoqing's hands, the result was obvious. It was said that the higher one's cultivation base, the smaller the gap between martial practitioners of the same cultivation level, the greater the gap between martial practitioners of different cultivation levels. However, there would always be a few amongst the few geniuses amongst geniuses, experts amongst experts who had the ability to surpass the norm. Whether it was Zhang Haoqing or Li Shang, they were both such figures. Of the current top 10 strongest Essence Spirit martial artists, there had always been a clear gap between the two of them and the others from the third place onwards. But even so, the fact that Zhang Haoqing was able to kill the early Essence Talisman stage Lung Kuan with his late Essence Spirit cultivation still left everyone shocked. After all, the difficulty of killing an opponent and seizing their weapon was different from simply defeating them. Even though Lung Kuan was a solitary practitioner, and his foundation was not as solid as that of martial arts sacred grounds like Water Crystal Palace and the Dragon Slayer sect, he was still an Essence Talisman martial grandmaster through and through. Li Wal to Lung Li Li Cloud Li Li, Long Chan that Lung, Chan Sheng, Li Li Zhang Li Chan Feng, Li Zhang Kama. Chan. While it was indeed shocking for him to be able to cultivate a supreme martial art that others could not, in terms of actual combat, solid battle results were still the most convincing. Even the Dragon Slayer sect martial practitioners had solemn expressions on their faces as they sighed unwillingly. As expected of the number one of the 10 strongest Essence Spirit martial practitioners, as soon as the two sides had appeared, the atmosphere had already reached a fever pitch. The spirits of the other martial practitioners present were greatly boosted as well. It was not that there were no battles between martial practitioners who were stronger than Zhang Haoqing and Li Shang. However, it was rather rare for the first and second ranked of the 10 strongest Essence Spirit martial practitioners to have a direct battle, perhaps even a battle to the death. It would not be difficult for those with higher cultivation bases to defeat Zhang Haoqing and Li Shang. However, at the level of Essence Spirit martial grandmasters, the battle before them virtually signified the pinnacle of competition. Especially when the two were both 9 leaves blossoming 9 flowers, and were respectively from the two great martial arts sacred grounds of Water Crystal Palace and the Dragon Slayer sect. It made this battle even more so. Even Fu Enchu was extremely interested. However, as she stood there, the experts of Water Crystal Palace and the Dragon Slayer sect all turned to look at her. The polluted undercurrents of the deep-sea corridor where the 3 seas intersected in the past had disappeared, and the sweet pouring raindrops that they had never seen before had actually appeared instead caused their hearts to pound. Within the water vein formed of the sweet pouring raindrops, those 2 indistinct figures also attracted their attention. While the attention of Zhang Haoqing and Li Shang was primarily focused on their opponents, they could not help but pay attention to the unexpected situation before them. Some martial practitioners who were familiar with them hurriedly came forward to explain the situation. Hearing their words, the martial practitioners of Water Crystal Palace, and the Dragon Slayer sect all frowned. The leader of Water Crystal Palace, Elder Dong, looked at Fu Enshu, asking in a heavy tone, "Are you of the Sacred Evil sect?" Fu Enshu's expression was indifferent. "I just heard of this sect from the mouths of others a few days ago." Elder Dong and the others all frowned as they pondered. The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioner hurriedly saying, "That youth who was together with her broke through the powerful barrier of the bewildering maze sea with the blood ghost heavenly talisman of the Sacred Evil sect. Our clan's senior apprentice Uncle Fong personally confirmed it. It cannot be wrong." Hearing their words, Fu Enshu was not angered as she just smiled. Elder Dong asked, "Are you talking about Fong Xiaohong? Where is he?" That Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioner pursed his lips. It was precisely because senior apprentice Uncle Fong discovered that the youth had given himself away that he was silenced by these demons of the Sacred Evil sect. "Senior apprentice Uncle Yu, what should we do?" A Dragon Slayer sect martial practitioner approached the leading elder, asking him quietly. The leading elder of the Dragon Slayer sect shook his head. "Wait and see." The Sacred Evil sect was mysterious and strange. While it was one of the 6 evil sects, the other evil sects were extremely wary of it as well. Li Shang spoke for the first time since having appeared. His voice cold as a saber. "Killing a Jiang Xiong does not count for much." Zhang Haoqing gazed at the figure within the water vein formed of the sweet pouring raindrops as he said, "But it is said that he is only in his 20s. Li Shang said coldly, "I do not care whether he is of the Sacred Evil sect or not. I have come here to battle with you, to see who is the true number 1 expert of the vast ocean world of the Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster realm. After battling with you, if I do not die, I will naturally have to meet him." Zhang Haoqing said, "Being able to kill Jiang Xiong already proves that he has the qualifications to battle with you and me. I have actually never heard of such a person before. I would like to exchange blows with him first." Li Shang's expression turned cold. Zhang Haoqing continued, "His presence here will also affect our battle. The 3 of us should be the strongest of the vast ocean world's Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters, right? There is no need to trouble the long-time elders of the Essence Talisman stage, just exchanging pointers with each other." His voice was condensed with his true essence as he sent it towards the water vein formed of the sweet pouring raindrops. "What do you say?" Before his words had landed, a light laugh suddenly resounded from within the water vein. "Are you sure that you have come here to seek abuse? Why bother?" The next moment, light surged from within the water vein, flickering unceasingly as Yan Zhaoga's figure slowly rose up amidst the radiance. Li Shang was greatly enraged upon hearing his words. Zhang Haoqing knit his brows as well, gazing over, yet both of them were rendered dazed on the spot. Everyone present was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. A silhouette surfaced above Yan Zhaoga's head. 10 spirit leaves appearing, a spirit flower swaying above each of them. Chapter 5:12. The vast ocean world martial practitioners were all rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. 10 leaves blossoming 10 flowers. To the people here, this was a scene that only existed in legends. Ever since the Great Calamity, such a thing had never appeared in the vast ocean world. Even in the great thousand worlds of pre-Great Calamity times, 10 leaves blossoming 10 flowers martial practitioners had also been legendary existences. Seeing this scene, Fu Enshu was also taken aback. In the entire history of the 8 extremities world of post-Great Calamity times, other than Yan Di, he is the second. Thinking carefully, she discovered that even compared to Yan Di, Yan Zhaoga was also so different. While the runes inscribed on Yan Di's 10 leaves and 10 flowers were profound and indiscernible, they were all clear and distinct. Meanwhile, Yan Zhaoga's 10th leaf and 10th flower manifested the phenomenon of chaos, even deeper and more profound. Looking at Yan Zhaoga now, the vast ocean world martial practitioners even felt a fear towards the unknown arising within their hearts. This was especially so for the martial practitioners other than Zhang Haoqing and Li Shang. Looking first at Yan Zhaoga and then at Zhang and Li, their hearts were all unsettled. 9 leaves blossoming 9 flowers martial practitioners are already so powerful, presiding arrogantly over all others of the same generation. Then what kind of existence would 10 leaves blossoming 10 flowers martial practitioners be? Regaining their wits, Zhang Haoqing and Li Shang's gazes simultaneously turned blazing hot as they looked at Yan Zhaoga. Yin Zhaoge's current expression was calm like a clear stream formed of raindrops. No ripples visible at all. In coming to this deep-sea corridor, I have my own matters to attend to. Before coming here, I did not know about the arranged battle between the two of you. Yin Zhaoge spread his hands apart, smiling. Even now, I have no intention of interfering in your battle. If you want to contend for the number 1 position among Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters, you can just fight your own battles. Why come looking for me? Zhang Haoqing said mildly. Yet, you are currently in the deep-sea corridor where we are about to duel. Yin Zhaoge smiled. I am indeed just passing by, staying here temporarily. After I have completed my matters, I will naturally leave. Not having completed my matters, it would not be good for me to leave. But the truth is, me staying in this water vein will not affect your fight. If you really want to decide who is the number 1 origin spirit, you can fight on your own. It doesn't matter if I'm here or not. Li Shang took a step forward, and the saber light around him retracted completely. However, the baleful aura and killing intent around him became even sharper and more resolute. I underestimated you earlier. I didn't expect you to have such a deep foundation. However, the 10 leaves blossoming 10 flowers technique might not necessarily be able to defeat my 9 leaves blossoming 9 flowers technique. I wanted to make a move just now because you were in the way. But now, compared to Zhang Haoqing, I want to fight you more. Yin Zhaoge blinked. Why bother? There is actually no true enmity or conflict between the two of us. Instead, I am a little interested in watching this arranged battle of yours from the sidelines. He was indeed interested in watching the battle between Zhang Haoqing and Li Shang from the sidelines. The fact that the two sides were not lacking in strength was just one aspect of it. The key was that such a scene had evoked some distant memories of Yin Zhaoge's, causing him to erupt with a little mischievous interest. The night of the bright moon, the decisive battle at the summit of the Forbidden City or something like that. How stylish, how flashy. He too wanted to have the chance to participate in such an incomparable battle that would be the focus of the entire world's attention. His gaze moving between Zhang Haoqing and Li Shang, Yin Zhaoge said rather excitedly, there is no first place in the arts, no second place in the martial arts. The top 2 of the 10 strongest Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters have never clashed with each other before, their rankings having always been determined by others, and having always been disputed. Now we finally have a chance to clash. The victor of this decisive battle in the deep-sea corridor will be the indisputable number 1 expert of the Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters. From then on, there will no longer be any dispute, the title fully deserving of it. Both of you belong to good and evil. In this battle, you will be able to bring out the momentum of your side, seeing whether it is evil that cannot triumph over good, or the Tao that declines, the devils that grow. If the results of this battle are spread, it will definitely become a legendary story of the vast ocean world. From what I can see, your strength is indeed not bad. If you do not die young, you will definitely become legendary hegemons of these heavens and earth in the future. Today's battle will also become a part of your legend. Yin Zhaoge spread his hands apart, smiling. Such a good thing. What need is there to complicate matters? Li Shang strode forward once more, his sharp saber chi beginning to lock onto Yin Zhaoge. Not battling with you, how can I be considered number 1? However, just as his saber chi locked onto Yin Zhaoge's movements, Yin Zhaoge's gaze abruptly lit up, piercing his eyes to the point of pain. Yin Zhaoge said calmly, honestly speaking, your reactions have caused me to think even more highly of you. Martial practitioners are all unconvinced of others, let alone an opponent at the same cultivation level. Who is stronger and who is weaker can only be decided after fighting. It is only normal that you are unconvinced of me. But you seem to have misunderstood something? Amidst his words, the silhouette of the spirit flower above Yin Zhaoge's head swayed, the profound runes gradually showing signs of merging. Everyone was simultaneously taken aback. This is the sign of him forming his own true essence talisman, becoming an essence talisman martial grandmaster. Raising his head to look at the silhouetted spirit leaf and flower above his head, Yin Zhaoge said mildly, manifesting the spirit flower and spirit leaf is not because I want to fight. Instead, it is because I am about to make a breakthrough in my cultivation level. Looking at the two of you exchanging blows, I am a little interested. Personally exchanging blows with the two of you, I am not that interested. You actually don't have to care about me, because I will soon no longer be an Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster. Even without battling with me, you will still be able to determine the number 1 Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster. Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng both felt suffocated. Looking at the rather dazed Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng, Yan Zhaoge smiled. I am someone who generally doesn't do things like pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Occasionally I might play around with it, but most of the time I wouldn't do it. The wolf wants to eat the tiger, pretending to be a pig, causing the tiger to be careless. This is very normal. The dragon wants to eat the tiger. Why must one pretend to be a pig? His tone was mild, but everyone present felt a chill in their hearts upon hearing it. Zhang Haoqing was silent for a moment before he finally strode forward, saying in a heavy tone, Water Crystal Palace's Zhang Haoqing. Please guide me. Li Sheng sucked in a deep breath, a brilliant light erupting from his eyes. I heard that your name is Yan Zhaoge? Surnamed Yan, there is enmity between us now. This Li wants to stop you from becoming an Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster. The enmity of obstructing one's Tao is akin to killing one's parents. Li Sheng roared explosively, with such great enmity, it should be enough for you to fight, right? Looking at Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng, Yan Zhaoge instead revealed a look of admiration within his gaze. The merging of the runes above his head shockingly came to a temporary halt. Nodding approvingly, Yan Zhaoge extended his hand and made a pleased gesture towards the two. Your hearts towards the martial Tao are resolute and pure. Good, let us have a match then. While he was clearly much younger than Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng, currently also at the late Essence Spirit stage, looking at Yan Zhaoge at this moment, everyone could not help but feel as though they were looking at a great mountain. Water Crystal Palace's Elder Dong and the Dragon Slayer Sect's Elder, you were both long-time Martial Grandmaster experts, at the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster level. Initially, they had also been vaguely angered by Yan Zhaoge's words and actions, only having not made a move due to Fu Enchu's existence. Now, however, their expressions had all turned grave to the extreme as they looked at the temporarily merging runes above Yan Zhaoge's head. Breaking through to the next cultivation level was done in a single spurt. Many times, luck and fortuitous encounters were even more important. However, who had ever been like Yan Zhaoge, breaking through on a whim, halting on a whim? Yan Zhaoge's halting did not mean that he had failed, nor did it mean that he had given up on the chance before him. Instead, as long as he was willing, he could continue at any time. Wielding something heavy as though it were light like this, how could it still be measured by the late Essence Spirit stage? Looking at Yan Zhaoge, even Essence Talisman Martial Grandmasters like Elder Dong and the others felt a deep, unfathomable shock well up within their hearts. Chapter 513. The battle between Zhang and Li had attracted many people to spectate. While Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng were Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters, they were both famed outside. Their battle was a major event of the vast ocean world that was neither major nor minor. Other than their seniors, there were even other Essence Talisman Martial Grandmasters present. It was just that these people had arrived a little later, basically arriving together with the people of Water Crystal Palace and the Dragon Slayer sect. However, they had really not been able to estimate that such a change would actually occur in this battle. Looking at the calm Yan Zhaoge who sat unmoving amidst the light of water, many guesses arose within everyone's hearts as they discussed spiritedly. Even if he really is a descendant of the Sacred Evil sect, he is probably the strongest sacred son in the history of the Sacred Evil sect. While 10 leaves blossoming 10 flowers might not represent invincibility, looking at how he wields something heavy as though it were light, Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng might really not be his match. How long do you think Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng can last? It's hard to say. Still, they should be able to force out some information from him. The two of them might have a chance of victory if they join forces, but they would definitely not be willing to do so. This is only natural. While the bystanders discussed, the expressions of Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng both turned calm and focused, casting aside all distracting thoughts as they stabilized their minds. The comparatively calm and silent Zhang Haoqing made the first move at this moment. A silhouette flickered above his head, 9 spirit flowers appearing, runes inscribed within the deep sea as they shook the surrounding area. The next moment, Zhang Haoqing bowed slightly before straightening again, vanishing from the spot. Yin Zhaoge saw a streak of water-blue light penetrating through the deep sea, resembling a light dragon as it lunged over towards him. The flowing light change of Water Crystal Palace's supreme martial art, the 6 dragon form transformations, was executed by Zhang Haoqing, its essence being displayed to the point of perfection. Seeing Zhang Haoqing make a move, Li Shang halted, his heart rather heavy. At the very least, Zhang Haoqing was indeed superior to him somewhat in terms of mental state. Yin Zhaoge's expression was calm as he looked at the water-blue light dragon assaulting over towards him, able to feel the surrounding sea roaring and shaking as well. At this moment, Zhang Haoqing seemed to have transformed into the Lord of the Sea as with a single move, the great sea shook, destroying the heavens and extinguishing the earth. The surrounding space seemed to have solidified, infinite seawater condensing, its essence qi abundant to the point of resembling steel as it pressured over towards Yin Zhaoge. There was a force pressing down on him from all directions. There was nowhere to retreat, nowhere to hide. At this moment, the seawater transformed into countless light dragons that spread out in every direction and attacked him together. All the spectators wore solemn expressions. The moment an expert made a move, one would know whether or not he was an expert. Facing Yin Zhaoge, Zhang Haoqing went all out. With a simple first move, he displayed all of his power, telling everyone why he could be ranked first amongst the current top 10 Essence Spirit experts, why he could surpass cultivation levels and slay the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster Long Kuan. Every single one of the vast ocean world martial practitioners present, even the Dragon Slayer Sect's Elder Yu, felt that they might not be able to defeat Zhang Haoqing at the early Essence Talisman stage. Fu Enshu's gaze similarly flickered with a strange light as she now had a direct understanding of the martial practitioners of the vast ocean world, not underestimating them in the slightest, even placed in the 8 extremities world. This person is an expert amongst experts of the same cultivation level, one of the peak figures. Seeing Zhang Haoqing make his move, the vast ocean world martial practitioners all felt rather excited. Perhaps he might be able to defeat that Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge smiled, nodding as well very deep. Saying thus, he raised his right hand, pushing forward with his palm. Within his palm, there seemed to exist a mass of qi that resembled chaos, indescribably profound and profound. As soon as Yin Zhaoge struck out with his palm, the countless light dragons formed of the surrounding seawater instantly shattered together, resembling bubbles as the encirclement instantly collapsed. The water-blue light dragon formed of Zhang Haoqing's fist intent had originally possessed a majestic aura, overturning rivers and overturning seas. At this moment, however, it seemed to have been grasped within Yin Zhaoge's palm, trapped within a single inch of space. Everyone, including Li Shang, looked at this scene in shock. Looking first at Zhang Haoqing and then at Li Shang, Yin Zhaoge said, "You come as well, the two of you together. I have no intention of looking down on you. On the contrary, as the battle in which I bid farewell to the Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster realm, I want to go all out and fight." Yin Zhaoge smiled. "The two of you will probably not have a time in your lives where you can join hands to face an enemy, whether it be in the past or in the future. Now might be your only chance. Do you want to give it a try? Perhaps it will be fun for you?" Li Shang stared fixedly at Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge blocked Zhang Haoqing with his right hand, smiling as he did not speak. "Good. Just a single move." Li Shang's gaze shone with a cold light as he roared. In an instant he vanished. As for a brutal black saberlight, it hacked through the vast sea, chopping towards Yin Zhaoge. The great sea was directly split into two, all things being extinguished where the saberlight passed. The seawater was not forced apart by the saberlight. Instead, everything that obstructed its advance was completely destroyed. The sixth saber of the seven seas dragon-slaying saber, the strongest saber that martial practitioners beneath the martial saint realm could grasp. It was not as majestic and imposing as Zhang Haoqing's, possessing both offense and defense, not revealing any flaws. This saber of Li Shang's only pursued a single thing: to kill the opponent. Within this saber, other than ultimate destructive power, there was nothing else. In the vast ocean world, the maximum offensive power that an Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster could attain. Zhang Haoqing wanted to retract his move, but discovered that he was being held back by Yin Zhaoge's palm force, unable to retreat. He sucked in a deep breath, letting go of everything as he pushed on with all his might. As the water-blue light dragon roared, the scales of its entire body pulsed, as though its reverse scale had been touched as it descended into a frenzied rage, wanting to destroy everything, breaking through the very heavens. The 6 dragon transformations, the heaven-shattering transformation with the greatest offensive power. 2 violent forces simultaneously assaulted towards Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change, but the stance of his right palm suddenly changed. That chaos abruptly expanded, extinguishing all. The world seemed to have returned to before the heavens and earth had opened at this moment, the myriad scenes no longer existing. No yin, no yang, no before, no after, no beginning, no end, no movement, no stability. The next moment chaos mightily exploded. It was as though all things had been subsumed within chaos before chaos was extinguished, the universe opening once more. Beneath this palm it was invincible. The water-blue light dragon, extinguished. The black saber light, extinguished. The 2 heavens-favored sons of the vast ocean world, Zhang Haoqing and Li Shang, were simultaneously sent flying backwards. Water Crystal Palace's elder Dong was greatly shocked as he hurriedly caught Zhang Haoqing, only to see him spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, his entire body limp. Greatly enraged, he swiveled his head to look at Yin Zhaoge, only to hear Zhang Haoqing say anxiously. He showed mercy. He wanted to fight 1 against 2. It was not arrogance, but that we overestimated our own capabilities. Li Shang, who had been caught by Elder Yu of the Dragon Slayer sex side as well, we were only heavily injured, our cultivation base is not crippled. He was helping us. In battling with him there were boundless profundities that I cannot explain clearly, unable to describe. We can only experience it ourselves, comprehend it ourselves. The difference between our levels and his is just too great. Everyone was taken aback. Zhang Haoqing similarly looked at Yin Zhaoge, his expression complex as it finally transformed into admiration. Everyone gazed shockingly at Yin Zhaoge, who had defeated Zhang Haoqing and Li Shang with a single move. Yin Zhaoge laughed leisurely. The 10 spirit flowers above his head bloomed, the process that had paused earlier beginning anew. The numerous runes merged, gradually transforming into immeasurable radiance that illuminated the entire Great Sea. Chapter 514. Thanks to the Shady Knight League for adding the first chapter. Please subscribe to the original version. Thank you. Yin Zhaoge was completely enveloped within the sea of light. Above his head numerous runes gathered together to form a profound spirit talisman. The talisman looked extremely simple, but it seemed to contain infinite principles that were difficult to describe. Yin Zhaoge raised his head and looked at it. This was his true martial spirit talisman. Once this talisman was formed, he would officially step into the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster realm. Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly, the Essence Talisman above his head suddenly changing in appearance. It was no longer that simple, no longer that profound, instead becoming something that could be described with words, resembling the vast sky, the vast clear sky. In the next moment the elemental talisman changed again. Its entire body seemed to be formed by a coiling azure dragon. As the radiance flickered, it looked like a dragon shuttling through the clouds. The elemental talisman changed again and again, turning into scarlet and purple flames that gathered together to form a pill cauldron. A single essence talisman contained myriad phenomena, myriad variations, manifesting the essence of the many martial arts that Yin Zhaoge was proficient in, encompassing all phenomena. Finally, with just a thought from Yin Zhaoge, this essence talisman was kept above his head. The radiance surrounding his body also gradually retracted. As the radiance dissipated, everyone in the outside world could finally see Yin Zhaoge's appearance clearly. While Yin Zhaoge was just sitting there calmly, seemingly not having changed at all, everyone here knew that this youth who had appeared before them was already an Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster. Indeed, as he had expected, the threshold to Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster was not a question of whether or not he could cross it. Instead, it was a question of whether or not he wanted to cross it. He stopped when he wanted to and left when he wanted to. He followed his heart. Looking at Yin Zhaoge's youthful features now, the martial practitioners of the vast ocean world all felt a chill run down their spines. This was not the work of a person with profound skills who could retain their youthful looks. Nor was it the use of a mysterious technique to restore their youthful looks. It was just that his appearance and his true age were the same. Ever since the vast ocean world had come into existence after the Great Calamity, when had such a young Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster ever appeared? At this moment, everyone was shocked and looked at each other. Wait! Let alone an Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster. Is there such a young Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster? Thinking about it carefully, everyone was speechless. Fu Henshu looked at Yan Zhaoge, not speaking for a long time. After a while she sighed softly. Yan Di, other things aside, in terms of cultivation speed, your son has truly surpassed you. Although I did not surpass your record as the youngest Martial Grandmaster, you also did not reach the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster level at the age of 25, right? Speaking of which, Zhaoge is still a bit away from his 25th birthday. Your son has really surpassed his teacher. How difficult was it to become an Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster? Whether it was in the Eight Extremities world or the vast ocean world, Essence Talisman Martial Grandmasters were all figures who stood at the peak of the pyramid. There were many martial artists who were unable to reach that height in their entire lives. Their lifespans were exhausted, and they grew old, helplessly walking towards the end of their lives. For Essence Talisman Martial Grandmasters, due to their increased longevity, it was not uncommon for them to outlive their disciples and grand-disciples of lower cultivation bases. Their disciples and grand-disciples were already in their later years, but even though they were older compared to their much longer lifespans, they were still middle-aged or even young. It was just that an Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster as young as Yan Zhaoge was still shocking. Whether it was Fu Henshu of the Eight Extremities world or the martial practitioners of the vast ocean world, looking at Yan Zhaoge at this moment, they all felt rather complex emotions. Zhang Haoqing and Li Shang, who had just been defeated by Yan Zhaoge, were even more stunned into silence. That elder Yu of the Dragon Slayer sect regained his wits after a while, frowning slightly as he looked at Yan Zhaoge. Is he a disciple of the Sacred Evil sect? If he is, he definitely cannot be left alive. But if he isn't, where exactly did such a figure pop out from? I have never heard of him before. Suddenly appearing now, what exactly is it for? Is he friend or foe? Elder Dong of Water Crystal Palace and the other Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster experts present were all filled with doubt at this moment. Standing beside Yan Zhaoge, Fu Henshu looked indifferently at them. Everyone now noticed that while Yan Zhaoge had successfully stepped into the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster realm, he had still not left that water vein formed of the sweet pouring raindrow. Also, there was a figure indistinctly visible within that water vein. Everyone felt even more apprehensive at this moment. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, the people of the Dragon Slayer sect and Water Crystal Palace felt rather conflicted. Their most outstanding descendant having been defeated by Yan Zhaoge, becoming a stepping stone for Yan Zhaoge's fame to spread throughout the vast ocean world. The reputation of their sects having been damaged. This caused them to feel extremely displeased. However, the two in question, Zhang Haoqing and Li Shang, did not seem so resentful as they instead seemed a little like they were willing to concede defeat. As a result, their fellow disciples could not really flare up. Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm as he said mildly as he looked at them, "This Yan said earlier that I have come here to do something. After I have done that, I will naturally be leaving. It looks like the arranged battle between the two of you will not be able to continue now. I also feel a little regretful. Still, with your talent and strength, I believe that you should have gained something from it. If the people of Water Crystal Palace and the Dragon Slayer sect still want to make a move, that is fine too. I will take them all on. Still, speaking of this, those who are determined to find trouble with me should be arriving soon?" As Yan Zhaoge said this, he laughed lightly, his gaze sweeping across those of Spirit Rhino Island. They instantly shuddered in unison. Yan Zhaoge smiled. "I do not really understand the Sacred Evil sect that you speak of. My uncle and I are both from beyond the seas, not being part of your 7 pillars of good or the 6 evil sects. I indeed have a goal in coming out this time. Still, what I am looking for is not Water Crystal Palace or the Dragon Slayer sect, but Chongli Mountain." Everyone's hearts jolted slightly as they all fell into deep thought. After communicating with those of the Spirit Returning sect, Elder Dong of Water Crystal Palace glanced at those of Spirit Rhino Island, also feeling rather hesitant. Chongli Mountain was on good terms with Water Crystal Palace. Elder Dong frowned, asking, "Still, are you friend or foe of Chongli Mountain? Are you going to the directionless sea this time to seek revenge?" Yin Zhaoge spread his palms apart, smiling. "That will have to wait until I have arrived at Chongli Mountain before I know. Still, barring any accidents, I should be a friend and not an enemy." Hearing his words, those of the forces of good virtually unconsciously relaxed greatly. Meanwhile, the hearts of those of the forces of evil involuntarily tightened in unison as their gazes that were on Yin Zhaoge instantly turned even more guarded. Yin Zhaoge was not too concerned about this as he sat in the meditative position amidst the light formed of the sweet pouring raindrow. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Elder Yu of the Dragon Slayer sect narrowed his eyes into slits as he suddenly asked, "You are looking for Chongli Mountain? In that case, the ones who are looking for you are Spirit Rhino Island?" Yin Zhaoge said nonchalantly, "That's right." Water Crystal Palace's Elder Dong asked, "Why are they looking for you?" As he said this, the hearts of the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmasters here all jolted slightly as they swiveled their heads and gazed into the distance. Yin Zhaoge smiled. "Oh, he's here. Let him speak for himself." Extremely powerful fluctuations of power, a will that caused a chill to run through the hearts of everyone here, appeared in the distance over the Great Sea. Chapter 5:15. Majestic power fluctuations appeared in the distance over the Great Sea, rapidly approaching the place where Yin Zhaoge and the others were. Virtually at the same time that they sensed its existence, that majestic will had already arrived close by, its speed so fast that it left one tongue-tied. Fu Enshu looked at Yin Zhaoge, whose expression was as per usual as he nodded slightly. "This is the supreme martial art of Spirit Rhino Island that I mentioned to you before. I didn't know its name back then, but after asking around, it should be called spiritual light flashing. Its speed is extremely fast, shifting in the time it takes for sparks to fly off a flint, resembling a streak of light flashing by. It is only slower than breaking through space, but it looks like it ignores spatial distance, moving in an instant." Fu Enshu frowned. In terms of movement speed alone, no martial art in her memory was able to achieve this. The lineages of the Eight Extremities world that were most proficient in speed were the current Heavenly Thunder Hall and the already destroyed Black Wind Mountain. However, as Fu Enshu saw it, even the supreme martial arts of the Heavenly Thunder Hall and Black Wind Mountain might not be able to achieve this. The vast ocean world is indeed a place that encompasses all things, possessing a unique flair, Fu Enshu pondered as she said. Yin Zhaoge shrugged, seeing a middle-aged man already appear before them. Standing amidst the deep sea, this middle-aged man seemed to have merged as one with the Great Sea as it was hard to tell them apart. Streams of light flickered around his body, as if they had turned into mirrors, each reflecting a different scene. The mirror light traversed the Great Sea, seemingly splitting it into many different regions. Those who were in one region could only feel their vision blurry as they were actually unable to clearly see those in other regions. This man looked to be around 40 years of age, but those who knew him all knew that, unlike Yin Zhaoge, his actual age was much older than what he appeared to be. There was no martial practitioner of the vast ocean world present who did not recognize him. One of the 7 pillars of good, the chief of Spirit Rhino Island, a transcending mortality martial grandmaster, Fong Kansas. He was also a bigwig ranked 7th amongst the top 10 transcending mortality experts of the vast ocean world, one of the most powerful and influential figures at the peak of the vast ocean world's pyramid. While Yin Zhaoge had never seen Fong Kim before, he had seen Fong Kan's second son, Fong Zhaohong. The two of them bore at least a 60% resemblance in appearance. Fong Kan's gaze swept the area, falling on Yin Zhaoge. The Spirit Rhino Island disciples who had not entered the barrier along with Fong Zhaohong, Yang Chufan and the others had already described Yin Zhaoge's appearance to Fong Kan after returning to the island. Fong Kan gazed at Yin Zhaoge, his face expressionless. A hesitant look appeared on Zhang Haoqing's face as he said slowly, "Island Master Fong, this young Master Yen should not be a descendant of the sacred evil sect. There might have been some misunderstanding." Fong Kan swiveled his head to look at Water Crystal Palace's Elder Dong. "Is Water Crystal Palace going to protect him?" Elder Dong hesitated slightly before hearing Fong Kan say, "Even if Water Crystal Palace is protecting him today, there are still some debts that have to be settled with this kid. Looking at Yin Zhaoge once more, he asked slowly, "My Spirit Rhino Island disciples Fang Xiaohong, Yang Chufan, Kai Ziki and Zhang Peng, where are they now?" It was fine for the other three, but hearing Fang Xiaohong's name, the vast ocean world martial practitioners present all began muttering amongst themselves. The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners all focused their attention on Yin Zhaoge. Fang Xiaohong's group of 4 had already been nowhere to be seen for a very long time. Still, they still held on to the faint hope that Fang Xiaohong and the others had only been captured by Yin Zhaoge and were still alive. Yin Zhaoge could also basically guess their thoughts. Because the corpses of Fang Xiaohong's group of 4 had all been destroyed by him, it was only natural that they would not be able to find them. Still, Yin Zhaoge had not used dead people as hostages. Looking at Fang Can, Yin Zhaoge smiled. "Your son and his fellow disciples wanted to kill me. Their skills were inferior, and they all died at my hands." Fang Can's breathing halted slightly. The streams of light traversing the Great Sea began to ripple, their violent momentum seemingly wanting to break the Great Sea apart. While the other vast ocean world martial practitioners all had their guesses, looking at Yin Zhaoge now, they were all rather speechless. Before clashing with Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng, while Yin Zhaoge had slain Zhang Xiong of the evil shifting sect, the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners had still unconsciously thought that the Essence Talisman martial grandmaster Fang Xiaohong had died at Fu Enchu's hands. However, after seeing Yin Zhaoge's battle with Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng, the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners already understood that facing Yin Zhaoge, only death awaited Fang Xiaohong. And if Zhang Haoqing and the others had known beforehand that Fang Xiaohong had died at Yin Zhaoge's hands, they would probably have thought twice about battling Yin Zhaoge. Similarly, at the 7th level of the martial grandmaster realm, the early Essence Talisman stage, Fang Xiaohong was stronger than the sea-flipping owl Lung Kuan who had died at Zhang Haoqing's hands. Gazing at Yin Zhaoge, Fang Can nodded slowly. "Good, very good." Before his words had landed, he directly raised his palm, the surrounding radiance congregating together, descending towards Yin Zhaoge. Fu Enchu frowned slightly, raising her sword to meet Fang Can's. Vast and mighty while also possessing a vigorous aura that resembled one with the heavens and the earth, the sword instantly caused Fang Can's eyelids to twitch. "What a brilliant sword, Dao, but your cultivation base is inferior to mine." The radiance condensed on his palm turned from silvery white to jade green, circulating amidst the Great Sea as Fu Enchu's limitless heavenly sword missed. The jade light still shot towards Yin Zhaoge. Sword in her right hand, Fu Enchu flipped her left palm, purplish-red flames leaping about, instantly forming a sea of flames which still shot towards the jade light. Numerous essence talismans transformed into numerous spirit arrays, coming together to form a white altar which enveloped Fu Enchu's body, causing her attacks to grow fiercer with her left palm and her right sword. Still, there were many damaged areas on the white altar, causing it to appear rather mottled. However, even though she had yet to recover from her injuries, Fu Enchu still did not change her stubborn personality as she replaced defense with offense, blocking Fang Can's spirit rhino palm that was aimed at Yin Zhaoge. "So you are injured. This only shows that you overestimate your abilities." Fang Can's face was expressionless as his palm changed, no longer going for the nimble route as it instead directly descended towards Fu Enchu with a palm. Streams of radiance guarded Fang Can's body, instantly transforming into the image of a giant. It was precisely the true martial avatar that Fang Can had cultivated after stepping into the transcending mortality stage. His cultivation base was higher than Fu Enchu's in the first place, and Fu Enchu's old injuries had yet to fully recover. As they clashed head-on, Fu Enchu instantly emitted a muffled groan. Just as Fang Can was about to increase his power a step further, a palm suddenly extended from the side, also clapping towards his spirit rhino palm, its momentum majestic as it resembled the sky itself. An early essence talisman martial saint can possess such strength? No wonder Hong and the others fell to the hands of this little beast. While Fang Can was shocked, he did not hesitate in the slightest. He looked coldly at the attacking Yin Zhaoge. "I'm not afraid to tell you that even if the evil saint appears, he will still not be able to protect you. What I have done is what I have done. I don't mind admitting it. For example, your son was killed by me." Yin Zhaoge said mildly, "While it does not affect the final result, it was not done by me." Don't try to frame me for it. Usually those who slander me don't have a good ending. Chapter 5:16. Fong Can was angered to the point of laughing, shameless boasting. After laughing, his gaze turned even colder. Whether or not you are a descendant of the evil saint, this old man will still slay you with my palm today. The spirit rhino avatar formed of his martial true intent had no eyes on its face, only having a single vertical eye on its forehead. As this eye opened, it seemed to penetrate through the heavens and the earth, viewing all the profundities of one's heart. Looking at Fong Can, Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly. His attainments in the spirit rhino palm are also much stronger than his son's. They are truly not on the same level. Having stepped into the transcending mortality stage many years ago, Fong Can's cultivation base was already stronger than Yan Zhaoge's. As he flashed his spirit rhino avatar at this moment, Yan Zhaoge and Fu Enshu were like transparent before him. Let alone the changes in martial arts, even a single thought of his was vaguely seen through by Fong Can's. Yan Zhaoge had many methods to deal with Fong Xiaohong's spirit rhino palm, but they all seemed rather futile when used against Fong Can's. Facing Fong Xiaohong, Yan Zhaoge could be unafraid of being seen through, as he could directly suppress him head-on with his overwhelming power. However, with his opponent being Fong Can, the difference in pure strength between the two sides would be reversed. Forcibly clashing with him would only be seeking trouble for himself. Facing Fong Xiaohong, Yan Zhaoge could strengthen his various variations to the maximum, such that Fong Xiaohong would be completely unable to predict them. However, Fong Can's spirit rhino avatar was able to project the variations of Yan Zhaoge's various techniques. Facing Fong Xiaohong, Yan Zhaoge executed the ocean-stabilizing spirit fist. His mind as deep as the deep ocean, as no ripples arose, as Fong Xiaohong was completely unable to detect the changes within at all. However, Fong Can was still able to find some clues from within. This was also where Fong Can's confidence in taking down Yan Zhaoge lay. The difference in their cultivation bases was just too great. Still, Fong Can was also secretly shocked. Just an early essence talisman cultivation base. If Yan Zhaoge's cultivation base was a little higher, would his spirit rhino avatar still be able to see through him? Fong Can didn't even dare to think further on this question. Speaking of which, a transcending mortality martial grandmaster should clearly be able to kill an early essence talisman martial grandmaster with a casual slap of his. Why had it become like this? The surrounding vast ocean world martial practitioners did not interfere, as they just stared dazedly at this scene. While he had already seen Yan Zhaoge's strength before, facing the transcending mortality martial grandmaster Fang Zhuan, he actually still had the strength to retaliate. He still felt it to be inconceivable. However, that was as far as he could go. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Zhang Haoqing, Li Shang, and the others all felt rather regretful. The most frightening thing for a person with astonishing talent was to provoke someone who was much stronger than him before he had truly matured, and as a result die prematurely. Yan Zhaoge was the strongest genius they had ever seen. Sadly, having encountered the full power of the transcending mortality Fong Can at the early essence talisman stage, his future had been extinguished prematurely. As the martial practitioners of the vast ocean world saw it, even if Yan Zhaoge's cultivation base was a little higher, he would still have a chance of escaping if he met with the upper threshold. However, with how young Yan Zhaoge was, he really couldn't ask for more. It was just a pity that he didn't know how far he would be able to reach in the future. Fong Can also had the same thought in his mind. Therefore, he was even more decisive in his actions. Such an enemy with limitless potential must not be left alive. Yan Zhaoge's expression was very calm as he gazed heavily at Fong Can, not panicked in the slightest. It was fine if his method of dealing with Fong Xiaohong was useless. There were still plenty of other methods. Yan Zhaoge suddenly laughed, his usually calm gaze suddenly turning manic. The vertical eye between the brows of Fong Can's spirit rhino avatar flickered, its radiance also turning chaotic. Staring at Yan Zhaoge, Fong Can felt greatly curious, because he suddenly discovered that projecting the variations in Yan Zhaoge's techniques and his thoughts was no longer as easy as before. The originally orderly state before him suddenly became chaotic and disorderly at this moment, crazed and unbridled. It was as if a normal person had suddenly become a madman. For a normal person, you could analyze them based on the bits and pieces of their daily life. deducing what they were thinking about and summarizing their patterns. However, for a madman, it would be very hard for you to understand what exactly he was thinking and what he would do at a given moment. This was what Fang Qin was currently feeling. Innumerable threads tangled together as it was hard to find any clues within. Even Fu Enshu, noticing the changes in Yin Zhaoge by the side, was exceptionally bemused. A rather distorted, frenzied smile appeared on Yin Zhaoge's face. Within his heart, there was still a final trace of clarity, just that it was concealed amidst his madness as Fang Qin was still unable to see through it. One of the 6 spirits' demonic fists, the Qilin demonic fist. The Qilin, a beast of virtue, was upright and authoritative, suppressing all evil, being the most upright. However, the Qilin demonic fist was the exact opposite, walking the most frenzied, most violent path as it was even more frenzied than the other fist arts of the 6 spirits' demonic fist. However, amidst the frenzy, it conformed with the laws of the heavens as it possessed great power, resembling that violent power of destruction when all things lost their order. It was just that this fist art was not to Yin Zhaoge's liking. Therefore, while Yin Zhaoge occasionally dabbled in the other fist arts of the 6 spirits' demonic fist, this Qilin demonic fist was cast aside. However, this did not mean that Yin Zhaoge was not proficient in this fist art. Currently, while Yin Zhaoge was still using martial arts like the heavenly broad creed palm, his mental state had changed from the calmness of the ocean stabilizing spirit fist to the frenzied chaos of the Qilin demonic fist. Fang Qin had been wholeheartedly projecting the thoughts of Yin Zhaoge and Fu Enshu as well as the changes in their techniques. Due to Yin Zhaoge's sudden chaos, he had nearly been dragged into it as well. His mind seemed to have suddenly sprouted a bunch of weeds as he felt incomparably vexed. Fang Qin snorted coldly, stabilizing his mind as he patiently began to unravel the cocoon. Gradually, unceasingly sorting through the chaos and dispelling the bewildering fog, he finally saw that final trace of clarity and rationality within Yin Zhaoge's mind. "There is no point in dragging things out," Fang Qin said with an icy expression on his face. "The person you are waiting for will not be able to come." As if to prove his judgment, everyone suddenly felt intense fluctuations of power emanating from the distance. 2 auras that were even more powerful than Fang Qin's clashed intensely in the direction of the distant bewildering maze sea, the aftershocks of their collision affecting the deep-sea corridor. One of the streaks of sword qi revealed its sharpness as a voice resounded from the distance, "Evil Saint, you have indeed arrived." Everyone was very familiar with that sword qi. That was the Sword Dao legacy of Myriad Sword Pool of the 7 Pillars of Good. That powerful force originated from the sacred artifact of Myriad Sword Pool, the floating sinking sword. Hearing the voice, the expressions of the vast ocean world martial practitioners present all changed somewhat as they simultaneously looked towards Yin Zhaoge and Fu Enshu. Their originally dubious attitudes all changed slightly now. Could they really be of the sacred evil sect? Fang Qin struck out towards Yin Zhaoge with a palm. "If this old man wants to kill you, how would I not be on guard against the evil saint? It was precisely for this moment that I specifically invited the floating sinking sword of Myriad Sword Pool to come out." Seeing that Fang Qin had already seen through the profundities of the Qilin demonic fist, Yin Zhaoge immediately ceased his cultivation technique, his gaze regaining its calm and rationality. "It was not him that I was waiting for." Yin Zhaoge smiled leisurely. Yin Zhaoge smiled leisurely. With just a thought, the deep-sea corridor began shaking intensely, as though some powerful existence was currently awakening. Chapter 517. Yin Zhaoge did not look forward to the appearance of the evil saint at all. On the contrary, Yin Zhaoge was currently laughing coldly within his heart. This evil saint is up to no good, wanting to use me as a spear to fish in troubled waters. In this world other than Fu Enshu, it was naturally the sacred evil sect itself who knew best whether Yin Zhaoge was a descendant of the sacred evil sect, especially their chief, the evil saint Lin Qiancheng. If he made a move now, it would be equivalent to him being a hindrance to them, making Yin Zhaoge the scapegoat. Yin Zhaoge just glanced out of the corner of his eye and met the gazes of Water Crystal Palace's Zhang Haoqing, Elder Dong and the others, knowing that they who had originally been dubious were now 70 to 80% convinced. Watching Yin Zhaoge and Fang Qin's clash now, those of the forces of evil increasingly looked like they were watching a good show. Meanwhile, those of the forces of good looked at Yan Zhaoge even more warily and warily. As they saw it, a proud and flamboyant person like Yan Zhaoge would generally disdain disguising himself. However, if he intentionally denied and concealed his identity as a descendant of the sacred evil sect, that meant that he definitely had a greater, more sinister plot. Fang Can roared coldly, "Crooked devils, the facts are all there, not allowing you to quibble. We have long since been prepared. Today shall be the day of your death." Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Zhang Haoqing and the others felt uneasy even as they muttered to themselves. The deep-sea corridor shook intensely at this moment, a powerful aura seemingly awakening from a deep slumber. Everyone simultaneously gazed at that water vein condensed of sweet pouring raindrops, able to feel that the powerful fluctuations originated precisely from there. Fang Can's gaze was stern as the vertical eye on the forehead of his spirit rhino avatar looked over, yet was unable to see through the radiance within the water vein. It was just that he vaguely realized something from that powerful aura. A bad feeling arose within Fang Can's heart. Who is that? The Lord of Water Crystal Palace, the 9 dragon fingers of the Blood Dragon sect, the chief of the Dragon Slayer sect, or Soul-Shocking Box of Soul-Shocking Island? Could it be that everything has been a trap from the start? Fang Can was shocked and uncertain. However, feeling that that power seemed to be in the midst of awakening from its slumber, he was unwilling to retreat just like that. With an enraged roar, his palms transformed into an all-encompassing jade light, condensing into a single line, bypassing Yan Zhaoge and Fu Enshu who had always been fighting with him, shooting towards that pure white water vein. Yan Zhaoge's expression was composed as he attacked from the side with a palm, saying mildly, "It's the evil saint over at the bewildering maze sea? I don't know. As for me, I don't need anyone else to do anything. You can't do anything to me." Fang Can's palm suddenly changed, sweeping towards Yan Zhaoge once more. The attack on the water vein just now was clearly a diversion. Regardless of what was in the water vein, Fang Can was already prepared to retreat and observe the situation. With only a single strike, Fang Can's target was naturally Yan Zhaoge, who had killed his son. This time he attacked with all his strength. The green light condensed into a line, and its speed was so fast that almost no one could see the trajectory of the green light. Hallucinations even appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was as if the world in front of them was distorting, and everything was being absorbed by the green light, turning into a thin line. Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change as he even had the leisure to smile at Zhang Haoqing, Li Shang and the others. "As I said earlier, I came to the deep-sea corridor because I have something to do." Amidst his words, that water vein formed of the sweet pouring raindrops shook mightily. Amidst the radiance, a figure flew out from within, arriving before Yan Zhaoge in an instant. The jade light formed of Fang Can's palm force attempted to bypass this figure. However, that figure raised his palm, spreading his fingers as it seemed to encompass the jade sea of the heavens, vast to the point of being boundless. The jade light evaded left and right, yet was unable to bypass this person's palm, finally mightily striking it. The figure swayed slightly, but seemed completely unaffected. Fang Can stared, seeing that it was shockingly a stone statue. Broken rocks unceasingly fell off the surface of the stone statue, not having been injured by Fang Can's palm force, instead having fallen off naturally. The stone skin shattered and fell off, revealing a white jade-like skin that emitted a smooth luster. Everyone exclaimed in shock in unison. That terrifying power to the extreme originated from this terrifying body. The stone statue was that of an old man with a thin face. However, accompanied by the unceasing falling of the stone skin, his features rapidly became younger, showing signs of returning to his youth as he finally appeared to be similar in age to Yan Zhaoge. When the stone skin had completely shattered and fallen off, the figure of a youth was revealed, his features handsome and his figure tall. Yan Zhaoge roared, "Command!" A strange light flickered within this youth's pupils, each condensing into a rune that was exactly the same as the true essence talisman that Yan Zhaoge had formed when he had stepped into the essence talisman martial grandmaster realm. The light talisman vanished in a flash. This youth roared towards the heavens, directly breaking through the vast sea and shaking the 9 heavens. His incomparably powerful will and power shocked even the floating sinking sword and the evil saint who were battling intensely in the distant bewildering maze sea. Yin Zhaoge smiled coldly as he looked at the stunned Fang Can. Whatever the evil saint is, it has nothing to do with me. Did I say that I was waiting for him? What I was waiting for was this clone of mine. Within the barrier of the bewildering maze sea, the stone statue that Yin Zhaoge had obtained was shockingly the mortal shell of a martial saint expert who had passed away in meditation. This martial saint expert had been exceptionally talented and had also cultivated in a special cultivation art such that after his death, all of his power had been sealed within his mortal shell as not the slightest bit of his aura leaked out. Death and death were reborn. The two extremities reversed as life and death converged at a single point. While this person himself could not be revived, his old, decaying fleshly body had returned to its youth, resembling the nascent embryo of a newborn infant. Finally, this unique miraculous body that was blessed by the heavens was created. It was both a mortal shell and a spirit embryo. If other martial saints obtained this mortal shell, they would be able to refine it into their clone, being born as a martial saint tyrannical to the extreme. While Yin Zhaoge was not a martial saint, he cultivated in the peerless heavenly scripture. Myriad phenomena returning to their original state, without beginning and without end, without before and without after. He could accomplish miracles that other martial grandmasters could not. After having stepped into the essence talisman martial grandmaster realm, having been completely cleansed by the purest and purest sweet pouring raindrops under the heavens, he would refine this spirit embryo into his clone. In having hurried to the deep sea corridor, Yin Zhaoge had not intended to seek help from anyone from the very beginning. His preparations were his own methods. With just a thought on Yin Zhaoge's part, the figure before him raised his right hand into a fist, punching out towards Fang Can. While he was barehanded as he punched out, it was like a great spear stabbing forward, wanting to directly penetrate the great sea and the blue skies. Where the spear pointed, it was like a massive rock spreading its wings, soaring above the 9 heavens. The roiling Jade Sea was directly ripped apart, the horizon that was connected to the Jade Sea seemingly breaking apart as well at this moment. Northern Ocean Divine Spear, rock ascending 9 heavens. Northern Ocean Martial Saint Zhuang Kuan. So it's him. After having struck out with that palm of his, Fang Can had already begun retreating, not waiting to see the results. Seeing that his palm had failed, he knew that things were bad. Now, seeing this spear that penetrated the heavens and the earth, Fang Can was greatly shocked as he saw that spear that resembled a great rock spreading its wings, instantly arriving before him. He had executed a supreme martial art, spiritual light flashing, yet had still been caught up by this spear. Chapter 518. In Fang Can's memories, purely in terms of speed, amongst the known martial arts of the vast ocean world, there was only the Northern Ocean Martial Saint Zhuang Kuan's Northern Ocean Divine Spear, which possessed a godly speed akin to a rock spreading its wings and soaring into the heavens, comparable to his Spirit Rhino Island's spiritual light flash. Ever since the Northern Ocean Martial Saint Zhuang Kuan had gone missing, believed to have perished, and the Northern Ocean Divine Spear had been lost, the spiritual light of Spirit Rhino Island had appeared, unparalleled in the vast ocean world in terms of speed. But today, the sharpness of the Northern Ocean Divine Spear had once again appeared in the world. Fang Can looked at the spear coming at him in disbelief. Although it was just a shell, it was still the shell of a martial sage. How could it be refined into a clone by a martial grandmaster? Helpless, Fang Can forcibly received the spear of Yin Zhaoge's clone with a palm, the qi and blood of his entire body roiling. He still can't compare to a true martial saint, but he has already reached the peak of the extraordinary realm and is only a step away from becoming a martial saint. Fang Can's heart was heavy, but however, he could vaguely feel that this was because Yin Zhaoge's clone had just been refined. With the passage of time, this avatar would soon be able to reproduce the glory of the Northern Dark North Martial Saint Zhuang Kuan in the past. Even now, the power of this attack was difficult for Fang Can to withstand. He didn't dare to stay any longer. His figure flickered, borrowing the recoil from his collision with the Northern Underworld Divine Spear. He was about to once again use the flash of inspiration movement technique, quickly fleeing far away from this place. As Yin Zhaoge had said, even if no one interfered, he would not fear Fang Can. Fang Can's figure had just moved when a seven-colored radiance suddenly shone above his head. Looking up, he saw a huge majestic stone pillar smashing down on his head. Standing on the pillar of the divine palace, Yin Zhaoge roared as a powerful sealing force pressured down towards Fang Can's. Fang Can had no intention of resisting at all. Right now, he only wanted to escape. He clenched his teeth, and the vertical eye on the forehead of his rhino form flickered with radiance. His huge body turned into a wisp of green light, and like a swimming fish, he constantly searched for the weak points of the sealing power of the divine palace's pillars and escaped. The pillar of the divine palace had not completely fallen yet. He really did find a gap and wanted to escape from the inescapable net. Yet, obstructed by the pillar of the divine palace, Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone had already transformed into a great rock, domineeringly chasing after him. The great rock spread its wings, splitting the sky and splitting the sea. With a flap of its wings, it sent Fang Can back into the range of the pillar. As the pillar of the divine palace descended, the jade light revealed Fang Can's figure once more. He stared at Yin Zhaoge with eyes seemingly on the verge of imploding. "Little thief, you." Yin Zhaoge's expression was cold and indifferent. "You want to kill me, and I also want to kill you. Let's see who dies first." Fang Can took a deep breath and shouted sternly, "All right, give me your life, little thief." Amidst his loud roar, this chief of Spirit Rhino Island, who was ranked amongst the top 10 transcending mortality experts, simply stopped running as his entire body erupted with power, shooting ferociously towards Yin Zhaoge. A spirit bead flew up from the top of his head. The spirit bead shone brightly as if it was reflecting a myriad of scenes in an instant. Numerous silhouettes were projected around Yin Zhaoge, attacking him from all directions. That spiritual pearl was obviously an extremely high-quality spiritual weapon. The treasure of Spirit Rhino Island, the Spirit Rhino Orb, surpassed even Fang Xiaohong's Jade Light Mirror, as it was an elite amongst high-grade spirit artifacts. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge paid it no heed as he laughed lightly, drawing out a dark green bamboo branch from within his sleeve. While the bamboo branch looked ordinary and unremarkable, it was precisely a treasure that Yin Zhaoge had personally forged. When Yin Zhaoge had been a spirit vessel martial grandmaster that year, the bamboo branch had had 3 segments. Now, however, it had grown once more, seeming as though it could grow on its own as it had turned into 4 segments. Yin Zhaoge tossed it lightly, the dark green bamboo branch landing in the hands of the Northern Ocean clone. The Northern Ocean clone picked up the bamboo branch, swinging it towards the Spirit Rhino Orb above Fang Can's head. As the two sides collided, the Spirit Rhino Orb instantly emitted a mournful wail as it was sent flying. Greatly shocked, Fang Can hurriedly kept the Spirit Rhino Orb. Lowering his head, he saw that a thin crack had appeared on the orb, causing him great heartache. He looked disbelievingly at Yin Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone, staring unblinkingly at that dark green bamboo branch. No spiritual chi or power fluctuations could be felt from the bamboo branch at all, as it seemed completely ordinary and unremarkable no matter how one looked at it. However, it was precisely this ordinary bamboo branch that had directly caused a crack to appear on his high-grade spirit artifact, the Spirit Rhino Orb. While the Spirit Rhino Orb did not seem like pure weapons like sabers, swords, and armor, as a high-grade spirit artifact, it was naturally made of extraordinary materials. How could it possibly be so weak? Even other ordinary high-grade spirit artifacts might not be able to leave such a clear crack on the surface of the Spirit Rhino Orb with just a single strike. Fang Can could only feel that the strange things he had encountered today were more than he had in the previous half of his life, completely toppling his understanding of this world. The Northern Ocean clone was unforgiving as he raised the 4-foot-long bamboo branch in his hand, using it as a spear as he executed another Northern Ocean divine spear, stabbing straight towards Fang Can, wanting to pierce a hole through him. Fang Can's figure shifted, his body seemingly instantly transforming into countless silhouettes. However, beneath the spear of the Northern Ocean clone, he advanced courageously, sweeping through all that stood in his way as the silhouettes shattered one after another. The seawater of the nearby region of sea had already been shattered by the power of the two sides, a vacuum having been cleared out. The pillar of the divine palace hovered in mid-air, streams of seven-colored radiance resembling silk hanging downwards as they enveloped the surrounding area, resembling a cage. Fangkin resembled a beast trapped in a cage as he was forced to engage in a life-and-death struggle. He felt stifled to the extreme. The Northern Ocean Marshal Saint Zhuang Kuan had not left behind any legacies, all of his aura having been retracted within the remnant embryo. After Yan Zhaoge had taken the stone statue away, no traces of it had been left behind at all. When Fangkin had arrived at that foreign dimension afterwards, he had found it completely empty. If he had known that Yan Zhaoge possessed a martial saint corpse, even if he did not believe that a martial grandmaster would be able to refine it, Fangkin would still have been much more cautious. Now, however, he had slammed headfirst into a metal plate, his head bleeding profusely. Fangkin had not thought that Yan Zhaoge would still have other methods besides the martial saint corpse, actually making it impossible for him to flee even if he wanted to. This transcending mortality martial grandmaster's arrogance and ferocity were stimulated as he abruptly erupted, ignoring the attacks of the Northern Ocean clone towards him as he instead shot viciously towards Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm as the Northern Ocean clone's techniques changed, becoming swift and vigorous. The Kuanping was a Kuan in water, a Peng out of water, and a Kuan fish in its transformation, its body being several thousand kilometers long as it was massive beyond compare. The extreme speed of the great Peng, the immense strength of the Kuan fish, the majesty of its strength could be counted on one's fingers. Northern Ocean Divine Spear, Northern Ocean Fish. The majestic, tyrannical force directly shattered Fangkin's spirit rhino avatar. Fangkin's entire body shook intensely as he spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes glaring as he ignored everything else and still shot towards Yan Zhaoge. From the looks of it, he was clearly going all out. Yan Zhaoge roared loudly, the light of thunder flickering within his right eye as he traversed space in an instant. An instant's thunder. Fangkin was greatly shocked. He did not want to perish together with Yan Zhaoge. However, he could not retreat now as he could only grit his teeth and advance. Boom! Fangkin suffered another heavy blow as the terrifying thunderbolts directly pierced through his body. However, Fangkin's palm had also arrived before Yan Zhaoge, wanting to kill him. Who knew that a small black incense burner would suddenly appear within Yan Zhaoge's hand, blocking Fangkin's palm. The majestic palm force was like a clay ox entering the sea, vanishing without a trace. Fangkin stared. I what? Yan Zhaoge's expression was indifferent as jade light flickered in his other empty hand, the roar of a dragon emerging from the green abyss sword. If you had known that this would happen, don't come and mess with me. Chapter 519. Looking at the earth-devouring burner in Yan Zhaoge's hands, Fangkin felt a chill within his heart. The Northern Ocean clone gave him too much pressure, causing him to be unable to deduce Yan Zhaoge's thoughts. As the various scenes of their earlier clash flashed through his mind, Fangkin discovered that he had fallen into a great net that Yan Zhaoge had woven, being trapped in his own cocoon step by step. The fact that both sides were injured, that both sides could perish together, that both sides were fighting with their lives on the line was all an illusion. Yan Zhaoge had finished weaving the net, waiting for him to crash into it himself. The green abyss sword transformed into an azure dragon and pierced through Fangkin's chest with a roar. Behind him, Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone had shockingly already arrived just inches away once more. The shadow of death shrouded Fangkin's heart, but he was even more unwilling. The surrounding vast ocean world martial practitioners all watched this scene in shock as well. He had originally thought that it would be Yan Zhaoge who would die young as a genius, falling at the hands of a transcending mortality martial grandmaster. Never would he have thought that in the end, it would actually be Fangkin who would be fighting like a cornered beast. And now, this transcending mortality martial grandmaster was shockingly about to perish at Yan Zhaoge's hands. The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners were all completely dumbfounded, as they had never imagined that the situation would actually turn out like this. Their island lord had personally taken action, yet he had actually ended up in such a state. Don't mess around. A Spirit Rhino Island disciple said with a trembling voice, Our Spirit Rhino Island is one of the 7 pillars of the good Tao. By killing our chief, you are destroying yourself from the good Tao of the world. No matter how it usually is, when it comes to fighting against the demonic path, we, the righteous path, will always be united. Hearing these words, the people of Water Crystal Palace, the spirit-returning sect, the Blazing Wind sect and the other forces of good all frowned, none of them willing to be the scapegoat for others. However, the gazes with which they looked at Yan Zhaoge were also filled with vigilance and judgment. With the evil saint seemingly blocking myriad sword pool for Yan Zhaoge, those of the forces of good could not help but suspect Yan Zhaoge's identity and stance. Even if Yan Zhaoge did not originate from the sacred evil sect, him slaying the chief of Spirit Rhino Island would undoubtedly be detrimental to the forces of good while benefiting the 6 evil sects. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Elder Dong and the others of Water Crystal Palace were all rather hesitant. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge seemed like he was smiling whilst also not as he glanced at that Spirit Rhino Island disciple, his gaze causing them to feel a chill run down their spines. No matter what happens to me in the future, it is not something that your Spirit Rhino Island can decide. If you have the time to spare, think about what happens to yourselves in the future. Yan Zhaoge laughed lightly, swiveling his head to look at Fong Can. As Fong Can coughed out a mouthful of fresh blood, his entire body covered in wounds. However, his expression calmed as he said coldly, "If you dare to kill me, just wait for the encirclement of Water Crystal Palace, Myriad Sword Pool and the Blood Dragon sect. At most, this old man will just leave first and wait for you down below." Before he had finished speaking, a boom resounded as Fong Can's head was smashed apart by a single punch of Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone. His entire body turned into a rain of blood and exploded in the air. "So what if I kill you?" Yan Zhaoge said mildly. "Why wouldn't I dare?" Looking at Yan Zhaoge, the surrounding vast ocean world martial practitioners all felt a chill within their hearts. They had originally thought that defeating Zhang Haoqing and Li Shang in a single move would be the mark of this youth shocking the world with a single brilliant feat. Who knew that on that very same day, he would actually slay Fong Can, the chief of Spirit Rhino Island of the 7 Pillars of Good and rank 7th amongst the top 10 transcending mortality experts. This was already not just shocking the world with a single brilliant feat, but rather earth-shattering and heaven-shocking. The name of Yan Zhaoge would definitely resound throughout the entire vast ocean world after this day, being known by all. Elder Dong and Zhang Haoqing of Water Crystal Palace exchanged looks, their hearts both feeling rather heavy. Such brutal, ruthless, and unbridled methods truly seem like those of the forces of evil. That's not really the case. He has already killed Feng Zhaohong, sowing blood enmity with Fong Can with their irreconcilable enmity. At the end of the day, both sides will have to come to an end. Even if someone mediates between them, they will be able to endure it for a time but not for a lifetime. What exactly is his relationship with the sacred evil sect? If he really is someone of the forces of evil, the impact would be too great. Now, I instead feel that he is not of the forces of evil. With that clone and such great power, if we were to suddenly kill him in the midst of a great battle with evil, it would not be just Fong Can alone who would die. While those of the forces of good felt uneasy, those of the forces of evil were similarly not having it easy. Elder Yu of the Dragon Slayer sect gazed unblinkingly at Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone. Such a force was too great as it might even affect the overall situation of the vast ocean world. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Li Shang shook his head slightly, asking Elder Yu, "When will Master arrive?" Elder Yu answered, "He will be arriving soon. I have received news that the Soul Shocking Box has similarly left Soul Shocking Island. It seems like the chief of Water Crystal Palace and the 9 dragon fingers of the Blood Dragon sect have both left their seclusion as well." He sighed. They had no choice but to come. If they did not, the heavens might change. The focus of everyone's attention, Yan Zhaoge, currently had a calm expression on his face as though he had done something insignificant. Yan Zhaoge ignored the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners who were dazed like wooden chickens by the side, instead swiveling his head to look at Fu Enshu, smiling. "I caused Senior Apprentice Ant to be injured earlier, yet still obstruct the enemy and buy time with me." Fu Enshu had already regained her wits now, but the shocked expression on her face had yet to fade completely as she clicked her tongue in wonder as she looked at Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone. "It's nothing much. Instead, it was you who really let me watch a good show. It was truly marvelous." So this was the true foundation of that stone statue? Yin Zhaoge nodded. That's right. Looking at the Northern Ocean clone, he smiled. Senior apprentice ant, this show is still not over yet. Saying thus, Yin Zhaoge let out a clear roar. The Northern Ocean clone shot into the skies, his true essence sweeping along Yin Zhaoge and Fu Enshu as he was instantly far away. His direction, the bewildering maze sea. The vast ocean world martial practitioners present all came to their senses. Elder Dong and the others grit their teeth, simply following him. Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone resembled a great rock, traversing 1,000 li in an instant. Over at the bewildering maze sea, the two sides who had originally already been paying some attention to the battle situation in the deep sea corridor immediately detected the approach of Yin Zhaoge's group. Feeling that powerful aura of the Northern Ocean clone, whether it was the chief of Myriad Sword Pool Yin Gang, who wielded the floating sinking sword, or the evil Saint Lin Qiancheng, their movements instantly slowed greatly. This was especially so for the chief of Myriad Sword Pool Yin Gang, who was extremely wary of Yin Zhaoge's group, as he even had the intention of withdrawing and retreating. While he possessed the floating sinking sword, facing Lin Qiancheng and Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone alone, only death awaited him. Still, what caused Yin Gang's heart to jolt slightly was the fact that the Lin Qiancheng before him seemed not to have the intention of entangling him and waiting for Yin Zhaoge to attack together with him, as he instead seemed to have the intention of giving up. The next moment, Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone had already arrived before him. He extended his arms, one in front and one behind, resembling a great spear as he stabbed straight out. Streams of golden and black light congregated, forming an incomparably massive silhouette which bobbed and sank between the heavens and the earth, rising and falling swift and vigorous. Its target was the evil Saint Lin Qiancheng. Chapter 520. First kill a righteous cultivator, then kill a devil cultivator. Yin Zhaoge had never considered such a thought, nor did he need to. Yin Zhaoge snorted disdainfully at Feng Can's words that he would be surrounded and attacked by Water Crystal Palace, Myriad Sword Pool, and the Blood Dragon sect. The righteous and evil sides were in a stalemate, and his existence could break this stalemate. Because of Feng Xiaohong's death, he had fought with Feng Kansas. But before he could confirm that he truly stood on the side of the demonic path, the other righteous path sects would have to be extremely cautious. Otherwise, they would have given the demonic path a chance for nothing. There could only be one reason why Yin Zhaoge had targeted the evil Saint Lin Qiancheng. In appearing here, while it seemed like he was expressing goodwill and lending a helping hand to Yin Zhaoge, he was actually pushing the blame of being from the sacred evil sect onto Yin Zhaoge's head. His ulterior motives were as clear as day, as it was equivalent to him having tricked Yin Zhaoge, forcing him to stand on his side. Even as he stirred up the waters, Yin Zhaoge deeply suspected that Lin Qiancheng himself had some sort of special plan in wanting to fish in troubled waters. Perhaps as Lin Qiancheng saw it, while Yin Zhaoge possessed shocking potential and strength, he was still only at the 6th or 7th level of the martial grandmaster realm at the end of the day. Faced with Myriad Sword Pool and Spirit Rhino Island going all out, he would still be unable to resist them at the end of the day. Even if he was dissatisfied, he could only join the demonic Tao in order to not die in Feng Can's hands. However, he didn't expect that when he forced a snake into its hole, it wasn't a grass snake, but a true dragon. Having refined the Northern Ocean clone, an early Essence Talisman martial grandmaster, Yin Zhaoge, had directly counterkilled a transcending mortality martial grandmaster, Feng Can of the 7 great heavyweights of good. He had originally thought that this was a pawn that could be cultivated and used, but it turned out to be someone who was on the same level as him in terms of strength. As a result, tragedy befell Feng Can, and Lin Qiancheng did not have it easy either. He immediately realized the consequences of what he had done. Trust me, I don't like to hold grudges, really. Yin Zhaoge smiled coldly as he looked at Lin Qiancheng. If there is any enmity that can be avenged on the spot, I will do so on the spot. A gentleman does not bear grudges that have been kept for a long time, right? You tricked me, so I naturally have to get back at you. I don't know what you're planning, but I'm going to ruin it for you. Yin Zhaoge smiled coldly. With but a thought, the Northern Ocean clone directly stabbed out with his spear towards Lin Qiancheng. Lin Qianqing's entire body was enveloped in a black fog, his two eyes bright like starlight. There was no sound coming from the black fog. Only the star-like eyes flashed slightly. Streams of black qi suffused the air, blocking Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone's attack while he himself rapidly fled into the distance. The true essence of both sides clashed in the air. It seemed lively, but Lin Qianqing was bent on retreating, and the two sides did not engage in a true battle of life and death. Such an action, in the eyes of others, inevitably gave rise to many speculations. Those who had already been suspicious of Yan Zhaoge in the first place grew even more suspicious, feeling that Lin Qianqing was intentionally helping Yan Zhaoge, the two of them acting. The chief of Myriad Sword Pool, Yan Gang, was a little hesitant as he did not dare to wield the floating sinking sword with all his might, lest he fall into a trap as he guarded against Yan Zhaoge and Lin Qianqing suddenly joining forces to attack him. Like this, Lin Qianqing was a martial saint at the end of the day. As he did not linger in battle as he only wanted to flee, Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone having just been refined would be hard-pressed to keep him there despite its great speed. However, Yan Zhaoge was not despondent as a thoughtful expression instead appeared on his face. Looking at Lin Qianqing's departing figure, Yan Zhaoge suddenly laughed. You cultivate in the illusory shadow demonic art, right? Its power is indeed unordinary, its variations unpredictable, making it hard for others to see through your foundation. Like an illusory shadow, it is hard for the attacks of others to hit you. At the same cultivation level, martial practitioners who cultivate in the illusory shadow demonic art are extremely hard to kill. Even opponents who are stronger than you would be hard-pressed to kill you. In the vast ocean world, I even suspect that you are the hardest person to kill. Yan Zhaoge said leisurely. Still, that is under normal circumstances. If this demonic art is not cultivated to the peak of the 10th level of the illusory shadow demonic art, you will be in a state of weakness for a full 9 days out of every month's 30 days. You are at the first level of the martial saint realm. Normally speaking, you should be at the 7th level of the illusory shadow demonic art, at most reaching the 8th level. Yan Zhaoge smiled rather maliciously. When you are in a state of weakness, your devilish art will be unstable. Your body even having your true essence leaking out uncontrollably, exposing your tracks. You better hide well these few days. In the distance, Lin Qianqing's figure did not cease as he vanished into the horizon. However, the minds of all the vast ocean world martial practitioners present wavered for a moment as they seemed to have seen that lofty evil saint's entire body shake as he staggered slightly. Everyone looked at each other. Are we hallucinating? While others might have seen wrongly, Yin Gang, who wielded the floating sinking sword, would definitely not have seen wrongly. There was only one explanation for that. Yan Zhaoge's words were true. The spirits of all the martial practitioners of good rose slightly. Exchanging glances, Elder Dong and Zhang Haoqing of Water Crystal Palace could both see the shock in the other's eyes. Zhang Haoqing said hesitantly, if I do not remember wrongly, all these years, when news of the evil saint has not appeared of his own accord, it seems to be on days like the 1st, 5th, 10th, 11th and 15th of the month. Elder Dong closed his eyes, earnestly recalling for a while before he opened them and nodded slowly. That's right. On the 1st, 5th or 10th of the month, while not all 9 days are occupied, they are within this range. Zhang Haoqing wrung his hands. If we had not acted, we would not have known that the evil saint had been in a weakened state at the time. Otherwise, this would have been a good time to deal with him. He would not even have been able to conceal his tracks, missing out on so many opportunities for nothing. It was true that the evil saint was powerful, but what was most troublesome was that his movements were unpredictable, his thoughts hard to grasp. A Water Crystal Palace martial practitioner secretly asked via sound transmission, could it be yet another trap? A lie that they have colluded with? Elder Dong said, if it is a lie, the evil saint's actions over the long years have all been in preparation for this lie. However, as long as we are cautious enough, this lie will not have much effect. The risks far outweigh the benefits, the returns much lower than the costs. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, he sighed lightly. If it is to help this youth gain his trust, it is also completely not worth it. Zhang Haoqing looked first at Yan Zhaoge and then at the Northern Ocean clone beside him, smiling bitterly. Even if the two of them are colluding, It is also impossible for this young Master Yen to be of the sacred evil sect. He is able to speak on equal terms with any expert of this world. However, if Yen Zhaoge was not a descendant of the sacred evil sect, where did the forces of good start suspecting him from? Everyone exchanged looks, smiling bitterly. With such great strength, how could they hope for him to just sit there and wait for death when facing Fang Can? He was not a fool. Even the chief of Myriad Sword Pool, Yin Gang, felt a headache coming on. At the end of the day, it was still because Yen Zhaoge was too powerful. If such a person was confirmed to be an enemy, there would be nothing to say. They would just do what they had to do, everyone relying on their own methods. However, if it was a neutral person forcing him to the side of evil, wouldn't that just be looking for trouble for themselves? Therefore, looking at Yen Zhaoge, they all felt their balls aching for a time. Chapter 521. Looking at the fleeing evil Saint Lin Qiancheng, Yen Zhaoge shrugged. The sacred evil sect was strange and mysterious. Not to mention the people of the righteous path, even the people of the demonic path didn't have a good relationship with them. The Dragon Slayer sect, Soul-Shocking Island, and other forces of the 6 evil sects were very wary of them. Now that he had exposed Lin Qiancheng's weakness, there would be many people who had designs on him. The sacred evil sect had been established for many years, and their whereabouts were secretive. They had never encountered any great tribulations, so they definitely had a considerable family business. Whoever could swallow it up would definitely be of great benefit to them. Of course, Yen Zhaoge himself was also such a fat sheep, his entire body filled with treasures. Still, comparatively speaking, after today, those of the vast ocean world would be very cautious in having designs on him. After all, as compared to the evil saint who had been domineering for many years, Yen Zhaoge, who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, was actually even more mysterious as he was unable to be seen through. Water Crystal Palace, the Spirit Returning Sect, the Blazing Wind Sect and the other forces of good could only feel their balls aching at this moment. Meanwhile, those of the Dragon Slayer sect, Green Snake Island and the other forces of evil were currently looking at Yen Zhaoge with conflicted looks on their faces. The most embarrassed person was none other than the sect master of the 10,000 Sword Pool, Yen Gang. Of the 7 pillars of good, Spirit Rhino Island had always been on good terms with Myriad Sword Pool. Yen Gang had come out of seclusion this time because of Fang Can's invitation. In the end, Yen Zhaoge had virtually killed Fang Can right in front of Yen Gang. Amidst the tragedy of Spirit Rhino Island, Myriad Sword Pool had also suffered a great loss of face. If he wanted to settle the score with Yen Zhaoge, Yen Gang did not have the confidence to take him down. Soul-Shocking Island's Island Master and Dragon Slayer Sect's Sect Master were both rushing over with the Soul-Shocking box. Yen Gang had to be wary of them taking advantage of him. However, if Yen Gang did not stand up for Spirit Rhino Island, it would be an even greater blow to their Myriad Sword Pool's reputation, at the same time causing a rift between them and Spirit Rhino Island. Furthermore, Fang Can's death also meant that Myriad Sword Pool's alliance with Spirit Rhino Island had suffered a blow to their strength, causing them to be at a disadvantage against the other 7 pillars of good. In the blink of an eye, countless thoughts flashed through Yen Gang's mind. At this time, a voice came from afar. Yen Gang, are you going to continue? This old man is very happy to watch the battle. Yen Gang's expression changed slightly as he recognized the voice of one of the 6 evil paths, the Island Lord of Shocking Soul Island. Although the other party was not a martial saint, he wielded the ancestral sacred weapon, the Soul-Shocking box. His strength was extraordinary, and he was one of the top 3 of the 6 evil paths. Yen Gang gazed at Yen Zhaoge, who laughed, "Don't look at me. I don't know this person either. What he is planning, everyone is clear on it." Of course, he knew that it was nothing more than to curry favor with Yen Zhaoge. With Lin Qiancheng as an example, the island master of Soul-Shocking Island did not act rashly. He only stood far away and restrained Yen Gang. Looks of despair appeared on the faces of the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners. First, not speaking of whether Yen Gang could defeat Yen Zhaoge. Under such circumstances, even if he could, Yen Gang would not be able to make a move. While the relationship between the 2 clans was close, no matter how shameless the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners were, They would not dare to ask Yin Gang to take on the immense risk of fighting 1 against 2 just to stand up for them. The humiliation and hatred of their island lord being killed was destined to never be washed away today. The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners were even beginning to worry about whether Yin Zhaoge might be vicious and merciless enough to finish them off. The face of the myriad sword pool's sect master Yin Gang was as grim as still water. He seemed extremely displeased. However, only he himself would know whether he was feeling relieved, no longer having to continue being stuck between a rock and a hard place. Yin Zhaoge smiled mildly, seemingly completely ignoring the tense atmosphere before him, as he walked leisurely towards the bewildering maze sea with his hands behind his back. The evil saint should have some special motives in wanting to take advantage of the situation. Because I attacked here out of his expectations, he gave up halfway. However, some clues might have been left behind. Are you not interested? Hearing Yin Zhaoge's words, the hearts of Yin Gang and the others all jolted slightly. Yin Zhaoge was not of the sacred evil sect. If Lin Qianqing had not come here to stand up for those of his lineage, why had he specially rushed here? Just helping Yin Zhaoge to be the scapegoat was clearly not sufficient to trouble this evil saint. After all, no one had known before that Yin Zhaoge was actually powerful to such an extent that he could shake the balance of power in the vast ocean world. In that case, Lin Qianqing's actions were truly thought-provoking. Amidst their thoughts, they followed Yin Zhaoge's footsteps, moving towards the interior of the bewildering maze sea. Even the powerful, terrifying aura of the chief of Soul-Shocking Island, who had not appeared before them, followed. The Northern Ocean clone brought Yin Zhaoge and Fu Enshu along. Yin Zhaoge paid attention to the surrounding activity. Since he knew that Lin Qianqing cultivated in the illusory shadow demonic art, he had to be exceptionally careful. The traces he had left behind would not be easy to discover. The bewildering maze sea itself possesses the power of confusion which will eliminate many traces. Yin Zhaoge pondered slightly. Still, from the looks of it, he seems to be searching for something. While the others were dubious, they were even more tempted. Something that could cause the evil Saint Lin Qianqing to be mesmerized by it was naturally extraordinary. Still, having been disturbed by Yin Zhaoge like this, there was naturally no need for him to search for it. Next, he would have to pay more attention to concealing his tracks, lest others take advantage of his weakness to sneak in. Seeing that there were no other clues left, Yin Zhaoge stood where he was and pondered for a while before smiling and shaking his head. He leisurely waved goodbye to the others. Everyone, I have finished what I have to do here. There is naturally no need for me to stay any longer. Let us meet again. True essence surged within the acupoints of the Northern Ocean clone, streams of light transforming into wings that unfurled, sweeping Yin Zhaoge and Fu Enshu along as they instantly flew tens of thousands of kilometers away, vanishing into the distance. The vast ocean world martial practitioners all did not know whether to laugh or to cry, their emotions complex to the extreme as they did not know what to say for a time. It was just that everyone was currently thinking about various things, all of them related to Yin Zhaoge. With his first move, he had slain the chief of Spirit Rhino Island, Fong Can of the 7 Pillars of Good, also pointing out the weakness of the chief of the Sacred Evil Sect, Lin Qianqing of the 6 Evil Sects. Every single thing shook the heavens beneath the heavens. What kind of changes would this mysterious youth, who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, bring to the vast ocean world? Whatever the case, however, even if Yin Zhaoge vanished from this world, he had already become a legend, destined to leave behind a heavy, colorful stroke in the history books of the vast ocean world. Powerful auras approached from other directions. Everyone was jolted awake, knowing that they were the Palace Lord of Water Crystal Palace, the chief of the Blood Dragon sect and the chief of the Dragon Slayer sect who had hurried over. For a time, the numerous experts of the vast ocean world actually congregated here. Still, very quickly, the chief of the Dragon Slayer sect and the chief of Soul-Shocking Island were the first to retreat, the evil martial practitioners also remaining vigilant against the forces of good as they retreated. Those of the forces of good did not pursue them. Everyone needed time to digest everything that had happened today, as they had to reconsider the future development of the situation as well as their own grand plans. It was instead Yin Zhaoge himself who had stirred up a storm, who was currently feeling rather relaxed and happy. Looking at the Northern Ocean clone beside him, Yin Zhaoge was all smiles, Oh, it is indeed useful. Still, its cultivation base is much higher than mine, and controlling it requires a lot of mental effort. When this clone fights with others, it would not be so convenient for me to act myself. Fu Manchu pointed at him, showing off. Yan Zhaoge chuckled, not speaking. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.